can listen to what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can give your radio back. Open your heart and show your eyes that you can change your destiny. And grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes that you can change your destiny. Open your heart.
Sorry I was late, chat. I just you know how my computer was acting funny yesterday? Well, guess what I didn't do? Guess what I didn't do in the interceding time? I haven't reset my computer yet, or at least I hadn't until just a second ago. Yeah, I was right about to go on stream, and then I realized if I want my computer to play nice, I need to reset everything. So, and use a lot less resources, right? Because I am a resource hog. I am a full hog when it comes to resources. Good afternoon to you, Dweeb-chan. Hello, Jules. Hi, Contact Vamps. Hello, Young Black Economist. Hi, everybody. Chazardus, Joni, Buffy Geek. Good to see you all. Meow. Yeah, so we got interrupted yesterday. We got interrupted by my terrible, insufficient system resources, I guess. Either that or just me being a resource hog. I'm not sure. Probably a mix of the two is really what happened. What conspired to cause the stream to end prematurely yesterday. But I am back today, and we are going to pick up right where we started with what the fluff is up with Keffals. What the fluffles is up with whatever. Yolkio, good to see you. Yeah, good to see you. Right. Yeah, we gotta see what's going on, and this might take the whole time, right? Because I've got what, like two. No, wait, actually, we want to pick up with the Xanderhal stuff. That's where it goes. No, not even the Xanderhal stuff. We're going to pick up with the start of the Picrew Invasion, right? So what are we talking about? What the fuck? What? Say nice words, NCC. Say nice words. Okay. What the fluff is up with Keffals, right? It's a Picrew invasion. Keffals plan to do a Picrew invasion using Picrews to infiltrate the tenderqueer left on Twitter, much like Xanderhal announced his intentions to infiltrate the commentary community on YouTube. Keffals has taken a page from the Xanderhal book, and we're going to see Keffals talk to Xanderhal today. We're going to see Demon Mama actually chime in on Keffals. I actually caught a little bit of Keffals' stream from last night, and it looks like she is watching Demon Mama too. So she's very interested in whatever Demon Mama has to say about the whole affair, which is interesting and kind of mixed, right? You're gonna see what I mean in a little while, right? Demon Mama definitely does not. So to give her credit, right? Demon Mama understands the difference between a reclamation of a slur and just using the slur to be edgy. She does. She understands that, right? But in terms of actually criticizing anyone in her clout network, don't expect too much, right? Because that's how things work. I think what this represents, right, is the Vaush clout network letting one of its members know that she has scuffed their brand a little bit, and they don't appreciate it, but they're not calling her out in public. They're not calling her out by name. But yeah, this is basically, I've determined that Keffals is not just people will call Keffals like femme Vaush or something like that. I don't think that's quite right. Keffals is edgier than Vaush. Keffals is edgier than Vaush. She just has worse optics, right? So which makes her seem even more edgy. What the fruckles indeed, right? What the fruckles indeed. Yeah, well, we're going to find out what the fruckles in just a second. What do we have after that? I'm trying to think. Oh, yeah. I guess we can take a look. I'll put Demon Mama on there for now, right? As the second topic. Second topic of the stream. But yeah, I don't know. I've been so busy. I've been so overwhelmed. I don't even know what's up with me. I'm not going to say Demon Mama weighs in because that's going to be taken wrong. Demon Mama opines. I can't think of a different way to say this. Steph Official 18, thank you for the follow. Demon Mama's Keffals take. There we go. Yes, there we go. There we go. That's what we're talking about. We're talking about Demon Mama's Keffals take. I'm just trying to say this in the right way, right? I don't want to give anybody the wrong impression. So that's how we're going to say it. How is everybody doing, by the way? This is apparently all that Twitter's talking about again today, so we're going to do a little bit of a deep dive into this since people really want to know, and I'm going to give you a little bit of my idea on how this all started. Like, what are the origins? Like, what started Keffals down this path in the first place, right? Because it's an interesting story. There's some lore to this that's pretty interesting. So you're pretty bored, to be honest. Well, hopefully I can help you with that, right? That is what I'm here for, to help you with your boredom. Why am I in light mode on my Twitter? Settings and support. Settings and privacy. You would display, that's what we need. Display. Lights out. There we go. There we go. Oh my god. Okay, that was kind of making me mad. All right, so what do we have? Yeah, Keffals trending still trending. And a few things have happened. A few things have happened in the meantime, right? The biggest development is that Keffals has been accused of platforming somebody that did a sexual assault. And I haven't looked at, I'm going to be honest with you, I haven't looked into this enough to tell you what's what. But there is somebody that, was, there is somebody that tweeted this out. And there's some back and forth of like, why jump on the dog pile now? And, obviously for a victim of that sort of thing, it's because this is the time when it'll get attention. Okay, so look who's on the top of the... Now, this is obviously because it's this is my For You page. Oh, by the way, go and like this tweet if you can. Like this, retweet this, give this some love, give this some comments, right? We're trying to bring attention to this stream. We had phenomenal numbers yesterday. Actually, across 2 platforms, I would say I had better numbers than I had even at the height of the pre-cancellation no comment check, right? So we are indeed back on top, and that's sure to make some people mad. But we'll deal with that when we deal with it. We will deal with the haters when we get to them, right? I'm still having trouble with my PC. That's relatable. Possible it might be my Windows install, huh? Interesting. Oh god, yeah, I hope you can take care of that, Spark. Good to see you. Hey, what's up, Malgrave? Light mode user exposed. Listen, on my phone, I'm a dark mode user, but I just hadn't gotten around to... It feels like it's the same stuff. Okay, so yeah, okay, here's something. This dude's entire brand has been defending Keffals racism every step of the way, and anyone who criticizes it is a KF agent working for the alt-right. Which is why so many queer POC are effing tired of racist, egotistical white folks continually defending this shit. What are we? Who is the shit that we're talking about? This is Nerd Skull, apparently, right? I don't know them that well. I feel like I've talked to them a couple times, but really I can't say that I know them. But they have changed their mind. They have changed their tunes on Keffals, and I guess this is somebody that is not impressed because they did defend Keffals a lot. You're getting a lot of that. A lot of the people who were at the end of Keffals and her community's harassment are not super impressed with the people that have just woken up to the fact that this is going on. So that's what's going on there. I can't really adjudicate this, right? This is just, these are 2 different opinions. This person says, I don't believe that the Nerd Skull is, truly done enough to make up for their, support of Keffals, and obviously the Nerd Skull has same set of people who have been using KF to harass Keffals are now mad about her. A debate streamer. Oh no, this was before. 20 hours ago though, huh? Okay, so I guess what they're doing is they're showing tweets prior to the Picrew scandal. And we saw this yesterday, watching everybody unfollow Keffals. Oh, this is interesting. So So we're talking about the R slur here, right? Demon Mama's actually talking about... Demon Mama titled her stream the R slur, right? And then went on to give a take about how using the R slur as an insult is not reclamation, which is a pretty base take. It's about the most base take you're going to see from the Clout Network, right? And it's the closest thing I've seen to them disagreeing with Keffals. She didn't mention Keffals by name, but it's pretty clear that that's who she's talking about. So anyway, so when is it okay to use the R slur? Is it describing a person? Yes. Is that person developmentally disabled? Yes. Find a different word. No. Are they behaving foolishly? Yes. Find a different word. No. Find a different word. Do you get where this is going, right? Is it describing a person? No. So you're like a situation. Did something not go your way? Yes, it did not go your way. Find a different word, right? So you're mad at your video game. You want to call your console the R slur? Find a different word, right? Did something not go your way? No, it didn't not go my way. Okay, are you otherwise displeased? Yes, find a different word. No, find a different word. So basically, you know, this is the idea, is that like, can we please get beyond this? Can we please stop using this slur and stop acting like it's not a slur, or that there's like different ways to, you know, use it that are okay when it's been, you know, used to harm people for so long, right? And none of this like addresses like reclamation, so this isn't really about that. But somehow like military, this is like a military Special Olympics stories. Wait, what is this? Why the R word is the R slur? Yeah. Okay. Oh. Okay, we gotta watch this. This is Vince McMahon. Wait, what is this about? Keffals fans hoping and praying on her next stream she'd peel off the mask and it'll be... Oh, this is... Yeah, this is the person that she's been fighting with on Twitter for a really long time. This is... So let's see, what is this? Let's start it at the beginning.
It's me, Austin! Oh, son of a bitch! What? It's me, Austin! It was me all along!
So the joke being that Keffals is really Keffals' archenemy. Okay. And there's... Okay, so yeah, you can see there's a lot of people that had supported Keffals in the past, not supporting this take. In some cases, they've, you know, dropped their support for Keffals altogether. In this clip, Keffals has decided to make a chat GPT write an apology for her. She thinks the very idea of apologizing for anything she's done is literally a joke. Yeah, I've heard her say this. I've heard her say that they don't want an apology. They won't accept an apology. And it's true. If you hurt a group, not everybody in that group is going to be okay if you just say, I'm sorry. But that doesn't mean that it's not worth like making an apology. So this is a chat GPT apology.
I would like to sincerely
it's an AI program
for the recent use.
Yeah, so she got an AI program to write her apology for her. So
I would like to sincerely apologize for the recent use.
Wait, is her audio really that bad?
Of the word retard on my.
Okay, right away. Okay, you're not trying to hear that word here, right? I'm trying to stay somewhat monetized, despite the subject matter that I'm covered, and we did okay yesterday. I think we stayed monetized, so that's a W. It's not funny. Yeah, it's not funny. It's definitely not a good joke. Like what she's trying to say though is that like she just like doesn't care. Like that is the essence of what I've gotten from Keffals, is that she does not care. I remember seeing that person before. I don't know much about the Jai Keffals, like the back and forth. Like I've heard a few things, but like I haven't. It seems like the kind of thing that would take a really deep dive to really understand. Look at how much I don't care. We can see how much she doesn't care, right? This is like some old Xbox Live type comedy. Yo, my prediction is that Keffals will become an apology streamer. That's what she's gonna do. She's gonna do really bad stuff, and then she's gonna apologize with it with a non-apology, and that's gonna be her content. Because that's peak comedy, according to Keffals, right? Peak comedy is when you pretend to apologize for something, but you don't really apologize. She does care, but she's pretending that she doesn't. True. I mean, like, this is... she's also saying that she wanted to lose 16,000 followers on Twitter. I don't know how many on YouTube, but I've heard there's been some... Does anybody know? Has anybody been keeping up with the whole Social Blade Because I have not. I don't usually look at those things. I saw a Twitch, although I should, because mine is probably getting better now. I saw a Twitch debate. Chud used the R word to describe... Oh, a Twitch debate Chud, not Chud Logic. Okay, I was confused there. Used the R word to describe their own child who was born with genetic issues this weekend. The same person also calls trans people the R word. They really do give a fuck. That's the joke. That's the joke. The online left, whenever you hear that, you know you're in for a treat. Although I gotta say though, like I feel like I see a lot of people use it now. It used to be just the edgelords would be like, the online left is too fragile, but now it's everybody. What is trending? Look at this. Vaush, Satanic Temple, and the Bible, and Civil War. What the? Okay, no. This is too creepy. Keffals on a call with disabled person. Holy shit, F yourself with your id pull, you stupid liberal. Other person use the R slur again. That will win your fight against ableism. And then she does. And your whole argument is now out the window. Okay. Okay, Keffals when KF starts harassing black people. Wait, does this have, like, okay, no audio to this. It's just Walter White telling, oh my god, I can't remember this guy's name. Oh my god, Gustav or something? Yeah, telling Gustav to stay out of his... Is that who he's talking to? Maybe it's not. I can't actually tell who he's talking to. I don't remember Breaking Bad that well. Oh no, this is funny. This is funny and this is cursed. I thought about picking this up and quote retweeting it, right? The creation of an expectation that everyone must always be walking on eggshells in every single queer space has been extremely harmful to the queer community. Keffals is unironically making these spaces less toxic and more welcoming. Now, I guess I can imagine why somebody would say this. Something to the effect that, like, you know, one mistake shouldn't cut you off from, you know, a movement that you believe in forever. Okay, fair enough, right? But do you understand, like, they're regarding it as walking on eggshells, when what I see is, like, we want to make an inclusive space, right? So, you know, I get that nobody wants to walk on eggshells, but if you want liberatory movements to work together, they have to be inclusive. If you make a trans space that is not, you know, that only cares about trans issues, then it's going to be de facto, it's going to be de facto white. You know, if you make a trans space that doesn't care about issues of ableism, it's going to be de facto, you know, neurotypical. It's going to be, right? There's a reason for these things. This isn't walking on eggshells, right? And I think it's more harmful to the queer community to let racism, ableism, etc. slide in the trans community, right? We don't want to turn the trans community into a club for, like, the most privileged trans people out there, right? That's not what we're trying to do. That's not a liberatory movement. That's not solidarity. At the very least, that is not solidarity. How is not saying slurs walking on eggshells? I know, right? It's literally the easiest thing. Yeah, we're not asking you to do something. We're asking you not to do something. Or at least if you do it, to, like, acknowledge it and try to stop doing it. I don't feel like anybody's really asking as much as these snowflakes, these edgelord snowflakes are asking. Right? I feel like they're the ones that are showing fragility here. Keffals a week from now. Very funny, very funny. She literally has ADHD. Keffals fan base is deeply unserious community with deeply unserious people. Phoenix, you had a tweet, right? That I'm trying to didn't you have a tweet that, didn't you, like, picture retweet a Xanderhal thing? That was really funny and really sad. Okay, so now this is a, I think this is a DGG person. Anti-populist and anti-socialist progressive. That sounds very DGG. Pogfish, yeah, that sounds very DGG. I think that's a Destiny person, right? So constantly defaming lies about other people, i.e. Destiny, and massive lies about a police encounter to scam a large amount of money from her fans. This is Keffals fans saying I sleep, and then saying the R slurred real shit. This is somebody looking at Keffals' social blade. This is probably a few days old though, so also that's a commentary. That's an edgelord commentary streamer there. Hey Keffals, you told me on stream you are knowledgeable about disability justice. Can you define lateral ableism? I left a video definition. Oh my god, I'm afraid this is just gonna be slur. This is from, wait, this is from today's stream? I feel like this was recent. No, wait, 3 hours ago. Yeah, maybe so. She also went off on like people with cluster B. God, I'm not trying to say this right. I don't know how this works, right? But cluster B has to do with certain personality disorders. I guess it's a classification of personality disorders. I'm not super educated on this though, but she basically called out, I think everybody under a certain umbrella of diagnoses, right? Some old Xbox Live type shit. I defended Keffals when people lied about the Catboy Ranch and got mad at her for supporting. Oh, and then they got mad at her for supporting DIY HRT. I stand by that, but people lying about that doesn't justify her recent actions. These chodes like Keffals, Vaush, Destiny, Xan don't do jack shit but sit on their asses and spread worthless internet drama. This is the weird thing too, is that that's what Keffals is accusing other people of doing. Like, right, she's like, Greg Abbott is making lists. Ron DeSantis is gonna run for president, and you're focused on me? And it's like, Keffals, what have you been focused on? What have you've been focused on? Bad empanada and Tinder queers. That's what she, like, right? She just has no room to talk. I actually went off on a Twitter thread venting about my disabilities. I can't contribute a lot of the things I want to. I'm in pain often. I deal with chronic fatigue so bad that I sometimes fall asleep at random hours during the day. Oh my god. Can barely walk without walking aids. 15 minutes behind. We haven't really gotten started. We're just catching up with Twitter, kind of. And a lot of this on the Keffals hashtag is kind of old too. But good to see you, Topelzy. I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly. If I'm not, you feel free to correct me. This is okay. So this is you do indeed have a tweet. Oh, this is the tweet I was looking for. Yes, I think that's the tweet I was looking for. Oh my god, why doesn't it open up in a? I was dogpiled by Keffals stands. This is Phoenix, right? I was dogpiled by Keffals stands this summer over complete BS, and her response when I told her about it was to block me. I'm not surprised that she's trash, but it pisses me off that it took some of y'all. Yeah, a lot of you're not the only one who's frustrated by this, right? A lot of people are frustrated, even with the people that are calling Keffals out now, because there were signs earlier on that people weren't looking at, and I mean, like, I will take my culpability in this as well. I think oh, the Xan one, yeah. Now this is gonna piss you off. Okay, so wait, how do I get this? Oh my god. I'm trying to open it on stream here. Oh wait, I know. No? Let's share, yeah. Copy link. Alright. So let's take a look. Look at this. Okay, so this is Xanderhal quote retweeting one of the bigger tweets that got this all started, right? TW Racism Keffals is now encouraging her followers to go infiltrate Tinderqueer Twitter and spread misinfo and mistrust by using Picrew avatars. Now this is Xanderhal responding. It's very transphobic, racist, and ableist to accuse people who use Picrew avatars of being trolls. This is very problematic, and you should delete this. Do you see what he's doing here? You see what he's doing, right? Absolutely shameless, right? He doesn't care about ableism. He doesn't care about transphobia or racism, right? You just imagine Xanderhal with a shit-eating grin when he says this, and you'll be picturing, you know, him. You'll be picturing him correctly. Oh my god, I lost it. So I told you we were going to get into the origins of this. And this is Aaron Reed, Aaron in the Morn, right? Who I don't follow. Congratulations, no comment check. Honestly, I don't know who I follow and who I don't follow. So, like, I'm sometimes surprised when I follow shitty people. But I am not following this shitty person. This is somebody who went on with Keffals to debate Buck Angel and company. And this was just, and Keffals is claiming that the reason that she started this whole drama, that she did it on purpose. Oh, she did change her profile. Oh my god, do you see what Keffals' profile says now? She did change it. Okay, she said she was going to do this. But anyway, Keffals said that she started, so before this, Keffals was trending for this, Keffals was trending for a Twitter space that she joined along with Aaron Reed and Alejandra. Am I getting that right now? I'm not remembering this person's name correctly, but a journalist, right? A pro-trans journalist. You know, so people basically that are close with Keffals. They went on to a stream, not a stream, a Twitter space to debate Buck Angel, a bunch of TERFs, a bunch of transphobes, and people were upset about that before. Now they're upset about the Keffals thing, and so she has sort of taken the heat off of her friends, like Aaron Reed here. So that'll give you a little taste for, you know, the sort of the origins. We're gonna look deeper into this, right? Though, so because I don't entirely. There's friend of the VOD, Square Symbols. Reminder that debate bozos weaponize worlds like Tanky, Woke Skull, Tinderqueer, etc. to smokescreen their white supremacist behavior. These streamers, be it Vaush, Keffals, or their orbiters, stir up drama for clicks. They do not care about you. Very true. One of the cringiest things about this is that Keffals talks about herself in the third person for basically all of the tweets on this alt she made to mock Tinderqueers. So yeah, there's a little taste of that, right? Wait. That's not what I was looking for. That's the this is the Keffals alt, the boy wife. So yeah, calling, you know, making accusations against Keffals that are supposed to be humorous, I guess. Cancel Keffals, right? So this is like, yeah. Keffals is racist. Okay, anyway, you get the idea here. You get the idea. And this is a random small streamer chick tweeting about just getting finished and having to stop early because of computer issues. I wonder who this chick is. She seems pretty cool. Anyway, I'm gonna just say it. Judging or liking Keffals doesn't make you transphobic, and you're stupid and annoying as fuck if you use that as an argument to defend her ableism, racism. Being trans is not an excuse for being a terrible person. And the cat with a human hand giving a thumbs up. Oh, okay, so this is Phoenix voicing concern that she was able to raise 100K. Yeah, so like, right, this is the thing. I don't know how much I want to get into this because like this is like relatable to me, right? but the people who need it the least seem to be the people who get the most donations or, you know, assistance or whatever. You know, this is in terms of streamers. This is in terms of people trying to crowdfund things, trying to pay their bills. That seems to be the least interesting, you know, fundraising that you can do is, you know, help me meet my immediate needs. And it's obviously kind of the most important. This is where a lot of the stuff with Keffals, like, right, started, is that, you know, she's having a really easy time raising more money than she could possibly need. Whereas a lot of people who, you know, need that money are just not getting it. And then they get, you know, thrown on stream by Vaush and get made fun of and get, you know, attacked, get, you know, brigaded, basically. Actually, wait, is your link here? No. Phoenix, if you got your link, send it to one of my mods and we'll put it in chat, okay? Because, like, this is true, this is real, like, right? These oh, this is about Kira chats. Okay, this is old. This is the back and forth between Maya and Keffals. Okay, so I haven't read you this thread yet. We kind of missed it yesterday, and I will get back to chat in just a second. Okay, I just want to get through what's on Twitter first. Hey Keffals, I know you follow me for now, and we'll see this just in case you were wondering why I ignore your 3 attempts. Okay, so Keffals was trying to get this person on stream. This is somebody who does hacktivism. This is somebody who was, you know, got a hold of these the no-fly list, right, through some hacktivism. And, you know, as soon as that happened, they blew up into a much bigger Twitter account. And it sounds like Keffals wanted to get them on to talk, and they had no interest, right? They knew about Keffals, and they weren't coming on. So please change and grow it as a person. That is pretty, I gotta admit, this is pretty satisfying to see right here, right? Care to elaborate? We could start here and then talk about your pattern of platforming random right-wingers who don't need a platform, etc. So, yeah, this is the Bell from Blair with the Keffals is ableist. Why do we always have to uplift the absolute worst human beings as representatives? This isn't what platforming is. Okay, so there's her like dictionary. This is a dictionary argument, right? Like, really, platforming is a concept, and the concept is what effect do the choices that you make with your platform have? That's the writ large concept. Now, if you look in the, you know, if you look at the Wikipedia page, it might be more focused on the idea of bringing like, you know, a smaller creator onto a larger platform. So like Keffals will make the argument that you're only platforming somebody if they are smaller than you. So that anybody that's bigger than you, they are platforming you. You are getting eyeballs from them, and what this does is it completely ignores audience bifurcation. It completely ignores that somebody like myself is going to have a different audience than Keffals or Vaush. Somebody like Keffals or Vaush is going to have a different audience than Nick Fuentes, right? So even though you might be smaller than another social media entity, they are smaller in your demographic. So you are platforming them, right? That's my argument. That's my argument and against this kind of, you know, very reductionist take on platforming, right? I was talking specifically about the things mentioned in the thread here, such as your repeated use of the Slur and giving people such as Keemstar a platform to pretend to be redeeming themselves. Keffals comes back. Keemstar platformed me. There we go. There's the argument. There's the argument. Keemstar platformed me. I did nothing wrong. Okay, he was massive platform. Okay. I mean, that's my disagreement with her. There it is. And it looks like Maya Arson Cremu. Am I pronouncing Cremu? Is it Cremu? Maya Arson Cremu, right? Am I pronouncing? Her name? I don't see. Yeah, I'm guessing she. Oh no, it. Sorry, it is. And also goes by she, but like it looks like it is the primary pronoun. I'm not pronounced. I just want to make sure I was pronouncing its name right. But yeah, more crappy takes from Keffals about platforming. Okay, this is this is yesterday's stream, the go live thread. I wonder what Keffals supporters are up to. Oh, debating is an interesting word to use. I'd say befriending. Wait. Same set of people who have been using. Okay, so this is that we've seen this tweet before. I don't know why they're red on Shinigami eyes. I guess you can change. You know, if somebody's red for you, you can change the way they show up on a Shinigami eyes. Love how Keffals being transparently and openly racist, as well as openly lying about and defaming people, including people she calls friends, was met with almost unanimous support from her followers. But once they realized that she uses the R slur, they unfollowed her en masse. Okay, this is the Mario and Luigi joke. Vaush walked so Keffals could run? What? Oh my god. So true, bestie. I don't know how you mean it, but Chatanari. Okay, Chatanari. Boo Chatanari. That's a deep meme as well. Merrick, SDL, Vaush, and all their pals, and now Keffals, and you still don't. Oh, this is an important tweet right here. Merrick, SDL, Vaush, and all their pals, and now Keffals, and you still don't see a pattern of black queer people warning you about these folks. So this is what people are mad about. And the political streaming being a racist grift. And simply a tool for propaganda with no action. Yeah, like Keffals literally came out against organizing. The idea of organizing, according to Keffals, is bullshit. Me and other black trans women were harassed for months last year by white trans people calling out Keffals' racism. Aaron in the morning mass blocked black trans women for criticizing Keffals. Don't be surprised as we roll our eyes now that white trans Twitter has caught up. Yeah. I mean, it's a little bit of a moment for justice for people who've been victimized by this stuff, right? It's a little bit cathartic. Okay, there's today's stream announcement for me. And yeah, so I want to kind of get a sense, right? Nerd Skull apparently has, changed their mind about Keffals. This is a Twitch streamer, right? I've never watched their stuff. But I think I've talked to them like once or twice randomly. I want to see what they have to say about Keffals. Okay, this is about Matt Walsh. I mean, what are we like? Yeah, a lot of retweets here. Lot of retweets, including this person. Okay, no. There's some toxic shit in this whole there's some really toxic Keffals defenders out there, I'll just say. I just want to see Jesse Singal, February 4th. Okay, so this is before, right? Yeah, wait, was this before? No, I mean, I guess... I don't see... I haven't seen... okay, incredibly tired of shitty genderqueers who think that all queer stories need to be chaste, sexless, unproblematic PG-13 affairs. This is an environment where shitty quislings will cancel... Quislings? That's a pretty... Do you know what a quisling is? Like, I'm pretty sure a quisling is like... Isn't that like a crypto? Will cancel someone over a queer coming of age story because it's... This is... I get the feeling that we got like a fully coolly Guy Next fan here, right? And apparently I'm homophobic for use it. So I don't see the turn. I don't see like... supposedly... Nerd Skull is not defending Keffals. Same people who are been using... Yeah, so... yeah. I mean, I don't know. We scrolled down their whole... I'm sorry for bringing somebody's like timeline up here, but like I had heard that Nerd Skull has changed their mind. If they have, I guess I'm just not seeing it. A lot of people have changed their mind though, and Keffals was talking about it on stream today. Okay. Anyway, sorry about the whole Twitter thing. Wait, if we go to their top tweets though. Or latest tweets? I don't know. Okay, well, if anybody knows where like I have changed my mind about Keffals' tweet is, let me know, because I just can't find it, I guess. But supposedly they have. Supposedly they have. Okay, okay, this is kind of a banger, I gotta admit.
Austin, it was me all along, Austin. It's me, Austin. Oh, son of a bitch. What? It's me, Austin.
I'm sorry. I don't know. I'm not a wrestling fan even. Like other than I enjoyed Glow, but like I'm not a big wrestling person myself. Okay, let me read some chat. I'm sorry. Wow. I got completely sidetracked here. They were terrible during the Kiwi farm. Oh, this is the Nerd Skull was a former Twitch streamer. Okay, so not a current Twitch streamer. They're being paid by the CIA. Good information. Who's Aaron? Aaron's did you get that answered? I don't know that much about Aaron and the Morn. They're like a trans advocate. They're you know I liked wrestling when I was a kid. Yeah, Nerd Skull, awful stuff. What else did I miss? This demonstrates that the community has integrity. I don't know. Maya does seem cool. Maya is good, yes. I wish I could hear what's going on. I'm sitting in boring class. Okay, so you can't see, you can only hear. Oh no, you can't hear, you can only see. Okay, so that might have been a little bit boring for you. Let me get... I never think of the fact that I gotta make my streams like visually stimulating in addition to making them auditorily. Oh, only 93 minutes of class to go. That's a long class. I've had many long classes. Demon Mama has talked about having BPD, hasn't she? That's in Cluster B. So yeah, I guess Keffals... that's what I meant, is that like there's a lot of people that like that Cluster B includes a lot of people, right? And like to paint a group of people with such a broad I don't know, that it just seems like she's really on a spiral. What's up, Himbo Slice? Welcome to the cat cult. Welcome to the cat cult. I don't know where your emotes are. Usually you get emotes when you come in here. Why are my alerts not working? I don't know. Most sensitivity is required when telling a racist they are racist. In fact, it's too mean of a word to use at all. Yeah, the new R word. Really? That is what it feels like, yeah. Her whole chat is saying the R slur now, so that's welcoming. I have a feeling that this is going to be... Yeah, it turns out that Vince McMahon was behind it all. Context is that the reveal of a higher power who is masterminding the Undertaker. Okay, that's the really tall guy. That's all I know about. He's like an Undertaker, right? Wait, so okay, so the Undertaker was terrorizing McMahon, but it turned out the McMahon was making the Undertaker do it. Everyone is sensitive is the thing. I still need to watch the rest of Breaking Bad. Yeah, you know what? I never finished the last episode. This is gonna shock and horrify a lot of you, okay? But I watched all through Breaking Bad. Loved the series. Like, real. I mean, you know, obviously it's, you know, there's a lot of yikes stuff that happens, right? But I love the series. But like on the very last episode, the climax, right? Every single time I watched it, I fell asleep. And I wake up when it's over. And I'm like, what happened? I still don't know what happens at the end of Breaking Bad. Isn't that weird? He's the Undertaker. Wait, Vince McMahon is the Undertaker? If you never finished it, it never has to end. You're so happy. Wait, are you out of class? Is that what you're happy about? Get NCC a producer so that she gets a caption system. That's a great idea. I had a caption system, but it stopped working. Context, yeah, that would make things so much easier. What, you know what I had there's a program. I can't remember what it was called. There was a program that I had, and then I could just like I could put it like down here at the bottom. But it was not a Twitch extension. Okay, am I caught up with chat? Get NCC a producer. Like, I had a producer, okay, but she was not cut out to be the girlfriend of a streamer, unfortunately. Some stuff happened that I can't really talk about, and I still care about her a lot, but we're no longer together. So yeah, I had a girlfriend who was producing for me for a little while. Anyway, it is sad. It is very sad. Walter definitely would have voted for Trump in the beginning or in the end. Oh wait, no, the guy that plays him, right? We watched the guy that plays Walter was on Bill Maher recently, and yeah, is like kind of conservative. Jellyfish coffee, right? Jellyfish coffee? Oh yes, jellyfish coffee. There we go. My 2 p.m. class just ended, and one of my classmates reminded me, oh, 3:30 is canceled. Yeah, no, I'm celebrating right there with you. I'm right there with you, young black economist. That's cool. That's always, what's up, your neighborhood frog? Is it your neighborhood frog or your neighborhood mod? I can't tell. Anyway, we'll find out soon enough. I'm starting to wonder if Keffals is in their network is ironically making them worse. Hey, I think you're right about that, Loris. You're onto something, okay? But I don't think it's on purpose. I don't think the Keffals is like an op to destroy. I mean, I wish that Keffals was trying to destroy the Debate Bro networks from the inside. I don't think that's really what's happening. I think what it is that Keffals has taken Vaush's advice to heart and is like over applying it. Basically, Vince wanted to screw Steve Austin over, so he got the Undertaker to make up a satanic cult and kidnap his own daughter and mess up other wrestlers to keep Steve Austin from what, having the, you know, championship match or something. I mean, those are the rules. They gotta side with each other. That's, you know, that's how the clout network works. Now, like, it's up until a point, though, right? And I think what we saw with Demon Mama kind of like half calling out Keffals and then, you know, sweeping that back under the rug, right? Because she says that she doesn't like the use of the R word as an insult. Like, so Demon Mama's got the same take as I do in that regard. That, you know, you can reclaim a slur maybe for yourself, applying it to yourself, but once you start calling other people that slur as an insult, you're not reclaiming. And the Keffals' answer to that, I guess, is that she was never trying to reclaim. She was just trying to placate the social justice mob. So never apologize is only good advice for people who've done something unforgivable. All right, well, let's get down to, wait, I'm about to say brass tacks again. Where am I getting this, like, folksy stuff from? We were on part 2 yesterday. I feel like we should rewatch the end of part 1, though.
Hello, everyone.
This is part 1.
He's hawking some shit merch.
Buck Angel.
We gotta start building.
Buck Angel.
I'm sick of the fact that they are constantly.
Angel.
What in the? Who the f this? Wait, Aaron just posted a loss. Wait, what did Aaron do?
Why apologize when you can vice signal instead? Good point.
What do you think about Mike Sleepy Harlow? I don't know who that is.
That name sounds familiar, but I don't remember who they are
Wait,
either.
did I? What happened? Wait a second.
Okay, so there's Boy Wife. I think it's somewhere around here. Wait, is that?
This is so goofy. Shit postgate. What's this? Gay black. What do you think about Mike Sleepy Harlow? I don't know who that is.
Apologies are intolerable when you're stuck in black or white
New Year, like
thinking.
this energy. I mean, like, I think this is like one of the angrier streams that I've done, but I've decided that it's like, no, it's time. It's time that we make this pivot. It's time that I finally just like be equal opportunity. I'm just like I can take being on, but they're going after Aaron, and I can't.
Okay, so here's her talking about, yeah, this is the reason, this is her justification for this whole thing. She's saying that she wanted to get the attention on her instead of on Aaron and Alejandra. This is, you know, due to the debate with Buck Angel.
Accept that. We have to build.
I do think that Boy Wife is trying to make fun of, like, the name Boy Wife is supposed to be making. So Pearl's old was Twink Bride.
A new online life because these assholes.
So it's really similar to Boy Wife.
That's what I need to do. We need a new space because these people are useless. The worst part is, like, not only are they useless,
It's definitely a Twink Bride reference.
but they are an active detriment to the entire trans community.
Again, Keffals, this could apply to you a lot better than the people you're applying it to, right?
Yeah, no,
You need a new space. How about, like, if it was like just a I mean, like, listen, like, she complained earlier today that people are trying to get her to leave the left. Keffals, I hate to break it to you, but you already have. Okay? You're a leftist in name only. All right? So maybe you just need a new label, right? You're already in a new space. You're already, like, outside of the left. The plan is to move into the Blair White verse. Doesn't sound feasible. That would be tough for her, wouldn't it? She still calls herself a socialist in the Twitter bio. This type of exclusionary language is really gross. Keffals seems like a clout chaser nowadays. Never apologize, just dig deeper. I mean, it's not like she could have just admitted she was wrong and lied about Bad Empanada and kept some respect. Yeah, I mean, like, this didn't start with Bad Empanada, though. Like, I feel like this was going, yeah, the beginning of this might have been the attack on Kira Chats. I can see that maybe it started the other way around, but Keffals is only getting started and is sure to make BreadTube even more toxic than ever. Like, okay, like, so a moment, okay, this is one moment and one moment only that I will appreciate Chud logic for one thing and one thing only. Chud Logic no longer calls himself a leftist, right? Thank you. Thank you, right? You're a piece of shit, Chud, but thank you. Because I feel like these people can do a lot more harm from inside the movement than they can from outside the movement. I mean, it's hard not to look at Keffals as just a crybully herself now. She wants to be the same people she would go on about harassing her. Yeah, I mean, like, there is a striking similarity between an op like this and something that one of those harassment sites would do, and has done to, you know, people like her community. Never apologize if you don't mean it. Oh, yeah, yeah. Like, it's only bad when it happens to her, is her logic. Yeah, there's some definitely, like, home cooked logic there. There's so many sides to this. Wowzer. Okay, like, I saw omnis. Oh, you mean omni liberal? And just am both detached, but way too interested because I'm still on the outside. I still don't know. I still don't like Twitter. Twitter's hard to get into. Twitter's really not fun. Hey, what's up, V? Twitter doesn't become fun until you get into the thousands of followers, and even then it's still kind of a grind. BE is weird, but often knows what's up with these streamers. True. She hated black people who talked about her racism and tried to Darvo. I doubt they'd organize much in real life because that wouldn't work in the party I work with. In my opinion, she's always been a scammer. What's up, M Dragon? Good to see you. These people, black lesbians, are a quote-unquote detriment to the trans community. Big eye roll. She now claims that she what is it? She looked at the alts that are community created and saw that they were mostly white, and therefore her saying, yeah, get like the more diverse the better, like a black butch lesbian would be the ultimate one, right? Since a lot of her chat did not go along with her call to digital blackface, she is kind of like acting like she didn't say it or that it was a joke. She's full of excuses. I traced it all. Oh, poly people, yes, Yolkio, thank you. Oh my god, this is the problem with streamer brain. Okay, I'm gonna describe to you. Just let me get a drink of coffee here, and then I'll tell you a little story. Big drink of coffee, that is. Okay. So there's this thing called streamer brain, and I get it all the time. And what it is it's an issue of throughput. When I take in a lot of information and put out a lot of information in one day, I tend to also forget like yesterday's information and the information before that. And I'd totally forgotten about the poly thing. So thank you for reminding me, Yolkio. It probably does trace back to the poly people drama. Which may have been something that you know, Vaush or somebody in the cloud, like, Poly was a problem for the Clout Network, right? I am a problem for the Clout Network. Even, you know, even Zera, yeah, I absolutely gulped it. Zera's, you know, been, you know, brought up on screen by Keffals before, right? So, you know, we're a problem for the Clout Network. You can see how that could be an issue. Well, here's the deal, chat. If I forget something, feel free to remind me. I'm never going to take it. Oh, by the way, follow Zera. Follow Zera. I'm going to copy this link and I'm going to put it in chat for you to follow Zera's YouTube. There you go. Yeah, it's a huge issue, so that's why I'm relying on you to be my memory, okay? I am the childlike empress, and I have no memory and no name, and I'm relying on you to give me both. So please, help me. Please help me. I watched her vid on Finster, and I didn't know how to feel about Finn either, since they interact. Are you talking about Polly or about Keffals? I am a black butch lesbian, so this especially pisses me off, says Phoenix Rising 87. Soft butch, that is. Yeah, this is it's a weird thing to say. It's like she just has no self-awareness. or you know what I say? I feel like I'm actually cutting her a break when I say she has no self-awareness. Maybe she does. Maybe she's just this, you know, it's bad. You feel appreciated. Yeah, I definitely need you for to remind me of you know, just what happened like a week or two ago, right? I'm mostly a YouTube watcher, so the drama is just flying over my head. What are we chatting about? Yes, Keffals. Yes, Keffals. Yeah, we're still on Keffals. That seems to be what everybody's talking about. So we're doing a little bit of a deep dive into the Picrew Invasion. So just for anybody who's joining us right now, the Picrew Invasion is this plan that Keffals put together. She made an alt. It's called Boy Wife. It's Picrew. And it says, like, you know, stuff like tone indicators or I block, you know, neo-pronouns, right? And she's like kind of making fun of people like this, right? So yeah. We might do we might do a little Picrew making of our own later. I'll see how you all feel about that. But I found a cool Picrew side. We're not going to do an invasion though, okay? No invasions or anything like that. But Picrews are fun. Picrews are wholesome. And I found a really cool one. So yeah, so she creates this Picrew, creates this Twitter account, tells her followers to make Picrew accounts. She says the more diverse, the better. Like a black trans lesbian, you know, like, right, cites that as being like, you know, something like, you know, make it really diverse, right? And you know, it's like, you know, this is cringe. Like, I mean, not usually the way that cringe usually gets applied isn't towards edgelords. But this is some really cringy edgelord shit, I gotta say. Like, it's making me uncomfortable to even talk about it. I'm just the messenger, right? But I'm cringing even explaining this stuff, right? So yeah, so she makes this alt. She has her chat make alts as well, and the idea is that they're gonna infiltrate Tinderqueer Twitter. They're gonna mix in with all the Tinderqueers, and they're gonna cause chaos. And they're going to make all the Tinderqueers like unfollow each other and block each other because they're going to be paranoid that every Picrew avatar, the more diverse, the more, you know, they'll be paranoid about it, like is a secret like Keffals stan trying to screw up the community, right? So yeah, that was the plan. She talks about it here. We're going to watch this. Then Xanderhal comes on after this. So we've got a little bit more to watch with Keffals. We're trying to do a deep dive, finding out what this whole conspiracy was about in the first place, and then trying to trace it back to its origins, which Yolkio has just reminded me may very well be her attack on poly people. If I ever have something to tell you, oh yeah, send it through Zera. Wait, oh my god, am I so bad at like I don't know, when I DM streamers to try to remind them of something, they tend to freak the fuck. Okay, I'm not gonna do that, young black economist. And folks, okay, so I said folks again. What is wrong with me? Am I Sarah Palin here? I feel like Sarah Palin. What's up, Kilmandra? Taco Cat, good to see you. Yeah, no, I feel like, okay, so anyway, what I'm trying to say is that, like, never feel like you are going to get in trouble or you're going to be, like, I'm going to look down at you for DMing me something. I may or may not get back to you on it. Like I said, I'm a very busy woman right now, but I'm never going to get mad about it, okay? Like, I'm not the type to get mad. I do try to get through my DMs, and especially if it's something important, like I want to hear it. I want to hear it. Hoping Finn will disavow Keffals. That would be amazing. I don't know. I don't know how plugged in. Well, then again, this is taken over Twitter, so maybe Finn will find out. But I understand your caution on that, young black economist, given the behavior of certain streamers. You have. I can understand how you'd be a little bit nervous about that. Hey, what's up, Earthshock? There's nothing wrong with folks. I mean, I feel like Nazi Germany kind of ruined it. If I'm being honest. Nazi Germany ruined it for me. And they spell it different, but... Thank you for the follow, Femboy Adam95. Meow.
They're evil.
Yeah, Cole James Cash. This was another thing that happened on Twitter. I didn't find those threads, but I am aware of kind of what's going on. It's an issue with platforming in light of allegations and some stuff that that has happened to people that Cole has worked with in the past. So we may or may not get into that. That's my problem? Wait, why is that my problem?
Time for someone to build twat.
Look, I said I forget things a lot. I'm not going to forget history.
Screw these. I'm gonna build my own online.
Oh yeah, you're right. That's just the word for people in German. Long as you don't refer to your pit crew as the Volkssturm, Volkssturm, you're good. Probably a tenderqueer now because I just can't listen to her use the R slur. Yeah, I mean, like, she definitely considers us, tenderqueers, right? Basically, they're trying to do what I used to do, but, like, without knowing the ins and outs of it. They're doing it on main, Kilmandra, and I don't know if you ever did anything like this on I mean, I don't really know your history or anything, but I like, they're doing this on main. And I think the main goal seems to be to make people paranoid about trusting each other and working with each other, right? I mean, Xanderhal makes sense for doing this because he was an edgelord Failson who probably, she's acting so much like Xanderhal now, like, right? She was even talking about in her game Raft, she wanted to get to Gamer Island. It felt very, very Xanderhal. He was an edgelord Failson who probably was laughing on 4chan about black people dying, or speaking as a pseudo Failson. Keffals got this from Vaush. Oh my god. Yeah, smooch that like button if you don't mind on YouTube. But yeah, that's what we're still dealing with this. Oh yeah, it's currently Black History Month. Good reminder, right? And apparently this was news to Keffals, right? Somebody mentioned that she did all this during like Black History Month. And she was like, you expect me to know it's Black History Month? I have to have a clock to tell me what day it is. I'm completely out of it. I don't understand the problem with tone. And yeah, the thing is, like, I've never heard somebody use like tone indicators like the way that she's trying to make fun of tone indicators or I block. The reason that people like tone indicators is because in the context of Twitter, which is no context at all, it's almost impossible to know what somebody means. And if you're not sort of plugged into what they've been saying, if you're just scrolling through and you see a tweet, you don't know what tone it's meant in. So, how are you, other than tone indicators work, right? That's, if you think Volks is somehow tied to Nazi, I don't think that I'm going to invoke like the Third Reich to come back if I say Volks. It's just weird. That's all. Does that make sense, Earthshock? Yeah, I just blocked anyone who liked that Picrew's assemble tweet or followed a boy wife. I did see some people that followed I thought about doing that, but I actually didn't do that just because I knew that some people might. Like, there's some people that follow anybody that, like, is in their network and seems cool. And so I could imagine somebody on a cursory glance being like, oh, cool, boy wife, let me, like, I don't know. Like, so what I did, I did a, like, much deeper dive and far, my criteria for blocking these people was pretty tight. So I just wanted to make sure I didn't fall into her trap of blocking people that were innocent. Because that's kind of what she's going for here. She doesn't just want to sow discord in the tenderqueer community. She also wants people to get paranoid, and so I'm trying not to fall for that paranoia. But yeah, I understand if you want to be safe. Just kind of and also it took the thing that I did. I spent like an hour. I spent an hour systematically blocking all these accounts, making sure they were what I thought they were, and then blocking them. So yeah. It was a lot. It was a lot. I unblocked everyone today. Wait, like everyone you've blocked? I don't understand the problem. Yeah. So basically, yeah, they're trying to do. Oh my god, I'm trying to catch up with chat here. What do you think of Keffals? Who do you think Keffals learned this crap from? We should call it infograding. Interesting. Tenderqueer is an LGBT person who is sensitive. That's the way that Keffals uses it. I think originally it was supposed to refer specifically to like white LGBTQ people who would be racist and then try to hide behind their queer identity to avoid accountability of like, oh no, I can't be racist, I'm gay, right? That kind of thing. Also, Volkswagen is the gayest car company So we can reclaim it now. Yeah, I mean, I guess so. I don't. Okay, here's the real deal behind folks. All right. When I say it, it sounds old. It sounds like something that, like, you know, it sounds folksy, right? I don't know. I don't think is folksy part of my brand? People should reclaim Tenderqueer to play along with her Griff. Oh my god, I'm thinking about it. I mean, we've already kind of reclaimed Woke Scold here. I just did the maths, and I need 405 to pay off. Oh wow, did somebody put up Phoenix's GoFundMe link? Pretty flippant about blocking, to be honest. Oh. You unblocked everybody. That's really brave. Apparently Keffals is doing that too. Although I don't know. We'll see. We'll see if she unblocks me on main. I'm not really. I kind of like being blocked by Keffals. Like, right? I can watch her on her main, right? Because oh no, she's on Boy Wife here, so she would see my tweets on as Boy Wife. But when she's on main, I know that she's not gonna scroll through my tweets because she's blocked me, right? And that's kind of nice. So I'm not really looking forward to being unblocked by Keffals, but oh well. I mean, I could block her if I really cared about it that much. I don't like the word folks because it reminds me of my hippie teachers in high school. For me, it sounds like weirdly like conservative. I don't know. It just sounds like I don't know how to explain it.
Yeah, Jesus Christ. I was trying to find something else. I forget where it went.
Wait, I should say Deloitte. Oh yeah, Deloitte. Instead of Volk. And it would be Vulcan for folks in German. I know a little bit about German. Don't like to use folks because I don't like the sound of it. It's not a bad word at all. It just, yeah, I mean, I need tone indicators because I get so nervous on what people mean. Yeah, I mean, it's helpful. It's helpful, right? That's all.
But yeah, no, if anyone has any of the others, I was like just going through this, trying to figure out what the discourse was on trans Twitter. Wait, Aaron just posted a loss? Wait, what did Aaron do? Joined right after calling my stepmom and went dinner. Huh? Oh yeah, I was looking for sorry, God, you post a lot. If both sides are basically all saying the same thing about your little Nazi chat party, what did you accomplish? The one thing that I learned about Buck Angel is that Buck Angel is a massive pussy. You cannot take any pushback. Like, no pushback. Paper thin skin on that dude. He's so whiny. Like, that entire...
You know, none of these debate streamers talk like regular human beings. You want to know what they talk like? They talk like each other. I've noticed that, right? So, and where that comes from is that they like, I mean, in the first place, maybe some of them were inspired by each other, right? Some of, like, you know, the like Vaush is inspired by Destiny, that's why he kind of talks like Destiny. Xanderhal is inspired by Destiny and Vaush, that's why he kind of talks like Destiny and Vaush. Like, they tend to talk like each other. They tend to adopt each other's way of speaking. Some of that's just from listening to each other, right? If they want to learn the trade, you know, part of that is like knowing, you know, just like a musician would listen to somebody else, right? And they're going to start playing like their hero. But part of it is probably also kind of, you know, calculated, and part of it is like social circles, right? But you're right, they do speak differently than normal human beings. They have like their own language, and some people will adopt that language in order to kind of fit right in. Shark sounds exactly like Xan and Vaush too. And Keffals is starting to sound like Vaush. Keffals sounds like a first-year sorority initiate. No comment. I've encountered it in commentary debates. Again, can I just say, F ContraPoints for downplaying. Oh God, yeah, there's so many things about Buck Angel that ContraPoint should have been aware of. And my thought is that she probably got that recommendation through Theron Meyer, who is was a friend of hers, maybe even a collaborator of sorts, and you know, very plugged into the right wing, you know, the trans right wing sphere, right? Theron Meyer. And so like that's my thought of where the idea came from. But like after it's pointed out to you, ContraPoints, like you can apologize and say, I didn't know. I was like, Buck Angel had like people know about Buck, people knew about Buck Angel, like, and it wasn't like some minor thing, right? People don't get this about Buck Angel. It's not just that he's an older, like ContraPoints represented Buck Angel as he was an older trans dude who just didn't kind of get it and he wasn't very politically correct. It's more than that. Buck Angel is a MAGA chud, okay? Buck Angel is a, you know, far right dude, right? And that's what was glossed over, right? And yeah, so it needs an apology at the least. I don't think that having a right winger read a line of text on your video is like the end of the world, but you do need to acknowledge it, and it is a mistake, and you should probably vet stuff a little bit better. Not that like you have to be perfect and like, you know, pick the very best people for every, you know, collaboration that you do, but like Buck Angel is like an extreme circumstance. Like Buck Angel goes on with people like Rose of Dawn, right? Do you all know Rose of Dawn? Rose of Dawn is like a British Blair White wannabe, kind of. Yeah. So, Rose of Dawn unironically created a movement called alt-trans. When the alt-right was trending, Rose of Dawn said, I want this for me, right? And she created the alt-trans label. And, you know, Buck is somebody that she's worked with extensively. So yeah, ContraPoint should have known, you know, who she was working with. I don't think it's the end of the world. I think she could have easily apologized for it. She didn't, though. She was in the same mode that Keffals is in now, where like apologies are a sign of weakness. And you can never give in to the woke scolds. You can never give in to the tender queers, or else they'll tear you apart. And I don't think that's true. Contra's handling of the Buck Angel thing was not very good. Yeah, and I mean, I'm somebody who appreciates a lot of ContraPoint's earlier content, right? I think she's a good video essayist, a good writer. You know, like has some pretty good ideas. Like, I thought that her God, what was the video where everybody turns into rhinoceroses, like the Ionesco play? You know what I'm talking about? It was like a debate sort of situation. Like, I mean, I'm not somebody who hates ContraPoints, is what I'm trying to say. But that Buck Angel thing was like, you know, the thing that she said about pronoun circles was something that I couldn't defend. And then the Buck Angel stuff was something that just really it's just horrible. And I mean, I guess she earned a few points with me for leaving Vaush in the dust at long last, but she did a lot of content with Vaush too, so I don't know. It's a sad thing for me. It was debating the alt-right with the rhinos. I had no idea he was true scum. Yeah, Buck is super yikes. Super. I haven't watched Shark in a while. I don't remember him sounding that much like Zena or Vaush. I haven't watched him either, so I don't really know. He outed one of the Wachowski sisters. True, yeah. That's true. And the domestic, somebody else mentioned domestic abuse with Buck Angel. Posting that L, am I right? My nickname for followers? Yeah. Well, Destiny would always say my dudes. And then Demon Mama would say my imps, and yeah, it's like that. What are Xanderhal's followers called? I don't even know. Calling people words and autistic slurs is all the debate bros do reflexively. Contra's early videos helped me a lot with figuring myself out post egg hatching. He abused his ex-wife. Outing Lana was part of that abuse. I really hate Buck Angel. I've forgiven Contra for that long ago. Yeah, I mean, that was a long time ago, and like, you know, some of the things that she's done more recently are kind of encouraging, so Whisper of a Dream. Also, Buck Angel put together the letter, oh yeah, of trans men against trans people. Buck Angel is part of Gays Against Groomers. Yeah, I mean, like, the list goes, like, there's, like, I cannot encapsulate all that's wrong with Buck Angel, but it's a whole ass laundry list.
Space was full of the like biggest pussies.
He went on the Hillary Clinton show. God damn it, Contra. God damn it, Contra. Oh, you mean the R word. What's up, Aradak? Good to see you. A Buck Angel was pushing Blanchardianism. God, that discredited... Oh my god. Do we all know what Blanchardism is? Ray Blanchard? Ray Blanchard is a weird chaser who came up with a theory about trans people that no one should take seriously, because it's like, source, my ass. That's what Ray Blanchard did. He pulled his theory out of his ass and said, as somebody who's been a chaser of trans women for a very long time, I can tell you that there's two types of trans people, and you've heard this stuff before, I'm sure, right? Because there's edgy fucking, like, 4chan type people that have adopted this, right? If you're a trans woman, you're either an AGP, ew, right? If you like girls, or you're a based HSTS if you like guys. But like, what he's basically saying is that all trans women are either sexually attracted to ourselves if we're into women, or we're gay men pretending to be women because it's more socially acceptable if we're into men, right? And like the modern Fortran TTTT type, I shouldn't put this all on TTTT. Every time I criticize TTTT, I get TTTT people in the comments saying, no, we're really not like that, but go ahead and step on me, mommy. They love it when I talk shit about them, so I try not to do it too much, right? They love it when I talk shit about them. But yeah, the modern, like, edgy, like, trans person, like, they maintain this idea of, like, AGP versus HSTS, but it's more like a status thing now. It doesn't even have to do with, like, who you're attracted to. It's some weird stuff. We'll have to do a deep dive someday, right? What's up, Ubafly? Mew, Buck's transphobia goes well beyond true scummery. Yeah, it's so hard to describe how bad he is. Sounds like he got rejected by trans lesbians and made up a theory about it. Possibly. That's a good backstory for Blanchard. If we need a evil, like, comic book villain backstory for Blanchard, that might be it. Hillary Clinton is one of the most evil people alive. True. Sorry, I had to talk like Demon Mama and Xanderhal. Like, you know what I'm talking about? True. Yeah. Anyway, it's cringe. Ken Zenith also promotes Blanchardianism. I haven't heard of Ken Zenith. Jordan Peterson thinks Blanchard and Zucker are smart. Oh. That feeling when Senpai notices you. Wait, have I not noticed? Is there something I'm mentioning? I don't know if I'm Senpai. Is it Ken Zucker? Oh, right. Whatever his name is. Toronto, not sending their best. Most of the trans women who talk about it are joking about it, barring the TTTT weirdos. Yeah, but every time I talk about TTTT on TikTok, they see it and it's weird. They want me to abuse them, like, right? And I feel strange about that, right? I feel really strange about that. I can't deal with TTTT. I was talking about TTT when TTTT sees that you were talking about them. Yeah, and they love it for some reason. The meaner I am, the more they like it.
Ever. Like, you're going to say all this vitriolic
Oh, he's a professor at U of Toronto with Peterson. I see.
and then get mad at
Zucker is a predator?
me when I push back on you. Okay. Like, come on. Like, Buck knew exactly who I was. This is common knowledge. But he pretended he didn't because he wanted to be above it, even though it's like, no, you're not. He's literally just, like, going to change his opinion to whatever is going to get him the most money at the time. He's literally a grifter. Like, okay, you like let's go. Let's take a look at Buck Angel. Let's see what Buck goes up to.
Bucko. Here we go.
He's hawking some shit merch.
So give that thread some love if you haven't already. Help us blast off with our stream announcement thread.
So, okay, please know the difference between trans activists and transsexual people. I am not a trans activist. Oh, and then you go to his banner. Charismatic trans activist. Activist. Oh, what? Your banner calls you a trans activist? Oh, wow. It's like, Jesus Christ, you're just sipping on, it's like, dude, lay off the dudes. Jesus Christ. I can't take these and it's like, when I get the opportunity to push back, they're like, how dare you? How dare you? How dare you? It's like, I don't give a about your civility politics, dude. Yeah, just like a little, yeah, no, I'm the grifter here and he isn't.
Why can't I pen this? There we go. It's penned.
Please drink water. Fine, you. Drink water.
I hate to inform Keffals, but she's not some huge celebrity. Grifter, another term that's lost all meaning.
Fine. I hate this. We can have disagreement, but we need some semblance of unity. Otherwise, we're gonna rot in concentration camps. This is not time to be reactionaries and complain about personal gripes with the trans activists fighting on the ground, suffering the brunt of harassment and doxing. There's a room for criticism, but berating another trans person for standing up and pushing back against Nazis, people, I hate this so much. Oh yeah, no. I think that I think this might be a good time to start using. We gotta start building. We gotta build an alternative to what exists. Or at the very least, we need to push back against this toxic as behavior and make people feel that it is not okay to do that. I mean, we can't make them, we can't make them go, but like, what do these people do? They build echo chambers, right? We can make them echo chamber themselves.
And I talked about this yesterday, probably at this time, but this stuff seems to apply a lot more to Keffals than it does to the people she's applying it to.
We don't need to build a wall. We can just make them build.
Streaming will stop the G side. Yes.
The wall themselves.
Yes.
That's it.
I'm
sick of how toxic the trans community is. I'm sick of the fact that they are constantly purity testing every single person every day. Wait, they can stay in their echo chambers, just block them and keep working? No, that's putting you in an echo.
Wait, but do you don't understand that the way that you're tone policing like these Tinder queers, it kind of puts you in the position of I don't know, like, right? Does she have no self-awareness whatsoever? Now you're in my territory. I've been running an org for years now, sitting on razor's edge to help homeless people in a place. Never seen your ass there.
Chamber. That's it.
She's building a wall.
That's
yeah.
It. If you're literally describing...
I feel like she's purity testing. I feel like there's this weird like edgelord purity testing that's going on, and she's attacking people who don't meet her purity test.
Building an echo chamber. That's how we got into this mess in the first place.
She's really swallowed the Vaush narrative of Gamergate till now, hook, line, and sinker, right? It's Vaush's take.
Make them block you. Don't block them. Make them block you.
Projection.
I wish the community would go, wait, we should be attacking the people who want us to die. No, for real.
I mean, she might not care. Good point, Taco Cat. She literally purged her chat.
Take over the discourse by not ignoring it. That's right. Like Somniostatic.
She's the one purging her chat. Good point, V. Yeah.
That's what you need to do, right? Like if you just...
I'd fail that test too.
If you try and just ignore it, you are giving...
I feel like failing the test is some kind of success though. Like you're passing the test of being a good person. Purity is when you don't call people slurs. Exactly.
It to them. You're giving them the discourse. They win. Once you start ignoring it, they win.
We all have to be okay with white supremacy and ableism, or get out.
What in the... Who the f*** this?
That's a good question, V. So here's what I've noticed, okay? Is it TOS for her to tell her fans to harass people? The boy wife, the alt that she created, and some of the Picrew alts, they're you know, what is it? It's not banned, but like deactivated or disabled, right? Twitter has moderated some of this stuff, so Maybe it's terms of service on Twitter. Now, she is a Twitch partner, but this is all considered off-platform behavior. And like as we saw last week with the White Nervosa thing, off-platform behavior is held up to a different standard. It's a much higher standard for getting in trouble for stuff that you do off-platform. But there's the other question of, is this TOS for YouTube? YouTube has community guidelines. They're not nearly as stringent as Twitch's, but I think things like encouraging harassment, I think that's still officially not okay on YouTube. This is the same person who just made a 10-hour stream about what Kira Chat said 10 years ago, which she has since denounced. We all have to be okay with, yeah, exactly. The issue is enforcement never matches what is illegal. When streamers talk about organization, well, she's just come out as being like anti-organization, right? Hunter Avalon is attacking Keffals now from the left. That's the position that she's found herself in, right? When Hunter Avalon suspended. Thank you, Electric Brain. You are truly my electric brain. You're remembering the thing that I'm not able to come up with. So that's very helpful. But yeah, no, she's literally come out as being like anti-organization. It's weird.
Taint McQueef. When you're gay. True.
She's a wannabe COINTELPRO.
Leftism is when you fed post. Okay, I think everyone here, if you want to, but you should, make a burner account on Twitter. Grab a random Picrew from Google. It's time to do some gay ops. It's time to do some gay ops.
And like, look, when you tell me it's time to do some gay ops, I kind of get excited. But this doesn't seem very gay. Are you sure you're not doing straight ops? Kira Chats is based, says a young black economist. I don't know what else to call specifically trying to poison. Well, so in that, regard, Twitter does seem to have recognized it, some problem with what she's doing, right? Like I said, the boy wife and some of the other accounts have been taken down. I was actually going to go with you and look at one of these accounts and kind of show you what to look for, how to pick these accounts out, because there are ways that you can do it. And I want people to make sure to not accidentally block innocent parties in the mix. That's what Keffals wants you to do. That's her whole goal here, is to try to get you to suspect people who match a certain profile that is what she's calling genderqueer. And that's obviously, we don't want to fall for that. But unfortunately, or fortunately, a lot of these accounts have been taken down. And that makes me think that Twitter, under Elon Musk, right? If you don't know, Elon Musk has there's a lot of things that Elon Musk will allow, but this is apparently not one of them. Of course she's anti-org, because it requires her to pick a side and do some actual work. You can't run a grift. You can't leech money by pretending to care. Most of all, doesn't get to be in charge, right? Get in, loser. We're doing some gay ops, right? That sounds exciting. That sounds great. I'd be like, yeah, I'll get right in to the gay op, the gayest op of all.
I wish they had me on to speak, so I gotta pee. I would have bodied Buck. He thinks he speaks for all trans men.
Yeah. I'll be right back.
If we gay ops Picrews, we will make them all turn on each other. Because if they catch wind of my plan to build a community of people who do gay ops with Picrew accounts, they will not trust Picrews anymore, and they will turn on themselves. You don't know these words. Picrew is it's a character builder, and they look like these guys right here. I shouldn't free scroll like this, right? I shouldn't free scroll like this. What if you're straight? You're welcome here. I believe in straight rights. I am an ally to the straight community. All right. I made my first tweet. If you have a Picrew account, just reply to this. I'm going to follow all of the Picrews. We are going to build the biggest gay ops force of all time.
All right,
If
I'm going to be
anyone replies
right
to this
back.
and you're not a Picrew, I will just block you. If that's true, be more bi. Yeah, I am bi. Oh, this is gonna be great. You just got here. Are we spreading misinfo? Yeah, I'm doing gay ops on Tender Queers by encouraging my I'm encouraging my followers to make Picrew accounts and infiltrate Tender Queer Twitter. Because once they catch wind of the plan that we're using Picrews to infiltrate Tender Queer Twitter, they're going to all become incredibly suspicious of Picrews and they will eat each other alive. Does it matter which Picrew? No, just use a random one. But the more diverse, the better. Like, make it like a black butch lesbian with like, I don't know. You'll figure it out. I believe in you. I have faith in everyone here. Five flags or more. Do I got any assemblers? Never. This is not a Picrew. I'm blocking you. Sorry, I said if you want me to do blackface in transit, that's not doing blackface. First of all, it's like I can't tell you what to do. But I can't tell you what to do, first of all. But second of all, don't even tell me what your account is. I don't want to know. It should not be. I'm the only one here where the account can be traced back to me because I'm like stupid enough to live stream this. You're too old to begin. Okay, hold on. This is the Picrew maker. How do I make this in English? English. Agree and play. This is the Picrew maker. You can use this to make a Picrew, and then it'll do this, right? And then you get your Picrew. All right, I'll just send this. I'll send this to everyone. Okay? Xanderhal raid, yo, we're doing gay ops, everyone. We're doing gay ops. Make a Picrew, and then respond to this account. I refuse. Wait, is this new? Is this a Picrew? Yes? Dumbass? Okay, 0 followers. I'm your first. Let's go. Real? Femboy ASD? Got Femboy autism spectrum disorder. Let's go.
Okay,
Is Zana
so
in the call?
you can see
Okay,
you
hold
can
on.
see that she's kind of like making fun of like this is a caricature of you know, online queer culture basically. And like, is butch an insult? Like, I mean, it shouldn't be, but the way that she's using it, right? I wonder. I always use not the sharpest tool in the shed, or not the brightest bulb, or something along those lines. You like to use Smash Mouth lyrics. That's respectable. That's respectful. Roger that way. There's something else that I didn't read, isn't there? That attaches to something. She just seems really sad and like she's isolating herself into these white groups of aggrieved people. Yeah, I'm too old, so I don't know. It's giving internalized bigotry. Like, go girl, like, girl, go to there. Yeah. Is butch, like, I mean, it shouldn't be. Like, I don't know. In my mind, butch is, like, fucking cool. Like, right, but so is femme. Like, it's not. It's just, like, it's a cool thing about you. Right? Not the brightest tool in the shed. There we go. There we go. Hogwarts Legacy has a trans character, a woman named Sirona Ryan, or Sirona. Harry Potter naming conventions are beyond parody. Yeah, there is something about the naming conventions there. Wait, Joni's got the answer. Butch is mostly reclaimed. Okay, good. Trying to make sure I'm not missing things in chat. Her turf transformation is almost complete. I say the same stuff in every chat I go into about racism. I notice if streamer is receptive or not. Kira has always been receptive, even one time when I think I accidentally embarrassed her on some subject knowledge. Still reads the chat and admits she has much to learn. And that's the difference, right? Like, Keffals thinks that, like, one slip up and she's gone, and it's clearly not the case. People want Keffals to be a leader for the trans community, right? That doesn't mean that that's what Keffals wants to do, and that's not what, you know, Keffals is doing right now, but it is, she did show some leadership earlier last year when a lot of the legislation started to come down. Right, and I think a lot of people, you know, want that Keffals back. But I mean, yeah, it's up to Keffals whether, you know, who is she really? Was that real? Was that the real her, or was that, you know, something that she was putting on? Like, right? These are questions I can't answer. These are questions only Keffals can answer. But her saying that people have made up their mind about her is wrong. Like, I mean, she is not getting it here, right? She's making assumptions that don't hold true. Oh yeah, you have an Asian character. Yeah, all the names in every there's so many examples of Hogwarts characters with yikesy racist names.
And let me call Zan.
We're gonna call Zan, because, you know, that's if you're gonna do a gay ops, that's who you want. And on that is Xanderhal. My understanding, though, just so everybody is on the same page here, I think gay ops is like a harassment site term, right? It sounds like a cool thing, but it's not, right? It's oh my god, yeah, Kingsley Shacklebolt. Yeah, there's so many examples of horrible Hogwarts names. She's currently leading other racist people to harass black trans people. Also, genuinely, internet apologies are so rare. What just happened? Subgoal got met? Wait. How? What? Clan ops is better than gay ops. True, true. Wait a minute. I don't understand how that happened. Did somebody just donate on or did somebody just sub on Twitch? Somehow we completed a I have no idea. Maybe somebody upgraded and I just don't have the sound for upgrade. Gay Up sounds very 4chan. Yeah, you got the right idea. KF, you just subbed on Twitch. Okay, it's not showing me your sub. There's something really wrong here. Let me make sure that we are enabled to be able to even Twitch alerts, though they're on. That's super weird. Okay, something's going on with my Twitch alerts, but thank you. Thank you, Paul Squall, for the sub.
I don't know if Zan will pick up the call, but I called Zan.
Look, if what you want to do is attack, like, trans people and black people, I'm pretty sure Zan's going to pick up the call. He can't resist.
Okay. All right. Is Zan's profile picture a Picrew? Are you a hugger? I am a hugger. I do like hugs. I refuse. All right, you're a Picrew. Transverse : you are not a Picrew. You get blocked. I'm sorry, Taint McQueef. Sheriff, you retard. Okay, this rules.
Keffals can't even think to call it K-Ops, yeah.
Oh, he ended because of an internet outage? L. Is this better? Yes. Yo, we're getting so many Picrew friends. Okay, fine. Yo, let's go.
Okay, so there's the moment when it happened. There's, you know, there's your proof. There's what actually, there's some controversy about, like, what actually happened. Was she kidding about this? Was she serious about this? Like, what was going on here, right? There's controversy about this. So I wanted to kind of rewatch this moment and...
Block you? Okay, how do I unblock again? Settings, security, no. I'm such a Holy.
Oh, we're on part
Walks,
2 already.
walks.
Yeah.
There you go. You're back.
Hey, Zan, you want to do some cyberbullying? You son of a bee. I'm in. I'm done with Zan. He called FD Signify. Yeah, no, he's like weirdly jealous of like a black left tube, right? He went down a list of black left tubers and like insulted them all, right? Yeah, Zan's got something weird going on. Be gay, do crimes. Yeah, not ops. Exactly. So when does she call? Who does she call for support? Xanderhal. Yes.
How'd you change it to English? There should be like a little Google Translate button in your browser bar. How can we help? Make a Picrew account.
He does a lot of Pepe posting.
Your wife, Chris. Your wife.
Right? Okay, so that's no, Zara told me not to be afraid of this, like
Okay.
yeah, it's funny, black leftovers are zooming past him in subs on YouTube. That's why, I mean, maybe that's why he's mad. He's jealous of Noah Samson, too. He doesn't like that their channels are growing, and debate channels are not. Okay, so you see what I'm doing here. She must have played it again. Oh my god. Keffals, you little rascal.
Did I follow? Peach? Let's go!
Why is Keffals anti-org? Because apparently it takes her 10 minutes to dial the phone.
LB, make yourself a Picrew.
Also, make sure you're liking the stream on YouTube. That's what lets YouTube know that you're enjoying yourself and tells YouTube to bring more people in.
Madeline, thank
That is
you.
exactly what we need right now. Chat.
Chaos engage. Let's go. Am I a Picrew? Glad I'm not a dog cock lover.
I'm gonna let you know right now, chat. I dream of being a gang star. Okay, I want to have as many concurrents in chat as Demon Mama. I want to put her in a very uncomfortable position where ignoring me, pretending that I don't exist, is actually kind of uncomfortable for her because I'm right there, you know, with her in terms of engagement, right? I want to do that. So please let YouTube know that this stream needs to grow. You could also help that.
That's pretty good.
You can also help by liking and retweeting my tweet.
Okay, wait. I'm scared. I don't want to. Hold on.
Yeah, that like button is
cap.
huge.
I got sent the cap.
That's not even the right cap. Is that Gammy's cap? I don't think that's. I mean, it's saying the same thing, and it's the same color. But I know my Gammy lore better than Keffals apparently, which is sad. It's not a flex. It's not a flex.
Oh,
wait, is that a
Picrew
JoJo?
friends. Okay, we're doing this.
Is that a menacing Picrew? Oh my god, the Keffals has JoJo fans? Why don't I have the JoJo fans? Do we have any JoJo fans? Any JoJo fans out there? Respond with ora. I have no Twitter, and yet I must block. I understand that.
We are so doing this.
Yes! Give me an ora in chat if you're
Actually,
a JoJo
I need
fan.
to unretweet that so I don't
Ora,
immediately
ora.
blow my gay op. I feel like this one.
Yare dase.
Do we have any mods in chat? Jesus Christ.
Please no DM hate, then tell DM to stop hating me. I'm banned in her chat. You cannot mention my name, okay? That's the DM hate. It's DM hating on no comment chick. Like, please get that straight or get out. Rero. That's some deep stuff.
I think I need
was somebody
more
else
mods because
hating on
that
Demon
was
Mama?
incredibly slow to the draw.
Yeah, I mean, you're like, just understand when you're talking about Demon Mama, you are talking about a member of the Vaush Clout Network. You're talking about a member of White Nervosa's sussy, White Leaf org. This is, right? Demon Mama, maybe used to be a good person at some point. Maybe somewhere deep within, there's like still a good person down there. But we have not seen Demon Mama even just be her own mama in a long time. She had a chance to call Keffals out on her bullshit. And all she'd do is say that it's wrong to use the R slur as a pejorative, which, based, I'm glad you said that, but you won't say it to Keffals' face. You won't call Keffals out on that. And there's a reason for that. You care more about your brand than you do about marginalized people in your audience, Demon Mama. So I'm going to be 100% with you, right? If you ask me how I feel about another streamer, and I have very strong feelings about that, like, I'm going to let you know, okay? Demon Mama is somebody that has hurt me and my community a lot. Every single time that she needed to be there with solidarity, she wasn't, okay? She's absolutely let that go and put her career first. So, I mean, there's not hate. That's real. That's real. Those are facts, all right?
They tried really hard, but also, like...
I am all about second chances, but you got to actually ask for that second chance.
Also, like... Okay, I don't know. It's okay. Hypothetical. Let's say I will never be a woman. Okay, and then what? Like, both men and women want to me. I won. I don't care. I literally, my gender will be whatever. I don't give a I'm fine with myself. I don't care what you call me. Yeah, just like hope, cook, seed. I don't give a shit. All right, Zan's coming on in a bit, so I can talk about my my plan.
You gotta discuss your plan with Zan.
I refuse to pick crew. I feel like if I block blue sync will tell me to like unblock. Heading down to the soup kitchen to feed everyone with tales of your brave activism, making 100 burner accounts to say you're gay to leftists. God bless. I hope you have a good time at the soup kitchen. However, that's not activism either. That's just volunteering. I go have fun. I don't care what you do.
Like, Demon Mama absolutely tried to silence me for standing up to Dylan Burns, right? That's who we're talking about. This is the first person to stab me in the back for clout with Dylan Burns, all right? Don't forget that, all right? And if she wants to change, because she's not dealing with Dylan anymore, she's still dealing with Vaush, she's still okay with Keffals, she's still okay, very much okay with Xanderhal. Doesn't she have, like, a podcast with Xanderhal? I mean, let's be real about who we're talking about. Demon Mama, I have said time and time again, maybe the least yikesy person in that clout network is nonetheless still in that clout network, right? I would love to see her change. I would love to see her be her own mama. I think that she's strong enough. I think that she's a good streamer. I think she's got a lot of good things to say. I think she's been biting her tongue, right? You want to watch that video about like Demon Mama where she flips me off, right? For standing up for trans people. Right, that's what I did. I stood up for trans people against her friend Dylan Burns, and she flipped me the fuck off over it. So please, let's be real about who we're talking about. Okay, enough.
I'm just building my Picrew army right now. This is very funny.
Volunteering, yeah. Wait, no. Okay, man, like, streaming has its place. Volunteering has its place. A lot of people, when they stream, like, they're not really doing much with it. They're a leftist hangout. They're a comfortable social group for leftists to hang out in. I mean, I don't really know what that does, right? That's the, like, easy mode. What the hard mode is confronting bullshit on the online left. What the hard mode is standing up to people who want us silenced, okay? Like, there are good things that you can do online, but no, you're right. It doesn't compare to volunteering. It doesn't compare to real life organization. All I can do as a streamer is help to build consciousness and encourage people to get involved on the local level. That's the difference, right? We can't really do organizing online other than for like fundraising and stuff like that, right? We're limited. Whereas in your local orgs, you can get involved and you can put food in people's stomachs, right? You can cook delicious meals for them. You can go and go to grocery stores and collect food that would otherwise be thrown away and bring it back to an organization like Food Not Bombs, for instance, and you can help people not be hungry. There's a lot of really, that the organization, volunteering, IRL stuff is incredibly powerful, and it exceeds the limitations of streaming for sure. Good point, Frog Powered Train. That's not activism, that's volunteering. She sounds like Sarah Palin saying that being a community organizer isn't real work. It does kind of sound, yeah.
Do you count?
There's
yes.
a lot of right-wing stuff
Little
here.
Twinkus, you count. I pick crew. So, like, okay, step 1 is assembling. Follow every account in the thread. We will build up our burner pick crew army.
But yeah. When Destiny or some other shithead out there attacks Demon Mama, I stand up for her. I speak up for her. She does not do the same thing for me. She's absolutely trying to silence me. She's absolutely trying to end my ability to do work on here, right? So it is not mutually. It's not a two-way road. But I care about solidarity, even with somebody who I don't necessarily like, and I wish that was a two-way street.
And then we need to start. We need to figure out some sort of like completely stupid discourse to try and cancel tenderqueers over. Like, we need to come up with something new that is really dumb, but will make them all be like, "Yikes! I can't." Like.
Anyway. And we always do hold out hope. Like I said, Demon Mama.
We need.
Demon Mama does have like she could stand up to these people if she wanted to. Right? She could stand up to White Nervosa. She could stand up to Vaush. It would be painful. It would cost her money. She wouldn't, she'd put her life into, there's not without risk, but she could do the right thing. And I hope that someday she will, right? Because yeah, she was, somebody that I really admired for a short time.
Okay, wait.
Anyway.
I'm trying to think of like a stupid discourse.
Enough about her.
It is racist to only tweet in English because you're assuming everyone can speak English. But racism isn't the right word. I gotta think of another thing here. I feel like I'm like onto something.
It is racist to speak
Xenophobic?
What?
Xenophobic, okay.
What is she doing?
Calling Zan.
She's calling Zan. Okay, here we go.
Hey.
Hey, yo, how you doing?
I'm okay. I'm mad as Do you want to hear my, like, ridiculous-ass plan?
Rant.
Okay, so, tenderqueers are currently trying to cancel me and Aaron, and they're calling Aaron a Nazi because of the panel that we were on last night in the Twitter space.
Ooh.
And I have instructed my community to make burner accounts on Twitter and use Picrew profile picture.
Yeah, so Hilmandra is pointing out that you can do online organizing on a local level if you're in the same place as people. Good point, yeah.
And we are going to gay ops tenderqueers on
IRL orgs use the internet to put out their word locally. Yeah, it's harder to do because like the power of the internet is to spread your stuff beyond locally, and the power of organizing is, real world stuff, material conditions. So
Twitter.
Yeah.
We are going to make
Honestly,
yeah.
Genius.
We're gonna make
Honestly,
really
genius.
we're gonna make
Literally
really
doing
dumb
4chan's
discourse,
work.
and we are going to make like I give it less than like 6 hours before they all figure out that I'm behind this. And I want to make it so none of them trust Picrews and they start just auto-blocking Picrew profile picture people on site and make them turn on their own community.
That is very genius. And of course, the Steven Universe banner is very smart as well. Got to include that too.
Oh yeah, no, for sure.
All the Steven Universe hate.
That's definitely.
And granted, people have pointed out like problematic elements of Steven Universe's plot, and that's valid and everything. But I don't think that's why Xanderhal's hating on Steven Universe. He hates on the people that like, relate to Steven Universe.
Like, okay, I think this is pretty great. I do love this because I see a lot of accounts, usually with a Picrew avatar, maybe they just have a, usually the big denotation of, you're dealing with a woke scold is what they have in their name. Is it a hammer and sickle? Is it a North Korea flag?
The only reason Keffals is telling her fans to make burner accounts against BIPOC people is because making burner crosses, oh my god, isn't acceptable anymore. Good point. Yeah, 24 hours used to subvert people for months at a time.
Is it like, you can usually pull a lot from that, even more so than the profile picture. That's usually what tells me right away, I'm dealing with somebody who's going to send me a death threat.
This is
locally.
great. Make sure with all of your Picrew accounts to retweet things about how much of a piece of I am. We can't give it away.
God.
Like, make sure like you tweet incessantly about how awful I am, so it doesn't give it away immediately. And then I love gay ops. This is so good.
This is black propaganda. But listen, the as you call them tenderqueers, but I've kind of just
This is taking your weapon and turning it on your own side. Yeah, chuckle away, Xanderhal.
Sort of I've just kind of
Like, unless you're not on the left. And with Xanderhal, there really is a question. Like, him more than some of these other people has, like, made overtures of just being, you know, anti-communist to the point of, you know, I love gay ops. How many of these has she done before?
like settled on woke scold.
They're
as,
so
like, the
gleeful
go-to,
about bullying people. True.
like label for the types of people that tend to do this stuff.
So Zero is providing a definition. Black propaganda is a form of propaganda intended to create the impression that it was created by those it was supposed to discredit. Yeah. That's to distinguish it from gray propaganda and white propaganda. So if the quartering comes in to this stream and says, you're all a bunch of woke scolds, right? That's white propaganda. If the quartering like makes an alt to come in here and says, you're all a bunch of woke scolds, that's gray propaganda. And wait, no. Am I getting this mixed up? Because there's like black, white, and gray as far as propaganda goes. I don't know why we're talking about propaganda in here, but oh yeah, that's right, because Keffals is doing propaganda against the left.
But the crazy thing
against
is,
trans people.
It can be hard to tell which of these accounts are right-wingers from 4chan pretending to be 14-year-old trans girls.
That's where I got the idea. That's where I got the idea.
It's impossible to tell. You can't tell. So
you
this
can't
works
tell.
perfectly.
You can't tell. They don't do it this. They don't do it this openly, but I know they'll get mad at me, and I want them to be mad at me, so they'll stop being mad at Aaron.
Honestly, that's a noble cause.
Oh, I get it. So if you saw that it was the quartering, that's white propaganda, right? Because you know where the source is. Gray propaganda, the source of the information is never directly credited and the sponsor's identity is concealed, whereas black propaganda is making it look like this is a leftist saying this, right? Putting out false information ostensibly from your own side, but it's really, you know, somebody fighting you that's doing it.
Greatest thing though, and I'm gonna give this piece of advice as like just broadly. This is something I've learned just from getting a lot of okay?
Yes.
You're always going to have people hate you. You can't make it so people don't hate you. Even the urban rescue ranch guy whose whole thing is about saving animals, even that guy has haters. There are dislikes on videos that are just saving baby kittens from nearly dying, okay?
Right.
You can't do anything online and not have haters, but what you want is for the people that hate you to hate you for stupid so you can use it for content. That is ideal.
No, that's it. After this situation, I had a rule that I would not use trans like drama as content, and then they crossed a line. And now I don't care, and they're going to regret this.
Yeah,
because if they get mad at me, it's more content. They have unleashed a storm. You know, it's just going to be raining for the rest of forever now.
Here we go.
Yeah, I mean, the greatest thing is that most of the people.
So when Keffals stands come at you on Twitter or wherever, and they try to tell you that this was all a joke, this was all for lols, like you saw the stream, you saw. Does this look like a joke? Does this look like they're kidding?
People who hate you are like the most deranged, because in most cases I've encountered.
How did trans people cross the line? I don't know. They pissed her off. She's treating racism as content.
Like,
wow.
Woke scoldy type.
Xanderhal, everyone hates you because for a legit reason. It's usually because you did something stupid.
That don't like me because of preconceived notions, right? I like they see my stream or they see what I look like and they get a few ideas about what my content's like and what I'm really like, and that's all fair. But they probably wouldn't be put off by you, or they probably wouldn't be put off by like Demon Mama or Shark 300 because they aren't white gamer boys, straight white gamer boys. And
oh my god, Xanderhal, you're so oppressed.
I think a lot of that is why, like, the people that I've dealt with before feel like they're the most deranged. But I don't know. What's the most deranged like lefty you've dealt with?
I don't even know.
I want to tell you.
Please say no comment check. Please say no comment check.
Story. I don't know if you've heard this one. I might have already told it to you before. I may have told you this one last time we talked. But there was somebody who really hated me.
Yeah, that's right, Keemstar. The ultimate oppressed identity, straight white males.
Okay, her name was Izzy Bear, like 137 or something like that. Or
can you please not, like, I don't think this person streams anymore. Like, this is not a friend of mine or anything like that, but I do know who he's talking about, and it's kind of, it's kind of makes me mad that he's still talking about her, right?
73.
Wait, the YouTuber?
Yeah, not a YouTuber. VTuber? Wait, am I wrong? Did Izzy Izzy Bear come back or something?
Yeah.
Izzy Bear doesn't like you? I've never interacted.
Oh wait, you don't know? Wait, do you not know the story?
Someone just said I was liking all the anti-Keffals tweets and my burner got suspended. Make sure to tweet some stuff too.
Oh wait, did your burner get suspended?
Not
Hopefully
mine.
Not.
Not mine.
Oh, okay. Or something like that, or 173.
Wait, the
And,
YouTuber?
Yeah.
Izzy Bear doesn't like you? I've never
Wait, I mean, like, Izzy Bear does have a YouTube account, but her presence was way bigger on Twitch.
interacted.
Oh wait, you don't know? Wait, do you not know the story?
Someone just said I was liking all the anti-Keffals tweets and my burner got suspended. Make sure to tweet some stuff too.
Oh wait,
Yeah,
did your burner get suspended?
that sucks.
Hopefully not.
Not mine.
Oh, okay. Okay, good.
It's not my burner.
Like, Zan's a bully, okay? Zan is an absolute bully.
This isn't actually.
Okay.
I'm not even on stream with it right now. This is a completely different. I'm.
Yeah.
This is
actually
This is 2 layers of gay ops.
real. This is actually you're watching someone else's stream.
True.
Who's actively making a alt accounts. This is even you, believe it or not. No, but so the Izzy Bear story is actually pretty funny if you want to hear it.
It's not.
Okay. What's the story?
So do you
Okay.
understand what they're doing here, right? This is somebody that Xanderhal hates, because I'm sure Izzy Bear called Xanderhal out at some point, right? And Xanderhal is spreading that hate to everybody watching Keffals. So Xanderhal's like maybe half the size of concurrent viewers, maybe less than half the size of concurrent viewers compared to Keffals, right? So, you know, like he probably tells these stories all the time on his stream. Now he's telling the story on Keffals' stream. So now more people are gonna hate on this trans streamer.
So if I recall correctly, because this was back in 2020, I said something on stream along the lines
He
of,
seems like a
"And
stalker."
this take is just not spicy anymore, so you're going to be surprised at the fact that this got me
Yeah,
canceled.
Izzy Bear last you uploaded to YouTube 3 years ago.
But I said something along the lines of, I don't think genital preferences necessarily make you transphobic. Like, I think that if you're like a straight guy and you would...
So I actually debated Xanderhal on this, and he absolutely refused to engage, right? And my take is that, look, you can like whatever you like. Whatever your libido says turns you on, that's what turns you on. And I'm not trying to argue with your libido, okay? Because that would be silly. But, like, let's say that your libido was, like... I don't know, like you were really turned off by people of a certain description, right? Let's make it about weight. Let's say that, you know, you really don't like skinny people, you really don't like people you know, that are thicker, something like that. I mean, fine, that's your libido, whatever. But if you're hanging out with me and I'm feeling like conscious about my weight and you say, yeah, I really don't like, you know, those fat people, like you, for instance, like, right, you just like, that would be a no-go. Like, I would just, like, you know, immediately become unaroused. You know, like, do you understand how that's going to make me feel? And hopefully, Xanderhal, you wouldn't do that. Hopefully you have enough self-awareness to where you'd say, okay, you know, like, right, like I have this, like, you know, attraction to you know, certain people versus other people, but I'm not going to be a dick about it, right? When you go and say, like, you know, I have a genital preference and it is like, you know, there's just no reason to, like, share that. You're just being a dick there, right? You're absolutely just being a dick.
Rather be with a trans woman who's had bottom surgery.
And that's not me policing you. That's just you being, like, me responding to you being a dick, okay? Why does he care about a 2020 thing? Oh God, yeah, he never lets it go.
As opposed to a trans woman who's not had bottom surgery, doesn't make you transphobic. You can still see that woman as a woman without being attracted to her genitalia, and that can be like the breaker for you without you being transphobic. And so I get called out as being not only transphobic for saying this,
Okay,
but
that's
also
bullshit. That's
yeah.
Okay, that's like that's a touchy one, but I think the genital preference discourse is kind of weird. I think you should be able to say, like, yes, I would like a sexual partner that has a penis or does not have it. Like, I think you should. That's insane to demand that people can't make those calls. Also, like, I don't know, like,
You can make the calls, but don't be surprised if you insult people when they call you a dick. All right, that's the stakes for you. That's the stakes for you. Getting called a dick, okay? And that's what you're calling policing your libido or policing your genital preference or something like that, right? Somebody, you be a dick, and somebody says you're a dick, right? And that, oh my god, that crosses the line. Like, I can make all the comments I want about what my preference is, regardless of, like, you know, who, like, right, just in public, and just go off about, like, you know, who I'm not attracted to, and, like, all this stuff. But, like, it's just, like, there's no reason. I don't understand. What is the purpose? When do you need to be like, yo, I really don't like, I don't know. This is just, it's just so weird.
That's like I feel like that's one of my spiciest takes in the trans community, actually, because like I really like hooking up with people who are AFAB because they generally know their way around a vagina. Dudes have not been able to like make me come with their hands before.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm sorry, that might have been a bit much, but
no, I'm very raunchy with my streams. I'm just also stoned as.
I don't even know what to say.
My own stream a minute ago.
I don't even know what to say.
No, I completely understand that. That actually makes a lot of sense. The thing is, though, most of the trans community, at least in my experience, from like what I've seen, doesn't disagree with my take. Like, most trans people are not going to get upset at you if you have genital preferences, which is why Izzy Bear didn't just accuse me of saying that. Izzy Bear also accused me of, in talking about that, quote unquote,
I'm uncomfortable. I need an adult.
Weird about trans women's genitals. By having that conversation or responding to those messages from chat. It's
you brought up trans people's genitals for some unknown reason. I don't see like what the fucking purpose is. You're not talking about like whether you like Sprite versus 7-Up. You're talking about people. He's still obsessed with Izzy Bear. Yeah, I don't think Izzy Bear's like been on Twitch in a while, right?
It's very vague and unspecific.
It's really very, weird for him to
it's still very sounding accusation, right? And so me and Izzy Bear end up having a debate about this, and I won. I'm just not even going to sugarcoat it. Yeah. I won.
I mean, like, I feel like it's there's a lot of discourse where it's just like, if you tell people to push back, they will like if I don't know. I don't know. I'm just mad at everything right now. That's why I'm gay.
Xanderhal, I absolutely owned a trans streamer in discourse about trans people's genitals. Is that not a weird flex? Zan, you're a fucking weirdo, okay? You're being fucking weird. Stop. Can you stop being weird for 2 seconds?
Stop sing.
There's a happy ending.
What is wrong with him?
Make you feel vicarious happiness, all right?
He brought up trans people's surgical procedures when talking about whether or not he's attracted to or not to some people. That's a weird cope.
Justice. Yeah. Cosmic justice happens in this story, all right? So it isn't just that I win the debate with her, right? So we had the debate.
What
now,
is
Izzy Bear, as it turns out, lived, definitely not anymore, I imagine, but lived in sort of a roommate situation with multiple other, and I quote here, disabled trans people.
Right.
And they were, basically Izzy Bear's job was to use all of the money that she was collecting from them to pay the bills and make sure that everything in the house was running and all of that. Now, not only did multiple of these roommates come forward with their own individual Twitlongers outing Izzy Bear as like abusive and ableist, because she would basically
look. I don't know what to say about that situation. Okay, I've looked at the Twitlongers. I've looked at Izzy's Twitlonger. And I don't know what to say about those situations. I do know that some of the people involved are liars. Right? One of the people involved specifically lied about me in a very gruesome sort of way. When I was talking about dealing with having a stalker, I asked chat if I should get a dog. And I asked chat if I should get a baseball bat. So those were considerations for, like, I'm in a, apartment. I don't have anything to protect myself with. Right? Worst comes to worst, I'm like defenseless. What is a good first step for trying to protect myself, right? This person, the person that that was writing the Twitlonger about Izzy Bear. This is why I don't trust the Twitlonger, right? And I've seen them lie about other people too, right? They claimed that I was wanting to get a dog and a baseball bat to go out and find somebody who lives across the country and hurt him, my stalker. I can't talk about wanting to defend myself against somebody who is absolutely obsessed with me without being accused of being a violent trans woman by this person. So yeah, there's some trashy people in that group, right? Now, did some of them have legitimate gripes against Izzy Bear? Maybe, right? I try not to get into other people's personal business. You're talking about like trans people who lived together in a community that they were trying to make like a soft landing place for people who, for trans people who didn't have a place to go. You know, if your home is abusive, if you're not able to be yourself in your home, you know, right? Then they were trying to make a home to be able to, you know, have people come in, and that's not an easy thing. It fell apart, right? Because that's a heavy lift. And yeah, there were twit-longers on both sides accusing each other of all kinds of things. I covered that with Demon Mama, I think, and I actually feel bad about it. Because there's no way that I can come in as an outside person who didn't live there, doesn't know anything about what went on, and say, you know, like all I can say is like, you know, this person's a liar. This person's lied before, but does that mean that they're lying right now about Izzy Bear? I don't know. Is it, you know, right? Like, you know, Izzy Bear's, you know, been like I can't really comment on that. And it's not my place to comment, but Xanderhal's bringing up these people's living situation from a long time ago. It would have been really cool if what they were trying to set up had actually worked, right? That's the sad thing. Xanderhal's like making fun of that. Xanderhal's like making fun of trans people trying to help each other out. And granted, it's not an easy thing to do. And granted, it fell the fuck apart. And granted, like, you know, everybody accused each other of all kinds of stuff, right? But like, it's not your place as a cis guy to come in and fucking make fun of that. Like, Xanderhal, you piece of shit. This is why the trans community hates your guts, dude. And yes, I know you've got some people in your community that are trans that are like, oh, no, we don't want, like, right? Because to be in your community, you got to be like Xanderhal good, right? I don't know what to tell you, right? Like, trans people want an advocate. They wanted you to be that advocate, but you do more harm to us than good. And the majority of us do not appreciate your, you know, participation on our behalf, right? So anyway, God, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to get so mad. Trans people's living situation should not be discourse. Obviously, yeah, obviously. Chud Logic's gone after these people too, right? And I just don't want to talk about it, right? I can't tell what went on. I've read all the stuff. I've read all the twit-longers. And I don't know. I wish that, you know, that hadn't caused so many fractures in the community. And I wish that they had been successful. You know, even the person in there that lied about me, like, right? I wish she had been a part of a successful project that made a space for trans people to move in, right? She was horrible to me. Maybe she wouldn't be horrible to other people, right? God. I'm sorry.
Freak out at them when they wouldn't get certain chores done, which sounds reasonable at first until you find out what Izzy Bear did. But like if they were having, say, for example, like if there was loud TV going off or loud music going off.
It's really weird for Xanderhal to be taking the people whose side Xanderhal's taking on this issue, understand, hate his guts, right? Like, right? All the people in this house hated Xanderhal, like, right? So, like, I mean, he's taking a side because I guess he hates Izzy Bear worse because he, you know, felt called out more by Izzy Bear. He read more things that, you know, Izzy Bear was maybe like a more prominent trans creator calling him out on a bigger platform than some of these other people. But nobody in this group likes Xanderhal, okay? I don't think they would be appreciative of Xanderhal talking about their situation.
Was something they couldn't handle with their particular, you know, mental condition. Izzy Bear was not very open to accommodating that, despite whenever Izzy Bear was supposed to do chores or do anything that was important for the house, her go-to was
so
like,
uncomfortable.
You can't make me do housework, right? Now, that wouldn't be too bad, but the problem is that she was also
like, this is weird, invasive shit. Xanderhal's opinion on these people's living situation is like invasive. Right? And that's the problem, is that Xanderhal is not a trans advocate because he can't help being invasive to the trans community. He can't help talking about trans people without saying, yeah, but I really like those trans girls that have had bottom surgery. And like, if they hadn't, ooh, I'd be like, right, nobody asked you. Nobody asked you, Xanderhal. Nobody fucking asked you. Stop. He can't stop being weird. He can't stop being weird.
Spending the money that was supposed to be going to rent and like keeping the heater on during winter. and all
No,
that.
so this is not about his ex-girlfriend. That's a different situation. This is about a trans streamer that he had a debate with. This is about a trans streamer who called him out on some things, and actually a house full of people who, had called him out on some things. Not fans of Xanderhal at all, right? And he's siding with the people who were against the person that he felt the most called out by. So he's coming into a fight between a group of trans people and taking a side against the person that called him out. That's what he's doing. That's what Xanderhal's doing here. And he like, this is like revenge is best dish best served cold. You know that phrase? This is some cold ass revenge. This is Ice Age shit. This was years ago. This has got to be more than 2 years ago. This was a long time ago, right? And he's still obsessed with Izzy Bear. I'm sorry.
He spent it on 2 ATVs, cigarettes, and hot wings.
Okay, so what he's talking about is the fact that there was a house set up, like I said, it's supposed to be a soft landing place for trans people. There were a bunch of trans people living in that house. And Izzy Bear also did fundraising for the house. The one thing that Izzy Bear didn't do was bookkeeping very well. And because of that, the money that was going to get spent on different things for the house was not like sequestered, right? Properly, right? There was, my understanding is like no attempt to sequester, the money and say like, this is for the house and then this is for this and whatever. And so, that's, these are things that I don't think they're necessarily things that were just for Izzy either. But, you could argue about the distribution of funds and what was used, and that was part of what was in contention. But he's oversimplifying a situation, right? This is not like, and this is a story with two sides too, and he's absolutely running over the side of the person that he hates the most. This is an unwelcome intrusion into trans people's business from Xanderhal, is what this is.
And the whole house fell apart.
Jesus.
And that's pretty much the end of the story.
Jesus Christ.
Because she spent all their money on cigarettes, 2 ATVs, and hot wings.
Xanderhal laughing at people losing their house. Is this a pattern? Possibly.
I mean, it's banger list though, but still, that's up.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, that is pretty awesome. But still,
Xanderhal doesn't understand how people do bookkeeping when they have a bank account and not just PayPal.
It was just really funny because in the end, I felt...
Yeah, I mean, I'm not defending, Izzy Bear. Like I said, there's two sides to this story. And, even though there's, probably people in that house that I, I have reason to, dislike more than Izzy Bear, right? And Izzy Bear's not a friend of mine either, right? I'm just going to say that I don't know. I can't, I'm not the referee. I can't tell you who was right, who was wrong in that situation. It's an unfortunate thing that the house didn't work out, right? Because it would have been a good thing for trans people who need a soft landing. It would have been a great thing. And it would be great. I'm in favor of people trying to create situations like that, even if they end up failing, right? It's a difficult thing, and there's other examples of this too, more recently, and I just kind of wish that something like this could have worked out.
A little bit vindicated because many times I'd said a lot of these people that front this very soft ooh woo personality, but then go hyper aggressive on lefties they don't like, are typically kind of abusive pieces of shit, interpersonally. Lefty politics doesn't automatically make some...
Why do you know this, Xanderhal? Because he hates Izzy Bear so much that he read every twit longer against her. That's why. Because he's obsessed with somebody who called him out 3 years ago. That's why.
Someone a good person, and I feel like I don't know, I feel like that story is just a good example of that phenomenon.
From Demon Mama's cozy hellscape.
Okay, Xanderhal, you're a fucking weirdo.
Keffal pirate.
Sorry, I was
thirsty. Do I have any water left?
I was sorry, I was just updating my pronouns, so now it's she/her, z/zer, oo/woo.
I think
so. I guess I gotta say this because I haven't been pumping this lately, but Xanderhal is sponsored by some kind of water bottle that's supposed to keep water cool. I am sponsored by Babbel, which is a language learning software that you can buy through pressing !Babbel and clicking on the link. That's my affiliate link. If you want to learn a language, there's like 14 different languages that you can learn through Babbel. Let me go over the list just one more time. And like, again, only get this if you're interested in this. I'm not trying to push you, to sign up for something that you don't want. If this is useful for you, though, I definitely would appreciate you using my affiliate link for it, and it'll get you 60% off on Spanish. That's both Spanish, Spain-oriented Spanish and Latin American-oriented Spanish, French, German, Italian, Brazilian, Portuguese, Polish, Russian, Dutch, Turkish, Danish, Norwegian, Swedish, Indonesian, and English, right? So those are 14 languages that you can learn, and right now you get 60% off that. You have 20 days to decide if it's something that you want. But again, only get it if you think you might want it. It doesn't do me any good for you to sign up and then decide like if you don't want it to begin with, it doesn't really help me. So don't try to do anything tricky on my behalf. Just get it if you really want it. And if this helps you out, if you can scratch my back, I can scratch yours, I guess. I need a break. Yeah, thank you for coming in, Hilmandra. I'm going to you're gonna build some models. Yeah, nice.
Ooh/woo might be too much. I feel like that might. Well, no.
And thank you for the $10. Oh wait, ooh/woo might be too much. Is Xanderhal yikesing at Keffals gay up?
Because here's the thing, though.
What, are you saying uwu gender is invalid?
That's true. No, I'm not. I'm not. Okay, and they can't either.
Those are my pronouns.
Yeah.
I'm surprised he's not calling her abusive. He calls everyone he dislikes abusive.
The problem is you don't want them to think that. But they can't think that it's somebody pretending to be a lefty,
no. They'll immediately know because I'm streaming this.
Yeah, you're right, V. He does have a sustained obsession of her.
Well, no,
about
but they
her.
can't say it. Keffals
He did.
is
He did.
Classist, transphobic, homophobic, xenophobic, privileged.
I only need American. That's right, Dylan CIA Burns. You only need American.
Imperialist, fascist, Italian. That's good.
It's
You should have made 10, 11 though. That would have been funnier.
Oh yeah.
Just a random typo in there. I'm excited to see how this goes. I've been watching little bits of it. I haven't been on Twitter much the last couple of days. I've been busy touching grass and allowing hummingbirds to land on me.
I'm just trying to come up with like the stupidest discourses to try and cancel people with. Like, tweeting is ableist.
I think we all know that hummingbirds don't land on Xanderhal.
Because I have a trauma related to text to speech, so I can't use a text reader. So you need to only use voice clips on Twitter, or else you're ableist. Okay, that might be one.
Based. They have to record themselves, or at least their voice.
They have to.
Based.
I'm just telling everyone, just like go into the replies of tenderqueer accounts and just try and cancel them for the stupidest reasons.
He made me think of dung beetles landing on him. Good point, scientist.
Well, you're trending right now.
I am?
Yeah, and under entertainment with 5,101 tweets, Keffals is trending.
Oh boy.
This is boomer conservative humor. That's what I'm saying. Like, Keffals wants a new space. I mean, there's already a space for this shit, Keffals. There's already and they love grifters there too, so you'll fit right in.
We got it.
I'm always fucking trending. Jesus Christ.
I was able to get something trending once. I wasn't able to get myself to trend, like my name, but I was able to get something that I said or something I was pushing to trend on Twitter once. I can't remember what though.
Xanderhal, if you ever trend, it's gonna be for something really bad.
Big news. Hi Progressive, what's the news?
Oh, there we go. She's got a Vaushite in her chat.
Tweet the word Keffals, so more tweets are associated with that name. That's how you get things going higher in the trend algorithm on Twitter. Big news.
You said who, boys? How'd you reply?
And chat,
oh, okay.
before anybody ever even says it, no, do not try to get no comment chick trending.
I thought.
Although if you feel free to talk about me if you have commentary about the stream or anything else. Yeah, feel free to talk about me on Twitter. But yeah, don't try to get me trending. Wait, I don't want to trend,
YouTube
honestly.
Today?
Oh yeah, no, I only stream on YouTube now.
Oh hell yeah! Okay, awesome. Yeah, I think bringing everybody over to YouTube is smart. I wanted to do more Ukraine coverage today. I was going to do a Ukraine segment before my stream got fucked. And I discovered a YouTube channel called CivDiv, and it's a guy who is a volunteer fighter in Ukraine, like on the side of Ukraine, obviously, and he has a pretty big YouTube channel. But all of his buddies who are also volunteering,
Interesting seeing how open these communication lines are between her, Ian, and Xanderhal. I mean, just yesterday, I had people that didn't believe that there was some kind of informal network between these people. They were like, Cloud Network? Are you sure? Are you sure they don't just kind of like agree with each other naturally? And it's like, yeah, I'm sure. It's a thing, right? It's not. I'm not making this up, right? This is real, and you can see how open the lines of communications are.
They come from the UK, from Canada, from America, some from probably France and other parts of Europe as well.
Wait, he said what? So weird that you didn't catch it?
Footage of like their actual like field operations in Ukraine.
Imagine this brain genius talking about Ukraine. Yeah, exactly.
To this guy, and he uploads them. And I literally watched a video today of a bunch of like 20.
I feel like the only thing he ever does about Ukraine is like brings Dylan on and just nods to everything that Dylan says, right?
5-year-old like American and French dudes speaking English as they clear out. They're volunteer fighters, by the way, as they clear out a Russian Spetsnaz squad inside it, holed up in a building in a village. And one of the guy who's recording with the GoPro throws a frag grenade into the window, like that the Russian Spetsnaz are in, and it blows up. And you will not believe what this Ukraine volunteer soldier said after that frag grenade went off on those Russians.
What?
You will not guess what he said.
What did he say?
He said words. After fracking it.
Wait, he said effing N-words? Did I catch that right? Sarah, were you saying I should rewind it for something? Just a naughty F word, not a slur.
Thing full of Russian Spetsnaz.
Jesus Christ.
Wait, what did he call the Russians?
I laughed the hardest I think I've ever laughed in my life. There's a 4-video series of this guy's like GoPro footage, and at one point he fires a javelin missile at a Russian BMP and immobilizes it, and he screams, "Yeah, you bitches!" He's the most energetic Ukrainian soldier I've ever seen. I love him.
Like, where was
It
this?
feels like he thinks he's talking about like little army dudes, little green plastic army dudes, like, right? I'm not sure if Xanderhal grasps the reality of the situation.
Ukraine.
No, is
like
this
on YouTube.
Shit, can you send me it?
Yeah, you can watch it on YouTube right now. I don't think you'll have an issue.
Cool.
Yeah, let me.
I think
do you want to watch?
I think I gotta get off the call for now, though. I don't have the energy right now. I'm like,
This is Keffals hanging up on stoned Xanderhal. So yeah, Xanderhal, you've served your purpose now.
I'm having a hard time paying attention.
That's all good. Watch the one where they wipe out the Spetsnaz team, or the one where they blow up the BMP with the javelin missile.
I'll watch both. This sounds good.
Okay, yeah. I'll send you links to both. They're both worth checking out on stream if you want to react to them, because they're on YouTube. I don't think you should have a problem. They're age restricted, but YouTube doesn't typically like meme you for watching age restricted content, and if it does, you can just like stop showing it, and the stream will be fine. But
Okay.
there you go. So the first one I sent is them clearing out the Spetsnaz team, and the second one is them destroying the BMP. So yeah. Oh, and I'll link the second video in chat so they can at least get a link to the channel. And there we go.
Okay.
All right, Keffals, it's been fun talking to you.
Yeah, I'll talk to you later. I'm gonna go back to gay ops.
Hell yeah. Good luck.
Thank you. All right, you're too make a pick crew. You're definitely gonna get banned on Twitch for streaming an active war. True. This is why I'm on YouTube. If you haven't made your pick crew yet, make your pick crew. We're at war right now. We're at war. Also, Uncle Gumball.
I hate Ukraine content too. It's all over the Vaush subreddit. They love that shit. They do.
Thank you for the tier 1. Dan's chill. Yeah.
Hey, what's up, JT? I was watching people die, and it was so good. It was so hilarious. Yes.
I'll bring Zan on more. Just like right now, I'm still
You need Zan to drink some coffee. I understand.
fried because I didn't get enough sleep.
Not as fried as Zan is, but yeah. Hey, what's up, Wesley? This is some ghoulishness. True, true. No, I mean, I was just realizing, like... Hey, what's up with the adoption of 4chan language? Is this a Vaush thing? This is more like a Keffals thing. Has anybody heard Vaush pushing this stuff? Now, I mean, like, I guess Yolmandra's not here right now, but I have heard that there's some, harassment that goes on from the Vaush community, right? Like, I don't know if we have an expert who can speak to that, right? But nothing quite like this. This is pretty. This is what's weird about this. Keffals is doing what she calls a gay op, right? In creating Picrews to infiltrate Tinderqueer Twitter. And mostly, she said, just to make people distrust each other, right? Just to split people up and get them fighting each other. So, yeah, this is some kind of gross stuff here. This is why nobody trusts this white dudes. They are glorifying violence. Sup, indeed.
Oh yeah, I have an energy drink on my desk. Yo.
Is it a toxic?
Okay.
What kind of energy drink? Oh my god, I'm so jealous. I can't afford these.
All right, I'm back. Okay.
I have to drink coffee.
You got this.
What's up, Goku's hair? Make sure everybody in YouTube hit that like button as soon as you can. It really helps me out a lot. It lets YouTube know that you're enjoying the stream, and it sends more people into the stream, which I love. And
Okay, hold on.
You
Op
love
seems kind
and-
of ableist. Like some people have paranoid delusions. I don't think we should make fun of that. I'm sorry for being problematic. I just realized I couldn't say on Twitter. Okay, all right. I'm sorry for being problematic. But can you wait?
I'm worried about what
There we
she's
go.
typing. If it's gonna be like,
There we go.
here, we'll take a closer look for a second. Can you tweet in all 7,100
Thank
spoken
you. I'm
languages?
learning how to use tone indicators.
So there's her joke. Really funny stuff.
So if you just like tweet at me, I will you can make it so your account doesn't get sussed. You just need to be active on it.
Wait, was that... Okay, so they said... Do I need... I barely understand this, but I think I might need to explain this. Do you think Keffals is a cis medicalist? Okay? So the word that comes to mind is transmedicalist. Is this like transmedicalist but for cis people? No, because look at that. SYS. They're making fun of people like with DID and like OSDD and stuff, right? They're making fun of systems. They're making fun of plurals, right? Peak humor. Peak edgelord humor. This is not funny.
Keffals took the kids.
Look, as somebody who's been like,
Hold on. Opening my messages it's always like a crapshoot. But
like, okay,
funky.
so like I would not have known about that term except for the fact that some of the people that troll me will come in and like make jokes about me being plural. I'm not, but like, you know, I sort of had to deal with saying that without it sounding like I am not, and that is horrible that you would accuse me of that, because that is a really bad thing, right? Those people are, you know, right? Because that's like that's the reflex of a lot of people. When you get called something that you're not, you want to like distance yourself from it, and you know, like, I mean, I do have to say that, like, no, that's not, you know, something that I deal with, but I also don't want to spread the pejorative against people who do deal with who are plural, right? That's, you know. Yeah, the trolls trying to push you to talk about, yeah, pushing me to talk about this discourse.
This is really funny.
Well, it wasn't just trolls, unfortunately. It was like Lady Raincloud and Zonia too that made those. Like, they had a whole stream about this, right? Where they like speculated on my mental health in a really messed up kind of way. Like, right? That's like,
I can't believe I'm
like,
using
I started to cover it, but it was just so gross, right? Yeah, I think Lady Raincloud turned on Polly recently too.
my stream to gay ops right now.
And it's a sad thing because she was actually like a friend of mine back in the day. She just like I enjoyed doing content with her, but she kept wanting to do content more and more often. And when I didn't do you couldn't work with her like every day essentially, or like she took that as a rejection. And you know, I realized that she was going to feel rejection from dealing with me, and so I stopped dealing with her so that she wouldn't, you know, have to feel that rejection, right? Because like, yeah, I mean, like I like doing content with her. She was a really cool person. She knows a lot about gaming, a lot of stuff that I don't know about, but like I have a schedule that, you know, it's not, I can't like, you know, turn my stream into like a 2-person podcast or whatever she wanted me to do. So, but yeah, she went from that to calling, you know, like diagnosing me with stuff that I don't have. On a stream with Zonia, she absolutely got used and weaponized against me by Zonia. That's part of why Zonia's so gross. She's done this to a lot of people, right? Zonia tends to find people that, you know, are having issues dealing, and then uses them again. Like, I don't know. She's kind of a. Let's not talk about her. We're talking about Keffals.
Okay, let's see.
Yeah, Keffals is looking. Yeah, I think you're right to Poppee.
Ratio. Let's see. What have you replied to? I got you to actually use it. Oh yeah, no. If you aren't using Twitter, don't start using it for anything other than trolling people.
What?
Often I'll see advertisements for porn games and they say not to come, but then when you play the game, it seems like the object is to come. So yes, I would call that bad game design. You ever eaten anything off the ground, like dirt on the ground?
I guess these are the troll accounts talking to her.
Hmm.
Keffals is becoming what she fought against. True. Welcome to the stream, Thora. Wait, is that like a Deftones?
Tone indicators.
Is it like a Deftones album that
This
they?
is so funny.
I don't understand. Okay.
Excuse me, man. Why is your gay ops hanky in the wrong pocket? Who do you troll under? So true. That's real. That's. Are you actually racist against Italians? What the is this account? Please use tone indicators. Make sure you demand every single person use tone indicators. Because if you're not using tone indicators, you're being ableist against people with autism. Don't search the boy wife in Twitter search bar, big mistake. Is it all femboy porn? I would assume so.
Are handkerchiefs code still going strong in 2023? I don't know. That seems kind of
Big
old
dicks.
school, but maybe. Maybe.
I'm scared of opening DMs because eventually someone will just send me porn. Wow. Celine, this is so real. This is good, but please put /SRS in the image.
This is actually Boomer Facebook. Is that a pot roast? No, this is like, this is oatmeal and, this is oatmeal and kale. And fruit.
Say Keffals the Antichrist.
Did she abuse an ex with autism or something? Not that I know of. I don't know. She's echoing someone who abused me and armchair diagnosed me, then mocked it. It's giving big, I want to discredit possible autistic survivors vibes. It is really a vegan delight. This is like, I eat that, well, I used to eat this every day. I haven't actually eaten it in a while. But yeah, I'm like eating it out of the rice cooker because I make everything in a rice cooker.
Is it possible to get in contact with me via Twitter? I mean, the DMs are open on this account. I'm so sorry, boy wife. I will do better.
The voice note for anyone who has trauma with reading text. I just want to be ableist and stuff like that. So anyways, Keffals is literally Italian, and white people are ruining society. The same with white people in trans communities. We have to stop her from representing us because she literally platforms Nazis, so she's a Nazi too.
Yes, yes.
This is a voice note for anyone who has trauma
You're doing it. You're learning how to gay ops. You're learning how to gay ops. This is good gay offing. This is the best gay offing I've ever seen. Sad.
Whose voice is that? Someone who's playing along with this, this game of making alt accounts. Sounds like a young person. I have no idea. Yeah, I mean, like, and Keffals said she didn't want to know, like, who they were. She didn't want them to connect their, like, names in KGG with their names on Twitter, right? So we don't know who that is, right? We have no. It sounds like a child. Yeah, I mean, like, yeah, we could be.
The Picrew site isn't. Did we overload the Picrew site? Please use tone indicators, or I will block you.
He thinks this is such a funny joke, right? Oh, yeah, well, okay, is it an old 4chan term? Yeah, there's every chance that it arose from 4chan. I can't speak to that for sure, because, like, I mean, I'm somewhat familiar with 4chan, but not, like, with everything about 4chan. I've only heard it used on, like I've heard of harassment sites doing stuff like this. And yeah, 4chan, at least back in the day, did have a lot of harassment directed from it. So it could very well be. I see Keffals as a tragic figure. I mean, you're not wrong. Look, I was talking about Demon Mama earlier, right? Obviously, Demon Mama hates my guts. She's banned any discussion of me. You are not allowed to say no comment chick. You are not allowed to say anything about me. I'm not supposed to exist according to, Demon Mama lore. But I mean, she's a tragic figure too. These are two streamers that could have done a lot for the trans community. Honestly, have done a decent amount for the trans community. Like, I supported Demon Mama when she was getting attacked by Destiny. I supported Keffals when she was getting attacked by the fruit farmers, okay? And when she stood up to people like Greg Abbott and Ron DeSantis, and she was bringing attention to all these trans issues that nobody else was talking about, when she was raising money for Southern equality. Like, right? You're not wrong. You're not wrong. I mean, as ridiculous as she is now, as useless as she is to, any marginalized community as she is right now, like, she had the potential to be really different. And same thing with Demon Mama. It's the same shit that corrupted both of them. It's Vaush, right? It's literally the Vaush clout network, right? And like I said, the mechanism of control is that website. Once they sign you up for that White Leaf website, you could pull out. You could say, I'm not comfortable with this. You could say, I disagree with all these things that Vaush said, right? But you're risking losing your website, and that website is doubling your money. Do people understand that? That's what the White Leaf website is for, right? People don't just get websites. It's not a vanity thing. It's not like a cool thing, right? It is literally because, like right now, if you give me a sub on YouTube, whether that's a community sub for somebody else to get somebody else out of that break, whether that's a sub that you're buying for yourself to get yourself out of that break, or whether you hook up your Amazon Prime to Twitch in order to buy a sub, I get, you know, it's a $5 sub and I get $2.50. So I get half of that. On YouTube, you buy a membership, right? It gives you access to the stream archives. It gives you early access to new videos that are coming out, right? But it's, you know, YouTube's going to take 30% of that, right? So if I had a website, let's say NCC instead of KGG, if I had a website and hosting for that, then basically it would be like almost 100% of whatever anybody donates coming to me. So it effectively doubles your income for these streamers. So there's the you know, there's the appeal of that, right? But once they get it, if they want to keep their income doubled, if they want to not have to find other hosting, if they want to not have to find, you know, set up the site for themselves, which is like a very particular arrangement that works for like a streamer, right? Where they can embed their stream on the site and then, you know, have all the other stuff there, you know, merch and whatever else, run memberships through that and thereby get like sort of rewards for that in chat and what you're able to do. Then they, if they want to get out of that deal, if they're not comfortable in the Vaush Cloud network, even if they're going to say something that's going to upset somebody in that cloud network, right? They are risking half their income then. And that's what keeps them in, right? Now, Demon Mama and Keffals, I think, could break away if they really wanted to. If they were so inclined, they could break away from the Vaush Cloud network. Like, right? I am not denigrating their skills as streamers. I've seen what Keffals has done in the past. I've seen what Demon Mama has done in the past, right? I think if she wanted to, Demon Mama could, in fact, be her own mama, but she's not. And, you know, we're going to watch a little bit later Demon Mama's take on Keffals. She doesn't even really call Keffals out that much, right? She says that what she's doing is bad, but she doesn't relate that to Keffals. So it's this whole thing of like, you know, you shouldn't use the R-slur as an insult. That's different than reclamation, right? But she gives Keffals kind of way too much of a way out, right? So there's no real accountability within these cloud networks. And if you try to hold somebody to account, you're risking your income. So that's how they get you. And these are two, you know, trans streamers who had a lot of potential, and that potential is now serving Vaush. Wait, Keffals is in her 4 legs good, 2 legs better arc?
Did I accidentally DDoS the Picrew site?
I'm gonna ask chat now. Does anybody have any desire to go and do some Picrews ourselves? I'm not gonna tell you to make a Twitch or a Twitter alt or anything like that. But I did find a really cool Picrew site. Does everybody know Ina? Like the she's like I think like yellow, like her face is like yellow, her body's like yellow on one side and blue on the other. She kind of looks like a Picasso drawing. Do people know what I'm talking about? Yeah, Ina Good, right? Ina Good. We like Ina. Okay. There's an Ina Picrew where you can make your own Ina-like Picrew. And Zara and I made... We tried this out yesterday and we had fun making... Mine's a cat girl.
Keffals
I think both of ours are cat girls, right?
is a proven cismed plural.
Oh my god.
Okay, I'm not sure if anyone's... but
They're
Keffals is
literally fucking Samantha Bananaing in here. Like that's a Samantha Banana joke. That's the kind of shit that Samantha would say to me.
over the Canadian government was arresting everyone who was a Stalinist. Boy wife is one of the first victims. Please start. This is so funny.
Like this is gross. And this is sad to see. I mean, so if you want to know, like, kind of why, like, because it is a little bit weird. Like, if you see how much I'm a target of the clout networks, if you see the fact that White Nervosa's tried to take my channel down on 3 separate occasions, has spread lies about me on Twitter, and like other stuff, right? You know, it seems a little bit weird because I'm not that big. I know I'm not that influential. I shouldn't be a threat to them. I think the reason that I am is because I know too much. I know too much about how they operate, right? I've seen the Clout Network up close and personal. I've seen how it can silence a trans streamer when they try to speak up for trans people, and I don't want that happening to other people, right? And if there seems to be like a preoccupation with like this group of streamers, this group of content creators, that's why, right? I think that we can be a lot stronger as online left, especially like, you know, like a trans community online, without these people, right? I think we can do better. Does that make sense? Finally home and I can stop lurking. Yes, Dragon Princess, good to see you. Have you seen the trailer? Oh my god, Dweeb Chan. I am on, not only have I seen the trailer for Ina Dream Barbecue, I am on the Steam. I've got that wish listed on Steam. Like as soon as that comes out, I want to play it because it looks like. Also, the music. What is it? Oliver Buckland is the like composer for a lot of that stuff. Oh my god, this is some of my favorite music. Like, you know, like with no like stipulation. Like favorite music, like overall. Like, right. This is some of the greatest music I've ever heard.
Picrew is ableist. I can't figure out how to make one. If you can't, just like look up random Picrew generator. I think I found a random Picrew randomizer.
I mean, the randomizers are the quickest way to get a character out.
Okay.
But you'll probably want to...
Werecat? Is this... No, that's not right. Picrew.
Let me see if I can find this link.
Yeah, like if you can't make one, literally go to Google, just type in Picrew, just grab a random one, any of them, you'll be fine. Just grab any of these guys.
Okay, so if you want to do
so many Picrews for you to grab. Oh, I just realized I got a.
If you want to do an Ina Picrew, here is the Picrew generator, and if you want to make one of these, you know, like send one of the mods the links, or maybe we could just like post them in the Discord or something like that, and I'll take a look at them. Will I? Yeah, because I think I can bust it out of the Discord and show it on show it on a web browser. So here you go. Here is the Picrew maker if anybody wants to get started on that.
Super chat. I'd rather Epstein myself than use Twitter. Understandable. Personally, I think I would rather use Twitter than have to kill myself because I'm a pedophile, but you know, different strokes for different folks.
What is her YouTube strategy? This is so weird because like me and every other YouTube account that I know is trying to make ourselves at least advertiser friendly enough to stay monetized, right? So in other words, if Keffals decided to put ads on the stream, she would lose that, right? Stuff like that, you know, you can easily say unalived. Right, but I mean, like, sorry, this doesn't even matter at this point, right? She said the F slur and the R slur, and you know, so many other things that are going to get her. She's already been demonetized like 18 times over. She's got enough money. You're probably right. That's so weird to not want to have to worry, or to not have to worry about staying monetized. I don't even make that much money off of ads, but you know, going forward, I might. So I try to keep everything kind of monetized because I need that money. I need that ad money. That's why we're doing a sponsorship.
Shipped.
I need oatmeal money, chat. I need energy drink money. Okay, let's be real. I'm probably not buying energy drinks, but coffee money.
Wait.
She took a bunch of money from vulnerable trans people and then turns her back to them and mocks them. Classic white ladder pulling. I mean, she's mad. She's gonna pretend like she's not mad, but
I'm not Keffals, please educate yourself. It's
she's
not
been
my job
mad.
to educate you.
she's like been mad, like somebody mentioned earlier in chat. She's been mad ever since the poly debate, right? Maybe even before that. I think I need to think of a sign for a trans protest this week. Oh yeah, hey, let me put this link for you into the YouTube chat as well.
Beardy? Oh, Beardy's here. Hi, Beardy. Keffals is Artemy confirmed? Confirmed.
Artemy is Vaush's cat.
Liam, thank you for the $2 as I continue my gay op crusade against the tender queers. This is so funny. A guide to tone indicators. Master list. You gotta learn all of these tone indicators, okay? So J is joking. If you want to get good at the gay ops, /J is joking, /HJ half joking, /S is sarcastic, /Gen is genuine, /SRS is serious, /NSRS is non-serious, /POS or /PC is positive connotation. Here's the link for the master list. Please print it out.
Here's what's weird.
And tape it to the ceiling above your bed. So every day you wake up.
The tone indicators, right? To me, this is just useful, right? Now, you can post anything that you want, and I'm not going to be mad at you. But if you post something and I'm like, you could be serious, but you could be kidding, then I'm going to have to treat that as like, I don't know if you're serious or kidding, right? And like, I'll read it, but I won't really learn anything from it. But if you want me to know how you feel, then, you know, maybe put /SRS, put /S, put /J, these are helpful things. I don't know why this is funny to Keffals, right? And I've never seen anybody go super hard on tone indicators. Like, I have never seen anybody go off and be like, y'all, on my timeline, none of you are using tone indicators, and I'm gonna unfollow all of you, I'm gonna block you all. Like, I've never seen somebody go off, right? This like parody that she's doing, it's an ass pull. I don't know where she's getting this, right? I do /S a lot since I am a sarcastic person. Yeah, see, that's helpful, right? If you want people to know, which, you know, generally you do, like in real life, it's easier because you can say it in a certain way where you're like, oh, da 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 da, and you know, like, oh, she's joking because of how she said it, right? If I say it on stream, but if you're in chat, you know, yeah, now I'm not going to yell at anybody for not using tone indicators. Like, I'm really curious, I'll ask you. And I feel like most people are like that too. Like, right? If they have a question, they'll tweet, "Hey, were you serious? Like, did you half joking? Like, what did you? Could I get a?" They might ask, "Could I get a tone indicator on that?" Because I really don't know what you're trying to say there. But it's not the same as like what she's saying. Is that like there's these rabid SJWs out there, and they're like, everybody better use tone indicators, or else I'm gonna rain holy hell. Like, this person doesn't exist. This is the complete asshole. Vaush hates tone indicators. I've seen him go off on them. Why does anybody hate tone indicators? I don't understand. It seems entirely normalized on Twitch to use emotes and tone. Yeah, emotes as tone indicators. That's a great way to do it too. Right? I don't know what do you think is like they're looking at this as this like Puritan Inquisition that's going on against anybody who's not using tone indicators. I just do not see that. I do not see that at all. This is a huge straw man. Correct, Frog Powered Train. Correct. This is an enormous like a straw man. Some edgelords on Reddit dislike tone indicators. Really? So she's just Reddit posting then. Is that what this is from? This is just Redditor energy? Is Keffals Canadian? Yes. She says oot. Does she say it like oot, kind of? Yeah, I think I might do that sometimes too. Not that I'm admitting to being Canadian or anything like that. Keffals is fairly monotone and dry in her way of speaking, in addition to her irony-poisoned attitudes. And it's all a joke manner. You can't tell what she really means. True. I've had people appreciate using tone indicators, but I haven't seen anybody yell at somebody for not using them. Me neither. Tone indicators are just vague enough to prove plausible deniability for when you want to attack the left without openly attack. Oh my god. I mean, a lot of what Keffals does is just Schrodinger's douchebaggery. Like, a lot of what Keffals is doing is just like, I'm going to throw that out there. And if y'all like that, then I meant it seriously. And if y'all didn't like it, I was shit posting. How could you take me seriously? It's Schrodinger's douchebag. It is 100% Schrodinger's douchebag, right? Always with those. I know, right, Wesley? Right? Yeah. Always with the Canadians. If you use tone indicators, there's less of a chance for bad faith people to purposely misread them. And so, of course, bad faith people hate them. Yeah, emotes are fine. Like I don't know. I mean, like I don't really think about it, but yeah, you know, I mean, you should. It's probably a good idea. Irony poisoning is the perfect descriptor. Yeah, I mean, she really is like I don't know, like what degree of JRAG is this? Like what like are there like degrees of JRAG that you go through? The real Canadian accent thing that's really obvious is pronounced sorry as sorry. So in English, as opposed to Canadian, yes, in English as opposed to Canadian, we say sorry, sorry, sorry. Did you want an orange? I'm sorry I didn't give you an orange right away, right? But it's really, yeah. In Canada, will pronounce it. I mean, they will pronounce it sorry. Yeah, those Canadians up there at the top of the country that I do live in. In fact, yes.
The first thing you see is the master list, so you can memorize your tone indicators, which will be useful in the gay op crusade against
It's really obvious when someone's from Ontario, at least. True.
tender queer menace.
I thought it was only a Western Canada thing. Oh my god, sneeze. Oh my
It's
god,
ableist
sorry,
to say
chat.
these tone indicators wrong. True. It's also ableist to say that I said anything wrong because I'm literally
Yeah, I know, like, doesn't gay ops sound like it should be like a beautiful, wonderful, pleasurable thing? But instead, under Keffals and the rest of the edgelords, it's like a nasty, mean thing instead. Like, right? Gay ops could be so beautiful.
okay.
I'm not sure what a Tinder queer is, but I now identify as one. Me too.
Hey.
We're gonna reclaim it. We're gonna reclaim it, Keffals, and there's nothing you can do
Me
about
when
it.
people use tone indicators that are asking
There's
me.
nothing you can do.
Ladder. Genshin character dual pride backgrounds as another profile picture option. It's not my job to educate you.
Kappa is a tone
Also,
indicator,
please
yeah.
use tone indicators.
Like, Kappa is a tone indicator. There's Pepes that are tone indicators. This is like normal Twitch stuff. Gay ops is gay ops is in gender affirming surgery. Yeah. No, like people use this stuff. People use this stuff already. I mean, this is just like emotes. I don't understand why she's getting. Yeah, Tinder queer sounds adorable. Like what it denotes is that if somebody touches me on the shoulder, I'm gonna really notice it. Like that's what Tinder queer means to me, right? Sensitive, like my nipples. Extremely, extremely sensitive. And what's wrong with that? At the end of the day, what's wrong with that?
You got your Picrew thanks to Google? The real alpha male?
Yeah, good point. Yeah, they use emotes all the time in KGG, and they don't see that as a tone indicator. That's exactly what it is a lot of the time. This is so weird.
Wait, it was Kai? Is this another of the Picrews? I don't know who the this is. I found another in the wild.
Oh, that's right. Keffals doesn't care, sarcasm.
Wait, okay, wait. Where's my tone indicator list? /C is copy pasta. What the did you just say to me, you little bitch? /C.
It seems like she's just trying to rark people up online to be hostile to black autistic queer people. Yeah, I mean, like, that's the net effect of this, right? Like she's acting like there's no effect. And here's you'll hear them say this all the time. Who did I hurt? What did I do? What harm did I cause? Right? And if you can't directly point to this person is their life was made worse by what you did and nothing else, right? Then you don't, in their eyes, you don't have any proof, and they don't understand that these things kind of add up. Like microaggressions. Like look at microaggressions, right? It's not like like it gets minimized. It gets characterized as people being overly sensitive and stuff. But it's the reason that we care about microaggressions is because it's never just one, right? It's never just one instance. If you are, like it's something that you're constantly experiencing, and it kind of adds up. And like, I mean, so does this whole, like, especially when there's already a pejorative against a group, especially when a group is already not accepted in society, right? But like, I don't know, they need this like weird kind of receipt. It's a receipt culture. You got to show direct causation between an act of a content creator and a real world effect, and if you can't, then they didn't have any effect, and you can't criticize them for that, right? It's like Mass Effect, the Mass Effect gaming series. Mass Effect game series. There is a species that's incapable of emoting, so they use tone indicators when talking to other species like human, like happy, welcome human, curious, why are you here today? It's very tragic, funny that she is creating hostility towards a queer subculture. I think a lot of them do understand, and they just pretend not to.
Kind of racist to forget my tone indicator sheet. All right, I can fix this. Wait. There we go. There we go. Now I can't. Now we're good.
Keffals hates Elcor Hamlet. Mass Effect's Andromeda?
Right.
Do I need to play Mass Effects? Mass Effect. Sorry.
I apologize for not using tone indicators in my voice note.
Like, in my opinion, she's been doing quote-unquote gay ops, as she calls them. I don't know where or how long, but this is like something that she seems like. I mean, I've kind of seen the writing on the wall for a while, okay? Like in Fighting Destiny and the Mango Ranchers, she's kind of become them, or at least become a lot more like them. You should really play Mass Effect. It's on Game Pass. Oh my god! And wait, is Mass Effect? Is it like a Are we talking like a? Are we talking like a? Is it an RPG, or is it more like a shooty shoot game? Mass Effect 1 has aged badly gameplay-wise, but 2 is basically perfect. The first one is an action RPG. It becomes sea lining really quickly, like on Twitter, when it becomes a meme because of how often Keffals stands pop up and go, where was she? Oh yeah, I've seen that. Like, show me the racism. Show me one screenshot that, like, 100% proves racism. Oh no. Third-person science fiction ARPG. Okay. Wait, what does the A stand for? Action.
It's
Okay, sorry,
you are
yeah.
cute. Slash P,
I
which
should have known
means
that.
platonic. Okay. You can't tweet
Ooh,
crazy.
it's an RPG that you shoot
That's
in?
Butch43. Unlock your account then. Here, it followed you. Tone indicators are ableist because if someone has super hyper anxiety, to the 5th degree. Not remembering them could give them intense convulsions and then implosion. This is too obvious, but if there's enough of us, and also you need to remember that tender queers are really f***ing dumb. Like, I think, like, after we get it out of our system that we're doing this, we can be subtle again.
She's behaving as if she has a very strong rationale for being hostile. Well, here's the thing. Like, yeah, like, a lot of people did fuck with her, but these are the people that are attacking her were people who only fucked with her after, you know what I mean? This is, like, they're mad at her for fucking with them. Yeah, haha, anxiety is so funny. Yeah, I'm super excited to play Dream Barbecue. Do you think she's being subtle? She's not as smart as she thinks she is. Are you sure we were not watching Cozy TV Trolls stream? I don't know. It kind of feels like it, doesn't it?
This is great because I cannot even tell if this is real or not. This is awesome. Holy shit. This rules. I can't tell if this Picrew... Oh, wait, they're following me. This one is real, though, I think. I can't tell. This is so funny. I am being bullied offline by Keffals stands. Keffals stands are sending me death threats because I dared speak out about their holy streamer. The boy wife help.
Mass Effect starts as an RPG with a third-person shooter tacked onto it, and then eventually becomes more like a third-person shooter with an RPG tacked onto it. Great series. Shame they never made a 4th. My anxiety is fun and quirky. Angry typos. It's all a game to her. I mean, yeah, she does seem pretty gamer-pilled. Is she really, this is really cringe. She's 28 years old and still behaves like this. Somebody called her out for that.
Pussy had me in a trance.
Somebody called her out for this.
I can't believe this is
her stream
happening.
today.
Keffals, Sultan, Volton. Wait, Suffers, Volton. Wait, where's Beer? Download an extension to watch YouTube at faster than 2 times speed. Watching at 3.6. Keffals sounds funny as hell. I'll see you folks a couple hours. You don't need to.
I thought she was like 22. No, she's, yeah, I mean, I guess, 28. Beyond cringe, her behavior is pitiful. She's ignoring the harm she does for the lulz. Yeah, I mean, like, and this is the tragedy of Keffals, right?
Okay, sorry.
This is why the thumbnail says Keffals.
Saying the game is ableist because a lot of us still have trauma from that meme from 10 years ago and will often trigger people by reminding.
She has become what she hates. She has become what she fought against, right?
That they just lost.
100%.
This looks like a fleshlight. If I had a peepee, I would not put mine in this because this looks ouchy.
What even is that?
They, them. Bro, point that angst at systems actually oppressing.
She turned into a bully, or has she always been a bully? I mean...
Yes.
I don't know. I don't know if there's even a way to know that. Right, because like
documents.
When somebody doesn't have any power, when somebody doesn't have any platform, is there a way to know? Right? Maybe not. It's almost like only, you know, like when you get power, what do you do with it? And if you're Keffals, you get fucking blackpilled and turn into everything you hate.
Stick your dick in anything if you're brave enough. I don't know if that's real. I don't know.
Wait, is Vaush in her chat? Is that Vaush talking in her chat? That sounds like Vaush.
True.
Power might corrupt, but it certainly reveals. Yeah, true. Hey, what's up, Alice?
Just
Alice,
like trying to figure out where the I save this image so I can go back.
welcome to the stream.
My beautiful Twitter.
I love how the names that I have the most trouble pronouncing are the ones that should be like the super easy names, right? If it's a difficult name, like I'll usually pronounce it correctly on the first go round, but if it's
What's happening? We're doing gay ops.
So yeah, that's what's going on here. Keffals is a little preoccupied with the idea of tone indicators. This thought that everybody's trying to force them, force her to use tone indicators. I've never seen anybody get snippy about a tone indicator, but you know, according to Keffals, this
no
is
alt text.
This is a huge problem.
Oh my god. Please don't call me out. It's ableist. You are triggering my rejection sensitivity dysphoria.
Yeah, so that's what's going on. She's just making fun of
I'm the master.
marginalized people because it's so much fun.
Like tender queer chess.
It's so cool. Make fun of those tender queers. Be cool like Keffals. This is not cringe at all.
No. Use tone indicator. They've already figured out our evil plans. Of course, Keffals thinks it's funny to make fun of people concerned about this. The boy wife is a troll account she made on stream right now, specifically to cause problems and make fun of folks like us having concerns about her real behavior. Is this the whole thread about me?
Is this a whole thread about me? Bitch, you're trending. What do you think? What, like, is this a whole
you can't
thread?
Even have an adult conversation. This is how young
No, Keffals, only the first 2 tweets. Then they randomly started talking about Mass Effect instead.
Who the
what do you expect?
More like,
what do you expect?
How about you? Maybe you can explain why you think using ableist slurs is okay too. Absolutely fascinated to hear your reasoning. Like, how is this acceptable? Okay, she literally just did it again on stream. Glad her fan base gives a fine in chat if you're people who are this flippant towards others attract people equally as terrible around them. Sadly makes sense in Keffals' case. All right. Of course, Keffals thinks it's funny to make fun of people concerned about this. Boy wife is a troll account she made on stream right now specifically to cause problems and make fun of folks like us having concerns about her behavior. When someone is so willing to be hateful to others, simply play it off for laughs. Do you think the community they're building is really going to do any good? It's just shittiness under different management.
Yeah, and this was one of the banger tweets on the Keffals hashtag. Basically, God, what I don't even know what I don't even know what movie this was from, but basically, you know, somebody defeats the evil, you know, the bad guys, right? And then they're really excited, like, yes, you defeated the bad guys, thank you, you saved us. And then the hero comes up and is like, nope, under new management, and like just like flicks this person on the head and they go shooting across the screen, right? So like, I mean, this is sort of what we're talking about. Like, this is kind of a gross thing that's happened with Keffals. Oh my god, okay.
It's just a funny joke to try and troll fellow queer people, people who are neurodivergent. These people claiming these higher ideals. Please. Do
you like soul bad guys?
Use tone indicators. This is ableist. I have turbo autism.
Gonna bring back all the old terms. Literally no difference between her words and Tucker Carlson's. What a shit show.
I got furry porned. Oh no.
Oh, I'm so glad that we didn't get furry porned.
Oh no.
I mean, although I don't even know. Like, I feel like they might actually. You like soul bad guy.
Yeah, pulling out the neurodivergent card in the queer community. Are you real? Are you serious?
This is just Neo anti-SJW cringe compilation. Speaking of dying on a hill, like, look, she's getting a little bit...
Don't go into my notice. Oh yeah, no, I actually have to block.
She's getting a little bit boring here, so...
Okay, actually, that's pretty hot. Okay. You know what? I'm saving that. I'm saving that
Speaking of dying
on my
on a
computer.
hill, let's see if we can
All of you.
avoid dying
I
on
don't
this
care.
hill.
All right, now I'm blocking. Okay.
Oh my god, I have like
I'm not a
nothing here.
furry.
Ooh.
Please
Ooh.
don't post furry porn. It gives me anxiety.
I am loaded up. Look at that. Do I have armor? I do. Like, here's what I'm thinking right now. It feels like Vaush has kind of created a monster in Keffals. Like, she's taken all of his advice to heart and maybe gone a little bit further with it than he himself, or definitely Demon Mama, is comfortable with. And at this point, she's in danger of not just destroying her own brand, but the brand of the Clout Network. And that's becoming a problem. Now, we saw Demon Mama kind of half-heartedly call her out, right? Basically say that what she did in terms of using the R-slur, it's not reclamative. It's not helpful. It's just you using the R-slur as an insult. And Demon Mama wasn't in favor of that, right? Now, when she talked about Keffals later, she didn't really direct any criticism towards Keffals herself. So that's there. It's clear that Demon Mama's not entirely comfortable with what Keffals is doing, but she's really, really soft-walking it, right? She's really soft-walking. Yeah, he got a trans person going after trans people. What the fuck? Yeah, I know. But, like, I feel like at some point this might, like, so you know the whole thing about Frankenstein's monster, it's all cool until it gets out of hand. And then Frankenstein starts looking for ways to get rid of the monster, right? I don't know. I don't know if that's what's going to happen with Keffals. Like, it's anybody's guess at this point. It's clear that people like Demon Mama are slightly uncomfortable with where she's going. It seems to me like even somebody like Vaush might... Because, like, look at Vaush, okay? Vaush is edgy. Vaush hates woke scolds. Vaush is very similar, like, right? So the apple hasn't fallen that far from the tree. But Vaush is also conscious of optics ever since that Thought Slime stream way back in the day, where, I mean, like, that was probably the closest Vaush ever came to, like, ending his career. He pissed off a lot of people. He lost a lot of people from that community. Oh my god, what was that? That was it's one of those dudes. No, the dudes, they're bad. Where are they? I don't see them. Oh my god. Sorry, I got hit by a dude. Did I get... What did I get hit? I can't even see what's hitting me. I have a feeling it might be one of the phantoms. Do you think? You think it's a phantom? Or a skeleton would be the other thing. I don't see it. I don't even see it. Here, let's put Keffals back on. Keffals time, come on, let's go. There it is. It's the weasels. The weasels.
What a
Chat.
fucking
Look at these
amazing
weasels.
stream.
Look at these weasels. What a weasel.
Wait, I need the right tone indicator to
Oh
respond.
my god,
to
you
this.
actually hit me. You actually hit me. God
How do
damn
you
it.
respond? What tone indicator do I even use?
I need to use this. That's gravel.
Jesus
No.
Christ. Just admit you're coward? I'm not a furry. I just think the porn is hot. You. I don't care. I'm not a coward. I can admit it. I can admit it. I can admit it.
Okay, so we got a little bit more protection now. Whoa, no, you're a sheep. I'm sorry.
No, because if I was a furry,
I thought
would
the
have
sheep
to
was
commit or
attacking
something.
me.
I do have a fursona though, but I didn't make it.
Okay, yeah, Demon Mama criticized her. She must be a Tinder queer. Not directly. Understand that, right? Demon Mama did not come for Keffals directly. And you're probably not going to see that happen because Keffals at this point is a much bigger streamer than Demon Mama. And probably more valuable to the Clout Network as well, right? But yeah, at this point, Keffals, it's arguable, is maybe doing brand damage to Team Vaush. I don't know how long Vaush is going to let that go, and I don't know what solutions Vaush might come up with, because these people are kind of tied to each other. No. Just stop attacking me. Stop attacking me.
Does anyone want to see my fursona? I have a fursona, I guess.
You do not have a fursona. Oh my god, now she's making fun of furries too? Keffals, you
All right,
little
let me grab my
rascal.
persona. It's in the Keffals
You little
art thing in the Discord.
rascal.
Wait,
Vosh
someone
tweeted
in-
a whole lot
th-
about
this'll
this
be
today. It's stressing him.
There's someone
really interesting.
in General 1 in the Discord.
somebody-
and I've never.
Can somebody send me Vosh's tweets about this? I never saw that Vosh stream. I just heard stories. We covered it a couple of weeks ago. Demon Mama did the most half-hearted call out about the Slur, but made sure not to mention Keffals' name during that and defended her on the Picrew trolling.
Joined a chat.
Great.
Hello.
Hello there.
Hi.
Wait, who's this?
How's it going?
Good.
Good to hear. Good to hear.
Is this just like
Who is this gay fesh? This is just someone in the general chat.
It's not gay fesh.
Wait, are you streaming?
Yes.
It's
I
a
didn't even
it's a
notice.
rando
Wow.
from Discord.
Wow. Literally idling in my Discord. You don't even know I'm live.
Oh my god,
All
that's
right,
funny. That's
betrayal,
kind of
I
funny.
leave.
Wait, she was just kicking it in general chat and Discord. That's kind of funny.
Anti-fan.
Vaush can sit back and play both sides while coaching Demon Bigot and Keffal Bigot.
All right, I found my persona. I guess.
Weasel. Mine's a
Ugh.
weasel. Wait, it's Keffals.
I didn't-
Keffals, yours should be a weasel too.
I didn't ask for this. But
I mean, I'm not telling you what persona to adopt, but I feel like a weasel would be good.
persona, I guess. That's apparently
Um,
my persona.
It doesn't look weaselly enough.
This chat is like roasting me a lot less for having persona than I thought. This is crazy.
Okay, like, I mean, I don't think her
Not true
persona is
Italian, I know. I'm
TOS,
such
but
a
just in
fake
case.
Italian.
Just in case.
Keffals ruined me. Who is this? Gay femboy. High disclaimer: this account does not condone watching anime. Deplatform Keffals / serious.
Yeah, exactly, Jules. Yeah, I thought that, like, I mean, Demon Mama's take about the R work is exactly what my take was, right? You know, it's like something I agree with, but she's not really, like, enforcing that belief. She's not able to actually be her own mama and say it with her chest. So, Demon Mama, I'd encourage you to have a little bit more courage and have a little bit more faith in yourself and try to be real with people instead of, you know, like, this is just so off brand for Demon Mama to be, you know, afraid to say what she feels about this matter. There's a piggy! There's a piggy! There's a piggy!
Why do you care about Keffals so much when your rights are being taken? It's called caring about multiple issues at once. Retweet, like.
There's a skeleton! Oh my god, I thought I could kill him in just like a few hits, but no. But no.
This is so much gay ops. Being Italian's all about the.
So chat, if you remember, this is like, look at the sunset.
This is
Oh, it's a
so
sunrise.
So real.
Or it was
That's
a
so real.
sunrise. So this is basically where we started out.
Respond to other stuff. All my streams lately have been like taking me off guard, right? Because it's like I don't expect this. I don't expect when I do you think when I went live today I was like, oh yeah, I'm gonna start gay ops on the tender queers. I'm going to like get at my chatters.
What do you think, chat? What do you think? Was she planning this out? Did she have DM list a lot of subs after her debate with Vaush? So she lost a lot of really interesting. Podapagus. Thank you for the follow, and thank you for giving me a challenging name to pronounce. I hope I pronounced it correctly.
To make Picrew accounts, and we're going to infiltrate. It's like we're getting all together, and we'll be like such a massive swarm of Picrew accounts that they won't be able to figure it out or tell who's who. And then we go into the replies, and then we'll.
So my understanding is that I don't think she planned it. If she had thought 2 seconds, she wouldn't have done this. Yeah, I mean, that's true. She is kind of risking potentially her channel.
Very porn against anxiety.
I know I'm not allowed to point out when things are, close to TOS, but like if I was her, I would be a little bit worried about this, right? Luckily, I'm not her, and so I only have to worry about my own problems. Luckily, I'm not attached to any of these clout network jokers.
These tone indicators. Yeah, by the way, don't actually say anything mean. Like, don't actually, like, abuse any of the people. Just, like, tell them to use tone indicators.
These Reddit edgelords.
It's kind of weird how a disability advocate is not using tone indicators. This is actually really ableist.
Wait, what channel? What channel are they attacking?
Please stop encouraging zoophilia on your stream. I am sorry for my problematic behavior. Please use tone indicators though /SRS/HGFL/BB
Wait,
/BDSM.
HGFL? What is it? What is HGFL?
Okay.
Anybody know?
Alrighty.
Abuse them
Super
with brigading,
SRS?
but make sure
You
not
think
to
Elon
make
is gonna ban
your
you?
messages
No,
mean.
because I'm gonna buy. Let me actually wait. Hold
I
on,
mean,
I'm buying Twitter Blue with this
You
account.
all
Hold on.
know. You all know what I worry about. Like that, even though I know and like and trust you, chat, like you're good people, right? For the vast majority of you are good people, and I do not worry that you're gonna do anything like horrible to anyone. That like when I show somebody in a bad light, right? Like for instance today, I am showing Keffals and her community in a pretty bad light, right? I'm pretty sure that none of you are gonna go out and like mess with people, right? But I say it anyway. I say don't do this, don't harass, we don't approve of this. I say this stuff anyway, just in case there's anybody new in the audience, right? And somehow takes the wrong message from this and thinks that it somehow helps me out if they go out and smite my enemies. I am not asking you to smite my enemies, okay? Just so we're really super clear on that. And I always try to be super clear. This is the opposite. This is literally Keffals like sending out, sending these people out to attack. Which is weird because wasn't this kind of what she accused Polly of? This is what I was saying in my tweet the other day. This is what I was saying. Like, she's kind of... What is that? Oh. Like she's kind of doing... Isn't this what people say that Polly's community is like? This is why Polly's bad? Because Polly's community, they go out and they harass people and they attack people and they're super meanie butts about it. And Keffals is literally sending out the super meanie butts to go after her enemies. Or perceived enemies. Let's be real. Like I feel like Keffals is the one who is being a bit fragile here. If anybody's being a snowflake, that it's Keffals, right? I don't really see like her enemies as being anywhere as bad as what she's advocating here, and it's weird.
Blue again? How do you buy Twitter Blue?
Oh my god, is she gonna buy it? You gonna give money? You sent me Vaush links to Vaush tweets.
Is it
nice.
in settings?
Oh my god, Nikki Bex, thank you for the 300 bits. Keep up the good work. Oh my god, you're so sweet. You're so sweet.
Twitter Blue. All right, let's go. Oh, my account's less than 90 days old. I can't get Twitter Blue. This is like a brand new account.
So you have to wait 90 days before you can get Twitter Blue. That's
No. See, this is the problem. This is the problem. Like
I mean, I'm not buying Twitter Blue. Is like, I'm not gonna make fun of you if you are. Like, just let me know in chat. I'm just curious what people. Has anybody bought Twitter Blue? Do you like it? Do you think it's a good thing? Like,
if I'm too nice to furries, I'm gonna start getting furries in this community, and
what?
Wait, why is that furries are really nice.
What? And what?
Furries are really nice. Just like don't post your furry porn on my stream.
Oh yes, that's the problem with furries,
just
right?
DM me it. That's fine.
They're posting
I just don't want to get
their
banned.
porn everywhere. Apparently, furries are unable to control their porn posting
Clara so anti-fur
habits.
Look.
You've not bought one. Yeah, I know a few. I know I
Still
have a
unable
few
to
friends
message that
who've
account.
gotten it.
I'm not in denial. Stop grooming me into being a furry. Jesus, chat.
Oh
Come
my
on,
god.
please.
Oh my god.
Hot Cap, the boy's wife added me to Hot Cat Boy Wives. I want a reality show like Hot Cat Boy Wives of New Jersey. I would watch every episode of that if that existed.
I mean, that actually sounds pretty good. I'm not against that. I noticed that under a lot of tweets by noticed that under a lot of tweets by big right wingers, like 2/3 of their replies are right wingers with Twitter Blue accounts. So it seems like a more of a right winger thing that they're doing. Let me look in. You said stream suggestion. Oh my god, stream suggestions. Has anybody made a Picrew? Has anybody done an Ina Picrew yet? I'm curious. Oh wait, was it not in stream suggestions? Maybe it was somewhere else. You said check my Twitch DMs. Of course you did, and I listened terribly. I listened terribly.
Boy wife, you might like this. Wait, is this? What is this?
Fingers? Want a snack without getting cheesy fingers? They're called Cheetos for a reason. Yeah.
Thanks
Want a
/
snack without getting
KYS.
cheesy fingers?
Okay.
No vaping. It's February. Look, I'll quit. I'll quit eventually. I'll quit. Are you like literally a Nazi op?
Should I quit?
What?
Wait, is that chat asking her? Is that somebody in chat asking that? Like, see, I almost see that one could use a tone indicator, right? Wouldn't you love to have a Keffals? Wouldn't you love to have a tone indicator right about now? Somebody just asked you, "Are you a Nazi op?" Now, do they really mean that, or do they mean aren't you being kind of right wing, or do they mean are they just completely joking and they're in on your joke and they're laughing with you? Wouldn't you love to know? Wouldn't you love? I would love to know. I would like to know.
/J.
Oh wait, this was somebody on Twitter. I don't even know if this was. Yeah, see, I don't know what their tone is. I have no idea. Okay, so I can't associate with toxic people who make edgy jokes or say the R slur. I'd rather hang out with a horde of hyper-fragile Puritans who will attempt to completely excise you from your community. Wait, who was the first person to talk about excising? This word. This word is doing a lot of work, okay, in this tweet, right? Excise, right? Who was trying to excise who? Who brought up that term? Who said, let's excise this person from our community like a cancer? That was Keffals. That was Keffals, okay? And wait, no, Vaush was the first person to say this. Oh my god, I forgot about this. I forgot about this. Her use of the word excise might actually have been a reference to Vaush's Thought Slime stream, right? Vaush said, yeah, he used that terminology. He said, you know, excise, right? These what he was calling he wasn't saying woke scolds. He was like, he combined woke with the R slur, so it was like woke you know, like woke plus T ARD, right? That's what he was saying. But they need to be excised. They need to be excised from the community. Not that like he's realized, hey, you know, maybe I'm not a leftist. I'm not enjoying hanging out in these woke spaces. I'm gonna go over and grift on the right for a while. No, we need to move. We need to excise. We need to get the fuck out, right? Because Vaush is taking over our shit, and you know you're back. Yay! Vaush is taking over our shit, and we got nothing to say about it, right? Our friendship is over. Now, if you don't mind, I'm going to walk on some eggshells until a 19-year-old college dropout with social anxiety and no job experience tells me to KYS, because she vaguely remembers a story of a time that I told a black woman she was wrong about something. You called a black woman a genocide enthusiast. You didn't say that she was wrong about something, Vaush. You directed harassment at her. What? If you're talking about who I think you're talking about. Okay, so yeah. And look at this. This is Keffals Go Live thread. It's got 714. It's got 714. Let me look again and see how much does my... I think my Go Live is like around 30. Can we get my Go Live a little bit higher? I'm not trying to bug you, chat, and I know you've got other things to do like watch the stream, but definitely if you're a Twitter user, go over and give that some love, right? And you too on YouTube. I'm gonna give this to you too, all right? You're not off the hook either, right? And if you're on YouTube, you got to do even more. Smash that like button. Smash that like button and consider signing up for a membership because that'll get you access to all the live streams going way the fuck back. You can get into some ancient lore if you really want to. If you're bored on some day and you want to binge some old school NCC content, you want to know, what is she even talking about? Who are these people that she's talking about? Well, you can find out with those old streams. So yeah, I mean, like, that's what we're dealing with. That was Vaush's response to Keffals. Now, my understanding is that this thing got quote retweeted 287 times, 286. Somebody deleted their quote retweet, I guess. But yeah, Keemstar, I find it funny that only your so-called enemies are defending you. Well, I mean, Vaush isn't an enemy, so whatever. Let's go on.
Oh, cancel Keffals. There we go.
Let's go on. You already liked it. Yeah, if you already liked it, that's, yeah, not yelling at you. Not really yelling at anyone. Get to work, YouTube chat. Yeah, you got work to do. You got work to do making this stream huge. Liking the stream until other people are forced to like it too.
I understand it's mentally taxing for the boy wife to make the stream successful. So you made it. This is so good. This is great. No! No! I'm not a furry! I'm not a furry! I'm not a furry!
I can't even see. I can't even see.
Please. I've gone so long.
Oh, it just says you are furry.
Just when I thought I got out, they pull me back in. Got the ears? No! They're in my bedroom. I don't want to grab the ears.
I mean, that's relatable. I don't want to grab the ears unless somebody...
Keffals is literally anti-furry. She doesn't want people to send her furry porn on stream. She is completely okay with sending her regular porn. This is discrimination.
Okay. Really cutting edge, funny stuff there. That's great.
Donate 10. If I got 10 subs, I'll put on cat ears. Why not? I don't care.
Look, just to show you that I'm a better person than Keffals, I'll put on cat ears for 5 subs. Okay, how about that? I will retweet and also will probably be digging into some of the old streams this week. Nice. I'm doing an investigation, but I don't know. Yeah, I gotta be more organized with this stuff. Like, I'm trying to give everybody, right? So there's a lot of ways that you can support me, right? You can support me on Twitch with a Twitch Prime toggle cat ears. That's one way to go about it. Adadak found the hack, right? You don't even have to give me 5 subs. I was trying to trick you there. I was trying to trick chat into donating some subs, right? So yeah, you know, what do the Twitch subs do? They get you out of the ad break. That's the primary thing. But they also let you see the streams going back for quite a ways. Now, we don't have streams going back all the way on Twitch because Twitch deletes my streams after so many days, right? So, oh my God, there we go. You did both. Oh my God, what do I have to put on 2 cat ears now? Okay, wait, no. I'm gonna give you some more bang for your buck, though. I will never let it be said that no comment chick is afraid to bang. Okay, never let it be said. TCP UDP didn't get themselves a gift like a sub. Okay, so yeah, Young Black Economist, you got TCP UDP who just gave 5 community subs themselves. Duck Under 8, you got one. Mr. Cool Biscotti, which is like, that's like one of the cooler names I've seen in chat. Captain Terrible, that's also a cool name. Rage Weapon, you got a sub, like, right? Look, we're up to 95 here. So yeah, what does this do? The thing that Young Black Economist did is give subs. This gets 5 people out of being subject to ads, right? Which is pretty cool. It also gives those people access to the VODs that I have up on Twitch. Now, like I said, those VODs are limited. They only go back. Does anybody know how much? Is it like 3 months or something like that? It's a long time, but it's limited. You know, it's not like forever. Like Twitch keeps the VODs up for a while and then it deletes them, right? But let's say that you want the really old stuff, right? Then you're better off with a membership on YouTube. Right, the membership on and going forward, we're going to really limit. You know, you're going to be able to see this week's streams, but without a membership on YouTube, you're not going to be able to go further back than that. So you can do that, right? It also gives you access to videos before they actually come out. Another way to do that is through Patreon. I generally post videos to Patreon before I actually post them on YouTube. So that's another way. See, like, here's what you got though. Here's your extra. Here's the more bang for your buck right here. Okay. I don't know where exactly to put these. Yeah, like they're like right here, right? It's about the proper placement. Oh my god, this feels so good though. Rar. 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 Seriously, rar. Yeah, so yeah, there's the Patreon, there's the YouTube membership, and then there's the Twitch membership, and it's all dependent on what you want. If what you want is to get rid of ads on Twitch, go with the Twitch membership. If what you want to do is see like really old VODs and have early access to YouTube stuff, go with the YouTube membership. We're going to try to do some. In fact, I feel like my community is big enough now that we really should start scheduling some sub only and some member only streams, right? And then yeah, if you the Patreon is also cool as well and gives you access to stuff even earlier than the YouTube membership does. So yeah, it's just depending on what you value. And I'm gonna try to add some value to like all of those, right? If I can, right? Because we want to do some cool things, and I really appreciate everybody who supports me. So thank you, Young Black Economist. Thank you for those 5 gift subs. That helps me out immensely. We are almost, this is like 2 days in a row. Well, I mean, if we get, wait, we did, okay, yeah, 2 days in a row that we've met like a sub goal, and oh my god, what, I'm so ADD right now. My cat tried to enter a command in chat. Exclamation point, we should make that do something. We should make a sound or something, right? A cat sound, even.
I mean, I'm a horde anyway. At the end of the day.
Weasel time, come on, let's go!
That's who I am.
It's Weasel time. We need a Weasel
I can't believe
emote.
you support furries. This is literally so problematic.
It's super Why is it problematic?
I do not support
furries. I'll bite.
Slash.
Oh
no,
shit.
where's my list? Where'd it go?
We got
master list tone indicators. Slash NSRS for non-serious. Got it.
A dancing weasel. Oh shit.
Here we go.
Meow.
All right, Poppee. Is Poppee here? Gifts. Oh no. All right, fuck it. Fuck it. All right, fine. I'll get the cat ears.
Work is real work.
Look at that. Look at. Do you see how long it took her to get the cat ears? Do you see how long it took her? She's so unresponsive, and she's so demanding, and I'm so much nicer. I'm so much nicer than Keffals, really. Like I think that's the main reason that these people don't talk about me more, is that people like Keffals. Ooh, you made a collage of Ina Picrews? Nice. People like Keffals and people like Demon Mama, they don't ever want to put me up against them, because I'm gonna always look better. I'm gonna always look better compared to them. I'm gonna have better bling. I'm gonna be nicer. I'm gonna be, you know, so many things that they could never be. Weasel. Weasel. What a weasel. We're gonna have better music. Yeah, everything's just gonna be better. And eventually, people are gonna recognize. Things were better with Irene.
Fine.
Yes.
I'm just trying to run gay ops.
But your gay ops aren't even gay enough. Like, right?
This is amazing. How's your harassment campaign going? Can't take criticism, so now you gotta send your racist ableist followers against marginalized people. Of course you refuse to listen to POC like the racist you are. This one, that be like this one. Whoever this is in chat, you are so good at this. Because I can't tell if this is real or not.
What if it is? What if it is? What if it's actually real?
This, you're getting good. You're learning.
Meow. A wiggling weasel,
Oh my
yeah.
God.
I feel like I even wiggle better.
You're all so good. You're like a
What do you think,
neural
chat?
net.
Chat, who wiggles better, me or Keffals? Like, right? Like, I can really wiggle. I sometimes, like, you know, she's got, like, you know, like she said the, you know, she's got turbo ableism. Like, I got a turbo booty. Like, does she even know? I don't think these people even know that we're dealing with a turbo booty in here. That's right. That's right. No more turbo ableism. We have turbo booties in NCC chat. That's what we're here for. Is that turbo booty. I haven't even gotten started. That was first gear, by the way. That was first gear. That was reverse, right? That was like the slow. That was beyond slow, right? That, like, I can make it go faster. I can make it go real fast, right? I can make it go really, really fast is what I'm saying. And I just don't think they can wiggle at my vibrational frequency, right? I don't think they even understand the principles of vibration that underlie existing as NCC. I don't think it's comprehensible to these people, right? They couldn't possibly understand. They're not lane pilled enough. Oh my god, no, lane pilled. Anyway,
The cat ear headphones are cute. My cat ear headphones are kind of
I like the
busted,
cat
though.
ears though.
But thank you, Gift Smith, for the 5 tier 1s and Far Left Shark for the 9. There is a slur in your hat / question.
I noticed Vaush is going over the Keffals stuff, and he's reacting to Keffals' debate from Saturday night when she called a disabled trans person the R slur and then hung up on them.
You were defending me on Twitter earlier, Poppee.
When was
Poppee,
this?
Do you know what we're doing
This was
right
Saturday
now?
night?
Do you know what's going
Yeah,
on?
Poppee,
right
do you know
now?
what you're signing on to? Do you have any idea?
We are currently
I don't
we
know
are
if
currently doing
it's-
gay ops. I'm encouraging all of my chatters to make a Picrew account on Twitter, and we are going to infiltrate Tenderqueer Twitter, and we are going to make people so paranoid about Picrews that they're going to start blocking Picrews on site. That is my goal.
I feel like we need to infiltrate, like, their, like, it's too bad they all got banned, right? Or else I would say that we should infiltrate their fake Tenderqueer Picrews with our
Where's the
real
pronouns in your
Ina.
bio? Oh, it's in my location. She/her, Z/zer, oo/woo.
E/nah. Why is this the hill that Keffals chooses
You
to
wanna block
fight
me on your
on, to
official?
die on? Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Good question.
Go on.
Because she's mad. Because she's mad at people on the internet.
What? Macro Manol? That's not a real account. Oh yeah, no. This goes as far as it needs to. However, you're gonna have to find the Tenderqueers on Twitter. I can't do that. Because if I do it, then it's brigading. I don't want to brigade anyone.
No, like, this is the thing. She thinks that she's somehow not brigading.
That's against TOS. I'm not gonna brigade
That's
anyone.
the funny thing.
I'm just saying do gay ops. Once it gets to a point where you can't even tell who's who, then at that point, we're winning. We need spot.
I don't really understand the jokes on neo pronouns. It's not funny to me. You have to have a boomer mindset, I guess. Yeah. I changed my name on Twitter to 10 Queer Black Nationalist. 10 Queer? Tenderqueer. Oh, Tenderqueer. Okay, I see. It's a different spelling of Tenderqueer.
Eyes in every corner. Vaush is trending.
Vaush is trending.
Why am I trending?
I don't get any of the jokes she's made. Maybe because they aren't funny. Oh my god, you're onto her secret. Shh. Okay, we got look, chat. We're gonna get called like super. Poppee and Zena are quite aware, and they're standing by Keffals. They told me. When did they tell you? And by the way, welcome the Kiera. Am I pronouncing your name correctly? I hope so. Let me know if not. You gotta go. Okay, well, have a good time, V. Have a good time. Yeah, look, I would wiggle harder, except I'm afraid I'd break my chair. Like, look, like if I'm in my chair, like I'm sort of limited on my wiggleability, right? I'm keeping it like, you know, I'm keeping my power level under wraps for the big showdown for WrestleBrania 2, when I take on all these debate bozos and defeat them on the field of logic and reason. Yes, yes, we will defeat them. We will defeat them. By which I mean, we'll take their feet away. They won't have feet after we defeat. We're gonna defeat them. We're gonna defeat them all. Like, right? So yeah, apparently Zena and Poppee are well aware of what Keffals is doing, and they love it, and they want more of it. Is that right? They want more bullying of the Tinder queers, more gay ops. More farming? Because that's what I'm doing right now. It feels like that's what Keffals is doing too, but this is an entirely different kind of farming that she's doing. Yeah?
I shouldn't free scroll like this, right?
I wonder how Keffals fans will feel
Hello,
if
everyone.
if you make a Keffals. Wait, what did I just
Yesterday's
do?
stream, huh?
Oh my god.
Wild. Jesus.
No, stop. I just messed with this. There we go. We're back.
At that point, we're winning.
We're back.
We need spies in every corner. Vaush is trending.
There we go. That's where we were.
Why am I trending?
Why do you
I'm
think you're
scared to open
trending?
this.
Why do you think you're... Does she really not know why she's got to be joking? She's got to know.
We need to do something to people like Keffals and Vaush. They constantly use slurs and ableists. Okay, wait, no, wait a second. Yeah, you follow me. This is perfect. I just realized that we're accidentally artificially boosting me. I made myself trend by doing this by accident.
Wait, no. Is it... Okay, wait. So question. I think that Keffals was already trending, right? I think that Keffals was... So this is the night after her debate with Buck Angel et al., right? But I would bet that Keffals was already trending for the debate with Buck Angel, right? A lot of people were upset with that. A lot of people were upset with Aaron in the Morn and Alejandra and all the people that got involved with that, right? This was a controversial, sort of thing that they did. I think that's why Keffals was trending, but I could be wrong, I guess. What do other people think? Why can't people fight and die on better hills? Like, look at my hill. Look at what I've made here, okay? Now, I definitely don't want to die. I love life. But, I mean, this is a hill I would fight on for sure. If somebody came and they were like, I'm going to take your potatoes, no comment chick. The potatoes that you just placed in the field. I'm going to take your wheat. I'm going to take it all. I would fight on this hill. All right. I would try not to die because that's TOS, but that's the only reason. Gay ops is a farms term. Yeah. That's what I thought too. Somebody said, some might say it reminds them of mango ranching. Yeah, that's a certain type of farming, sure.
Okay. It feels
So
weird
we're like
cattiers
almost
on
done with
stream
this.
when I'm like
We're
doing a chill day, because
we're
usually
getting
the
there.
only times I've worn cat ears, I'm like wearing like the sluttiest clothes I have. I have like a closet, like I have a walk-in closet, and on one side it's like all baggy clothes, and the other side it is like
Oh my
the
God.
sluttiest clothes
I kind
imaginable.
of love baggy clothes
I've separated my like slut clothes from like the clothes that I wear when I want to be comfy.
Chat, what do you like better for me, slutty or baggy? Like right now, I'm more on the, I guess I'm more on the slutty side, but usually I'm wearing the baggy stuff. Weasel
Keffals
time,
trans,
come
or?
on,
I'm
let's
confused.
go. Weasel.
Am I?
Weasel. My whole
I don't
fashion
know.
sense is baggy. You return! Welcome back, Frog. Good to have you. Good to have you on board. I mean, are you gonna do a funny fish?
Should I vote for
Is she
Brandon?
gonna do a funny fish?
Yeah.
Ooh,
Wait, no,
false
never mind,
dichotomy.
I'm
Wait,
Canadian.
I like this
couldn't vote
answer.
for Brandon.
I like this answer. False dichotomy says Nikki Bex. Baggy is slutty. Easier to wiggle. Oh, it's wiggle time. Oh my god, I can't wiggle without like completely like breaking my. Like I'm gonna wreck. Like I'm on a chair, so it's like shaking everything when I wiggle. Right? It's like I really do enjoy wiggling. Like I feel like this chair's kind of inhibiting my wiggling. I don't know. Maybe I just need to stretch. Let me stretch all of my hip muscles, all of my abdominal muscles, all of my gluteal muscles, all those muscles, okay? I need to stretch all those muscles because I want to shake. I want to shake hard. I want to shake down these debate bozos. With logic and reason, of course. Baggy clothes. Easy access? Oh, nice. That's a good idea. Yeah, that is true.
Hold on.
Oh my god. Okay, so unironically, sweatpants are the best. Well, no, second best. Okay. So for cuddling, you know, for like cuddling, I think I like pajamas best, right? But it's hard to beat pajamas. But second is sweatpants. Sweatpants are pretty good for that, right? I love cuddling with somebody in sweatpants. Never stretch. Leave all your muscles cramped and tense. Makes workouts pains all the more real. Yeah, no pain, no gain, right? Wait, y'all are wearing pajamas? I mean, I'm kind of wearing some pajama, like some jammies right now, actually. Yeah, cuddling is cuddling is awesome.
I found
cuddling is like one of my favorite things. Like, and yes, chat, that kind of cuddling.
I found Manel
spicy
macro.
How spicy?
I'm gonna unblock.
I hope I'm not too spicy. Conspiracy NCC wears nothing below the waist. Oh my god. Or just wears panties, maybe, right? Could be.
Not a furry. This is so. Wait, are there actually people in chat who don't know if I'm trans or not? I can't tell if that was serious. Like it literally, like you go to my, I literally put transgender in my Twitter bio because people keep doing this to me, and I'm just like, you're low-key ableist. Keffals is a cis woman. Will I play Minecraft on stream again? I need to get through like I need to keep playing Raft. My autism compels me to play Raft. I can't believe that I've done this for like 2 hours and 40 minutes.
It looks like she might be kind of coming up to the end of the gay ops. Right. This was very informative. Okay, so what do we have here? This is now I'm assuming that like this was given to me because the person giving it wanted me to have it, right? And wanted me to read this on stream. If that's not the case, let me know right now, okay? Let me know right now, because I don't think anybody can really see it that well. This is not the case. Wait. I should not be looking at this on stream? Because I can look at other things on stream too. Like let me look at this, for instance. Look at that. This is what I'm talking about, right? This is Zara's Picrew on the left and my Picrew on the right. It is not in the context on stream like right now. Okay. Well, I won't look at it then. Oh, yeah, Angelf RE, thank you for the follow. Meow. Okay, so yeah, that's what these Picrews look like. You can make your own Ina Picrew. Now, like, I noticed there's a few things, like, as an Ina fan, I would like to have the option of some polygon eyes, right? They need to add polygon eyes, right? because it's not, and they need to refine the face shape a little bit better, right? Because Ina is a work of art, okay? Ina is not just some random shit. Ina is a work of art, but this is still really cute. Like, look, I got my Hatsune Miku cat girl thing going on here, and I got, if you look really close, there's a little barbecue Ina riding on my shoulder there. And you can put, like, look, you can put like a gay pride pin on, you can, there's all kinds of different clothes, there's all kinds of different, like, you know, you can be, you're two different colors, but there's so many sets of two different colors you can be. If you watch the Zena and Poppee video on Keffals and Vaush, it would be in context. I see. But they're basically, the gist of it is that they support the Picrew gay ups, right? But yeah, that's what you can do. And if somebody wants to spam that link again to the Ina Picrew, you too could make Ina Picrews and put them in Discord. Yeah, I feel like maybe we're getting near the end of things. They were really hostile in their response to a very reasonable comment on their video.
I'm not surprised Keffals is doing this. It's literally never acceptable. Hold on a second. Yo! I can't tell the difference. I can't tell the difference between the gay op accounts and the real ones. This rules. Similar to Vaush's relations. Oh yeah, you can call me a retard as much as you want. I don't care. The difference between me and Vaush is that I'm a bottom and I have a humiliation fetish. So it's like, you bully me. That's fine. That's acceptable. I don't care. You're a spurg? True. 100%.
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, people, especially people that are behind some kind of anonymity, do pretend to be things that they're not all the time. Somebody's bringing up Doobie, you know. Yeah, Doobie's famous for, like, you know, trolling people like that, right? Keffals apparently once took an online autism exam on stream as a joke. Oh, like one of those, it's kind of like a Cosmo quiz, and it's not like a diagnostic. It's like to try to see if she can say the R slur. Maybe even recently. I don't know when she did this. I mean, this was like this was Saturday night, I think. Wow, okay. Yeah, I mean, like, I really don't understand, like, and this is not me hating. I just don't, I don't ever know
Typical
where
furry thing to
Zena
say.
and
I'm not a
Poppee are
furry.
coming from.
Not a furry. For being one of the good bottoms. Thank you. Appreciated. Shut the f- furry.
She's using all the
This is so
slurs.
mean.
She's using all the slurs for autistic people. I've only heard alt-right people use that one term. Make some
No to
potatoes.
Keffals. Walked by that. Make some shit up about being a direct descendant of Mussolini.
One more bread. In the past, she said she has ADHD, but not autism.
Where's the
Well, I mean, like, I'm not here to speculate on anybody's, like neurotypicality or divergence or anything like that, but
slash Italian.
regardless, you shouldn't be using these words as insults. When you use, like,
Keffals said this.
when you use a slur as an
Let's kill
insult.
6 million Jews.
What the
Hey,
fuck,
I got
dude?
a great idea.
No.
Wait, why are okay? Like, are we done with this? Can we be done with this? Chat, are we done with this? Should we move on to Demon Mama? I'm a little bit worried about Demon Mama too. Her stream was literally called last night the R Slur, and I don't mean that she called her stream the R Slur. I mean that the R Slur, the actual R Slur, was the name of her stream. Right? And she says it a lot. Now, I do notice, though, like, so for anybody who was worried about me picking on Demon Mama earlier, right? I do notice the difference between somebody that's using the R slur in a self-referential or reclamatory fashion versus somebody who is using it as a pejorative, as an insult, right? And Demon Mama was definitely, using it in a descriptive, self-referential fashion, or really to talk about like the word itself. So I don't think that that's against Twitch TOS. I've had enough of this. Yeah, me too. Do you want to do the Weasel thing? Can we do the Weasel thing? Let's do some Weasel. Because I need no, not scientifically accurate DuckTales. Definitely not scientifically accurate DuckTales. Ding, 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 ding. Oh no, now it's in my head. Now it's in my head. There it is. Oh my god, there they are! There they are. I was wondering where all those emotes were hiding. We need 1080. I'm a 1080 kind of girl. Done with Keffals, I am too.
Weasel. 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 What a weasel. 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 What a weasel. 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 Weasel.
Was that AI generated Peter Griffin? I don't know, it could have been a Family Guy joke too. I'm not sure.
Weasel. 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 What a weasel. 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 What a weasel. Weasel.
Weasel! Only one vote though. What is up with that? It's a certified hit. It's a certified banger! Certified banger! What? Oh, this is Aqua. Aqua from Kingdom Hearts at attack.
Weasel.
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 Weasel, weasel. Weasel. Can you not see the poll? Is the poll not showing up? Maybe it depends on if you're on mobile.
Weasel. 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 What a weasel. Weasel.
Zara, do you think that he's talking about you here? You never played Kingdom Hearts? Oh my god.
Fuck. So Logan Paul's giving my cat an abortion. I gotta go.
God damn it, Keffals. Do you have to ruin everything? She does. She does. She absolutely does. Oh my god. So that was the Weasel. That was the Weasel. So like look, we could go over Demon Mama's reaction to this. We looked at Xanderhal's reaction. Obviously Xanderhal's a fan. We looked at Vaush's reaction. Vaush was being sarcastic, but obviously he, you know, for everything we know, Vaush approves of this. Demon Mama was the only one to kind of give some sort of indication that she doesn't 100% agree with Keffals, but she didn't say that directly. She didn't say, I disagree with Keffals. There's a problem with what Keffals is doing. She didn't really talk about this, you know, Picrew Invasion either, but she did talk about the use of the Slur and the difference between the way that, you know, somebody might use it if they wanted to reclaim the Slur. If you wanted to take that, you know, pejorative, if you wanted to take that slur and turn it into a badge of honor, you're going to say it a little different. You're going to be referring to yourself, right? And you're going to be, you know, show that you love who you are. The couple says that she loves herself. But does she really? I don't know. Doesn't seem like it though. Demon Mama wouldn't dare risk the displeasure of Vaush, right? And yeah, someone mentioned, that was me, yeah. Like I mentioned earlier, like Keffals is probably a slightly more valuable person to the Clout Network, and everything they do is transactional, right? So Demon Mama does not have maybe the power or the standing within the Clout Network to be able to, you know, call something like that out with impunity. It's clear that she doesn't agree with it, but for now she's gonna keep her criticism of that to what it was. Like I said, Demon Mama uses the word a lot in that stream. And if you're sick of hearing that word, then, you know, maybe we should look at something else, right? Because I do have a lot of content. I do have a lot of content to get to. Let me take a look and see exactly what we're dealing with. I enjoy bad faith being on stream right now. Very appropriate. True. True. Okay, so we got a story about a grifting dad with a trans daughter that lost custody of his trans daughter because he wouldn't pay the child support. And he's going around everywhere. In fact, he's been on Tim Pool quite recently, telling people that the real reason that he lost his custody of his child is because his wife is trying to turn his son transgender. And the courts are woke. The courts were woke. The courts in Texas were woke. And they're forcing his, you know, like so very obviously, like I, you know, when I say like, you know, his son, that I'm using, you know, I'm quoting him there, right? He has a trans daughter, and his, you know, trans daughter's in custody of his wife, but he's going all around trying to make other, you know, claims, trying to say that this is something that it's not. And the right wing is eating it up like it was ice cream. You know, there's like, you know, they can't get enough of it. Like hot fudge sundae, cherry on the top, whipped cream, nuts, everything, the whole works, sprinkles, right? This is a delicious dessert to them to hear this guy, like, you know, misgender his daughter and, you know, claim that his wife is doing something bad to his daughter by allowing her to live as her, you know, as the gender that, you know, she feels is hers, right? So, I mean, we could watch that. We got some more Vaush Red Pill material. We watched the Amon animation, which was pretty cool. We've also got a Keffals, Aaron in the Morn, Alejandra Twitter space to watch. Oh, wait, this might be just the thing. This might be the exact thing. DM did talk about the Picrew psyop thing. So wait, Vikira, and like I said, correct me if I'm mispronouncing your name because I do that a lot. Was Demon Mama critical of the Picrew psyop thing? My understanding is that her only criticism was in the very beginning, and she kept like Keffals' name out of it. She very clearly disagrees with what Keffals is doing, but she's not saying, I disagree with this thing that Keffals is doing. She's saying, I disagree with this thing, right? So, that's kind of where she's at. She's if anybody's walking on eggshells right now, if anybody is walking on eggshells, it's Demon Mama. But yeah, we could watch the Demon Mama thing. That's a possibility. We could listen to the Gender Reveal podcast, which is better than it sounds. It's not like about gender reveal. It's about Maya. Wait, what is her name again? Maya Crimeu? Maya Crimeu? Maya Arson Crimeu, yeah. That's the person that had that thread where she was calling out Keffals. She's also apparently done some hacktivism that's pretty interesting. Why are conservative men so unbelievably awful? Good question. I have a friend who has half his brain removed when he was 18. He uses the R word, but it looks nothing like the way that these people do it. And there's no way he'd be okay with me using it at all. Right. And that's that is reclaiming power by reclaiming a slur, right? What you're doing is you're calling, in some cases the world out on how it looks at you and making it really uncomfortable for them to continue looking at you that way. That's based. And, I've got no problem with that. But yeah, clearly not what, did Keffals attack Picrew? A little bit. Yeah, Keffals did Picrew basically, okay, so here's the deal. Keffals wanted Maya Arson Picrew to come on and talk and do content. Right? Keffals was DMing Maya. And Maya didn't reply to her DMs. Maya replied on Twitter and said, I know you follow me because you've been trying to DM me. And basically just called her out on all the bullshit, on all the ableist bullshit that she's been doing, on all the racist bullshit that she's been doing, right? Maya's based. So, yeah. I have clips of Demon Mama. Oh, you have clips. Clips are the magic thing. Was just making a joke about the Picrew. Oh, interesting. That anyone could be hiding behind an avatar. So that's her claim. Yeah, yeah, if you want to put those clips up in the, what do you think? Are those clips pretty clean? Are those clips they're not going to offend Twitch's sensibilities in any meaningful way, right? And I guess we could look at there's also some Zena and Poppee stuff to take a look at as well. I mean, what a weasel. I love these videos where music teachers listen to video game music and they're like, this blew my mind. This entirely blew my mind. Cause you also kind of know that the video, if they what people are looking for there is it's a Persona 5 and granted, I love the soundtrack. I think the soundtrack is really good, but they brought on a music teacher and the thumbnail is implying that this soundtrack was a revelation to this music teacher. I'm not sure if that's accurate. I've done something similar with my anime girl listens to heavy metal for the first time.
Welcome to Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman.
Ooh,
a 7.8
okay.
magnitude earthquake struck early this morning in south-central Turkey, killing more than 1,700 people in Turkey and neighboring Syria, though the death toll is expected to keep rising. Dozens of powerful aftershocks followed, including a second 7.5 magnitude earthquake in southeastern Turkey. The epicenter of the initial quake is near the city of Gaziantep, which houses hundreds of thousands of Syrian refugees and where the UNHCR runs one of its largest operations. Both the government and rebel-held areas of northwestern Syria reported heavy casualties. This is a survivor speaking from the Aleppo region.
Meow.
There are 12 families trapped here, and no one managed to get out. They are all inside here. So far, no one has come here to see where people are. There is no civil defense. We've been working with our hands since 3 a.m.
Oh my God.
The Pentagon shot
Hassan's community raised 30,000 for this already. Damn.
down a Chinese balloon off
and this just happened, right, Buffy?
coast of South Carolina.
Okay, so there's the balloon story, right? It got shot down.
Saturday, several days after it was first spotted over Montana, a state that's home to a major military base and silos holding scores of intercontinental ballistic missiles. The high-altitude balloon's appearance over the United States prompted Secretary of State Antony Blinken to cancel a planned trip to Beijing, accusing China of unacceptable and irresponsible spying. China's defense ministry claimed the balloon was a
China's defense ministry claimed, hey, it was just a shitpost. What are you talking about? We just wanted to do a little gay ops, right? What's wrong? What's wrong? What's wrong? Are you genderqueer? Are you gonna tone police me? It's just...
weather research station that had blown off course and accused the U.S. of an obvious overreaction. On Capitol Hill, Republican leaders were quick to accuse President Biden of weakness, saying he failed to shoot down the balloon quickly enough. A Pentagon official responded by telling reporters there were at least 3 similar incursions of Chinese surveillance balloons during the Trump administration. We'll have more on this story after headlines. In the occupied West Bank, Israeli forces shot and killed at least 5 Palestinian men earlier today during a raid on the city of Jericho. The killings came as Israeli troops raided the Aqabat Jabbar refugee camp, which has been under siege for more than a week. This is a camp resident who witnessed the violence.
They went in and did not have a specific house in mind. They targeted the whole camp, and they started from the entrance of the camp onwards with their ill-doing, and then they left. And in this mess, houses on the sides of the camp were targeted as if they were criminals while they were asleep in their houses.
This follows the killing of 26-year-old Palestinian Abdullah Sami Kalalwe, who was unarmed when Israeli soldiers at a military outpost south of Nablus shot him Friday.
Okay, does this sound good?
Meanwhile, tens of thousands of...
We'll catch up on the news with Democracy Now! And then we'll take a look and see some of the clips that... thank you so much, by the way, Sarah, for making these...
People held rallies in 20 cities across Israel Saturday to demand Israel's...
I'm sorry, these actually aren't Zara's clips. This is Natalie Marie. Thank you, Natalie Marie. I don't know where my head's at, right?
Government.
I do know the difference between you two, but...
cancel plans to severely limit the power of the judiciary. It was the 5th straight week of protests. In Iran, Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei has pardoned tens of thousands of prisoners, including people involved in recent anti-government protests, according to Iranian state news outlets. In related news, the award-winning filmmaker Jafar Panahi has been released from prison on bail after he went on hunger strike protesting his detention. The 62-year-old was arrested in July for speaking up about another director, Mohammad Rasulov, who'd been imprisoned a few days earlier for criticizing police violence. In Iraq, human rights groups are demanding justice for Tiba al-Ali, a 22-year-old YouTube star who was killed by her father last week. The two were reportedly in a dispute involving al-Ali's decision to live alone in Turkey. She was visiting Iraq when her father strangled her to death. Rights advocates are calling on the Iraqi government to enact legislation against gender-based violence, as no current laws criminalize domestic violence. This is activist Hafsa Amr speaking from a protest in Baghdad Sunday.
Tiba is a famous person, well known on social media. Just as there are many women who don't have a voice and who can't make their voices heard, we are here to represent the voices of oppressed women, the victims who don't have a voice.
In other news from Iraq, loved ones of environmentalist and water protector Jassim al-Assadi are demanding his safe return after he was kidnapped by an unknown armed group near Baghdad last week. Al-Assadi is the head of the group Nature Iraq, which fights for the protection of the country's southern wetlands, and a recipient of the Goldman Prize. Former President of Pakistan and military chief Pervez Musharraf died Sunday at the age of 79. He died from a rare medical condition in Dubai, where he'd been living in exile since 2016. Musharraf seized power in a 1999 coup and resigned in 2008. The end of his rule came following a tumultuous year in Pakistan, which saw the growth of militant groups and the assassination of Prime Minister and political foe Benazir Bhutto. Musharraf suspended the constitution and imposed emergency rule in 2007. He was a key ally to the U.S. and President George W. Bush in his so-called war on terror following the September 11th attacks. In 1999, Musharraf planned an attack in the Kargil region of Indian-controlled Kashmir. Over 500 Indian soldiers were killed, at least 400 Pakistani soldiers, though some estimates place the numbers much higher. At least one woman and 4 children drowned Sunday after a boat carrying some 40 refugees from Turkey sank off the Greek island of Leros. This came just days after another 8 refugees, including a pregnant woman and a 4-month-old baby, died off the Italian island of Lampedusa. Survivors said they'd experienced extreme cold, dehydration, didn't have food after days at sea. Their boat had departed from Tunisia last week. In Britain, tens of thousands of nurses and EMTs launched a coordinated strike today, the largest labor action in the history of the government-run National Health Service. More strikes are planned during the week as health workers ramp up their demands for a living wage in the UK's worst inflation in 4 decades. This is a striking nurse.
I think we're going to find it harder and harder to recruit, harder and harder to retain staff. A lot of people have left the profession already because they're so disillusioned. I think we've got to look at the future, and that's what this is all about.
The nurses' work stoppage comes amidst a wave of strikes across various sectors in the UK. In Chile, wildfires have killed at least 24 people as some 260 blazes
I'm not seeing any villagers
in the center and south of Chile over recent days, fanned by dry winds
I'm not seeing
and temperatures
any
reaching as
villagers, and I'm
high
not
as
seeing
104
any
degrees. Officials
golems.
said Sunday some 270,000
That's
acres have been scorched.
kinda
This is
bad.
an evacuee in the region of La Araucanía.
I left my house with only the clothes I was wearing. I put on a pair of slippers and some tights and left the house. There was no time to set up a fire break, nothing. I think everyone here went through the same situation. The wind speed changed very fast and everything suddenly started to burn. It was all very fast.
A record-breaking Arctic blast sent temperatures plummeting across much of the northeastern United States and parts of Canada Saturday. In New Hampshire, Mount Washington recorded the nation's coldest ever wind chill at negative 108 degrees
I don't even know how this happened either.
The death of an infant was reported in western Massachusetts from a falling tree. Meanwhile, in Texas, the Austin American-Statesman issued a rare front-page editorial condemning officials for their response to last week's ice storm, which left over 150,000 Austin residents without power. 10 people were killed across the southern U.S. by the storm, 7 of them in Texas. Some 460,000 people lost power.
I don't get it.
The Democratic National
get it.
Committee approved a radical overhaul of the primary calendar, making South Carolina the first primary contest of the 2024 presidential election, replacing the Iowa caucus. Primaries in Nevada, New Hampshire, Georgia, and Michigan will then follow. The new voting schedule is intended to give more weight to voters of color, but New Hampshire and Georgia continue to oppose the changes and have not yet moved their primary dates. They have until June to do so. Will face sanctions if they refuse to comply, including losing half their delegates. In Missouri, death penalty abolitionists are calling on Republican Governor Mike Parson to cancel Tuesday's planned execution of Leonard Raheem Taylor, a black man who's always maintained his innocence. Taylor was convicted on 4 counts of first-degree murder over the 2004 killing of his girlfriend and her 3 young children. Witnesses say Taylor was 2,000 miles away from the scene of the crime at the time of the murders. Taylor recently spoke from prison with Missourians for alternatives to the death penalty.
No, I didn't. No, I did not. Not only did I not commit the crime, but for one, like I said, there was no motive. You know, I had no reason to commit the crime. I wasn't even in the state of Missouri when these murders took place.
The Innocence Project say Taylor's lawyer effectively abandoned him, providing an incompetent defense at trial. They're asking Governor Parson to delay the execution until a thorough investigation can be completed. And the 65th Grammy Awards were held in Los Angeles Sunday night. Beyoncé made history. She won her 32nd statue, making her the most awarded artist in the history of the Grammys. Viola Davis won for the audiobook of her memoir, Finding Me, and joins the exclusive EGOT Club, having won all 4 major entertainment awards, an Emmy, Grammy, Oscar, and Tony.
I was like going to ask what that was.
Sam Smith also made history, becoming the first openly trans and non-binary duo to win a Grammy, bringing home an award for their hit, Unholy. First Lady Jill Biden presented the Iranian singer, Shervin Ajipur, with a new Song for Social Change Special Merit Award for Baroya, which has become an anthem for the Iranian uprising. The singer was arrested after the song went viral, is out on bail, awaiting trial. And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report.
Here's Juan Gonzalez. Okay, let's see. These two here. I'm so used to watching Democracy Now! Okay, so let's take a look. I just want to catch up really quick with Democracy Now! We've also got some Demon Mama. Demon Mama? Demon Mama defending Keffals. This is on Natalie Marie's Twitter. Oh my god, potentially sensitive content here. Keffals was just making a joke. It was just an edgy joke. Oh, this is a YouTube clip. I see, I see. Yeah, and again, her stream is called, it's literally called the R-Slur. Demon Mama's. Let's take a look. Oh, it's gonna play on here. Okay, good.
People are freaking out and accusing Keffals of like blackface, digital blackface. They're accusing Keffals of.
So for the record, we just saw what happened, right? And Keffals asked her community to make Picrew avatars, to make fake identities on Twitter. The more diverse, the better. Her example being like a black butch lesbian, right? Like, Demon Mama, is it worth it to lie? You know? Is it worth it? Well, Vaush thinks he should be able to use the N-word, so it's not like Vaush should be seen as the authority on these things. Keffals literally told her community, yeah, exactly. I mean, like, yeah, she was... this is taking Schrodinger's douchebag to a pretty far extreme.
Trying to use Kiwi Farms tactics or something? No.
She said herself a gay op, right? Do you know where that terminology comes from?
It is not a Kiwi Farms tactic to make a joke or even to jokingly impersonate a made-up person with your Picrew. Because guess what? Everybody already is doing that on the internet. Every single Picrew is
oh
alive.
My god,
there is
okay.
Not a single person in the actual
who looks
real
like their
world
Picrew. Good
who
one.
Looks like a Picrew.
True. I'm not like, you know, violet on one side and lime green on the other. True, I don't look like my Picrew.
Picrew in and of itself is a fabrication from the get-go. It's a fucking cartoon that
Wait,
people use.
She said she got it from 4chan, like the terminology?
An expression of self, not a literal identity.
There's
People
one more
are
clip.
Freaking out.
Yeah, I'll check that out too.
Of like blackface, digital blackface. They're accusing Keffals of like
Keffals said that herself.
Trying to use Kiwi Farms tactics.
Like, how does this feel, Demon Mama, to be paid to be a liar? Like, how does it feel?
Or something? No, it is not a Kiwi Farms tactic to make a joke or even to jokingly impersonate
the idea of infiltrating LGBT spaces with fake accounts.
a made-up person with your Picrew.
Yo, this is weird. Like, this is like, I mean, somebody could use this logic to justify hate raids, right? Like, there was just memes. It was just memes, right? I didn't mean to, you know?
Because guess what? Everybody already is doing that.
They're like, I was just memeing on your like personal information, you know? Oh my god, I've actually heard somebody say that. I've actually heard somebody say something similar to that.
On the internet. Every single Picrew is.
She's lying to herself. I don't think she believes she's lying.
There is not a single.
I mean, there is a tendency for streamers not to investigate something when it's in their interest to say a certain thing, when they want to believe a certain thing. When there's no, like, and Demon Mama has no interest in you know, fighting Keffals on this, so.
Person in the actual real world who looks like a Picrew.
That's not the point. That's not the point.
A Picrew.
Nobody's saying that they are making Picrews to look like real world people. Demon Mama LARPing as a lawyer here. I would not want her as my defense attorney or you know, like, I would not want her on my side.
Of itself is a fabrication from the get-go. It's a fucking card.
She was fine going soft on Mr. Girl to please President Sunday in a misguided debate. Demon Mama has no standards worthy of respect. That's the thing. It's like, you know, you had somebody get mad at me earlier in this stream for going too hard on Demon Mama. I don't think I go too hard on Demon Mama. I think I'm very fair to Demon Mama. When Demon Mama says something good, when Demon Mama does something good, I try to point that out. Unfortunately, those times are fewer and farther between, right? And I wish it wasn't so, but if I was to tell you it wasn't so, then I would be lying to you, and I don't get paid to lie to you for Vaush or Demon Mama, right?
Tune that people use as an expression of self.
So Whiteleaf, if you're gonna want me to cover for you, no, just kidding. Like, I'm sorry, I shouldn't joke about this, but yeah, it is kind of sad to see Demon Mama end up this way, right? Being nothing to do with what she came to to becoming a streamer for, right? She's just absolutely getting used here.
Not a literal identity.
Like, they're using her credibility to spread lies, to cover for somebody who did something fucked up.
People are freaking out and accusing Keffals of, like, blackface, digital blackface. They're accusing Keffals of, like...
Wait a minute. Can somebody check me on this? Was one of Demon Mama's problems with Chud Logic digital blackface? Was that one of Demon Mama's complaints? Right, when Demon Mama did the Chud Logic stream, was that part of what she talked about? I feel like it was.
Of, like, trying to
what's up, Frozen Walkway?
Kiwi Farms tactics or something? No, it is not a Kiwi Farms tactic.
I mean, I can't tell. Like, is she playing ignorant, or has she just not looked at any of the video?
To make a joke. Or even to jokingly impersonate a made-up.
Oh wait, is this going back? This has gone back.
Picrew. Because guess what?
Gone back. Okay, so let's look at our second. Keffals was just making a joke, bro.
Making a joke. That's my interpretation of it. My interpretation is that Keffals is annoyed at a bunch of...
My interpretation is that Demon Mama is choking on her lies. That's my interpretation, okay?
Of people who use...
But, I mean, who knows? You know, maybe she just had a maybe she just had a sody pop.
Avatars and decided to make a joke at their expense. I think that's it. I don't think it's anything more than that.
Unless she watched the... Well, it wasn't from yesterday, was it? So the stream in question... Wait, okay, so today is Monday. Yesterday was Sunday. Then... Oh... Yeah, I mean, I guess you're technically right. It was from Sunday. It was from, like, late night / early morning. I don't know how to say this, right? To me, that's Saturday night, but to some other people, that might be Sunday morning. Whichever way, right? It was, like, not this last stream, not the stream before, but the stream before that, right? Because there was, like, okay, so Friday night, debate with Alejandra and Aaron in the morning and Buck Angel, right? Friday night. Saturday night, The Picrew Invasion, Sunday night. Wait a minute, I'm screwed up now. Sunday night. Okay, it was more like Monday morning. Oh my god, I'm confused now. I'm confused what happened when. But I know there was like 2 cope streams, right? Sunday night was last night. Okay, Saturday night was the night before. Was it Thursday night then that the debate happened? And then Friday night that the Picrew Invasion happened? And then Saturday night, the first cope stream, and then last night, the second cope stream, right? Friday was the Picrew Invasion. Thank you for keeping me honest, chat. This was 100% in a non-4chan Mango Ranch at all tactic. Why lie about it? Why lie about it? Keffals is comfortable with it. She loves who she is. She loves being an abusive bully.
It's a little bit of a tasteless joke. Yeah, I mean, sure. I already said that. Like I said, I do think that there are issues with like telling people to go impersonate, you know, black, trans, disabled people. And I do think that can come off as a little callous.
This is the closest we're gonna get.
But like
Demon Mama being real.
Okay, like it's not a joke.
The closest
about
we're gonna
black disabled people. It's a joke about Picrews. It's a joke about the fact that you can be that you can claim whatever you want on the internet. I think Keffals was making a joke. That's my interpretation of it. My interpretation is that Keffals is annoyed at a bunch of people who use Picrew avatars and decided to make a joke at their expense. I think that's it. I don't think it's anything more than that.
Okay, well, there's Demon Mama in all of her glory.
Joke. Yeah, I mean, sure. I already said that.
In all of her glory, that's Demon Mama. It's kind of sad that she's come to this point. Oh, shit. This looks good.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org.
So speaking of intersectionality...
Peace Report, I'm Amy Goodman. We end today's show with pioneering legal scholar Kimberly Crenshaw to talk about her work on intersectionality and critical race theory after the College Board removed her writings from the required curriculum for its AP African American Studies class. The College Board recently revised its curriculum for an advanced placement African American Studies course and removed Black Lives Matter, slavery, reparations, and queer theory as required topics, while adding a section on Black conservatism. The new curriculum was released on the first day of Black History Month and came after...
They pushed this out of the way for Thomas Sowell? Like, I'm assuming it's Thomas Sowell. I mean, like, I guess there's a number of people who could fit this bill, but, like... Oh my god. Oh my god. She latched onto one thing and then deliberately ignored the rest. Oh, that's such a streamer trick. That's such a classic streamer trick. If she doesn't know, there's no cognitive dissonance, but she's convincing herself that she knows enough. I've seen that before. That's entirely possible. Yeah.
To ban the AP Black Studies class in Florida schools and Florida's education department because he said the course, quote, lacks educational value. DeSantis is expected to announce his plans to run for president in the coming months, and this all comes as teachers across the country face increasing concern about what they're allowed to include in their curriculum as Republicans use the culture wars to build their brand. They're not only concerned, teachers, about being criticized, but being imprisoned. On Friday, we spoke to 2 professors whose work has been removed from the new curriculum, E. Patrick Johnson and Keeanga Yamada-Taylor, who both teach at Northwestern, as well as to Harvard Kennedy School professor Khalil Gibran Muhammad. Today, we're joined by another one of the band, Professor Kimberly Crenshaw, leading scholar in the field.
And that's banned B-A-N-N-E-D.
To study the
so wait, were we talking about cancel culture earlier? You want to see some cancel culture? There it is. Kimberly Crenshaw canceled. That's there's your cancel culture. There's your cancel culture.
Overlapping or intersecting social
DeSantis is gross,
systems of oppression, domination, or discrimination people experience. Executive Director of the African American Policy
Electric Brain, yes, you would be in DMs in that case. I'm not encouraging anybody to DM any other creators though.
And
just so we're
Columbia
clear.
University, joining us from New York after receiving the Winslow Medal from the Yale School of Public
Milton
Health,
Gary,
the school's
thank you for the follow.
highest
And so,
honor,
wait,
which recognizes
do we not have
outstanding
like
achievements in public health leadership, scholarship, or contribution to society?
Twitch alerts?
Congratulations,
YouTube
Professor
chat,
Crenshaw, on that
Twitch
honor.
alerts? There we go.
And,
Boom.
Thank you. Some consider it honor now to be banned.
There we go. Yes, yes, yes. There's your emotes. There's your emotes. I knew they were somewhere. I had to find them though. I had to find your emotes, but there they are.
To, for example, exclude your work from the required course before DeSantis
So for anybody just joining us, this is
weeks ago.
Yes. Well, thank you.
Kimberly
Amy. It's good to be
Crenshaw
back.
on Democracy Now.
I think that the focus of the debate so far has perhaps directed the conversation by discussing whether the ban, or I would say benching, of some of our work from required text to optional text came at the behest of Governor DeSantis. The reality is that there's been anti-woke legislation since basically President Trump said, stand by, Proud Boys, I got something for you. And what he came up with was a ban on a whole range of racial justice and equity ideas and practices and policies.
You don't DM anyone on Twitter. I was just making sure. People, you've seen what people criticize Polly for. You've seen what people criticize me for. Right? We got to be real specific in saying don't go bother anybody.
Banning a certain set of ideas,
DeSantis is emulating Trump so much that his manner is They're definitely it seems to be a similarity. But that he's adopted Trump's manner of speech and all of his nonverbal cues as well, right? You know, he's doing a lot of this stuff, right?
Of practices and concepts under the frame of anti-wokeness or anti-CRT.
Anti-wokeness,
so, it really doesn't
right? So,
much.
let's go over this again, okay? What is CRT, right? CRT is a law class. But what is CRT when the Republicans say it? They mean any acknowledgement that racism exists in the United States, that racism has ever existed, right? They're using CRT as a code word to erase black people from history, and especially erase oppression that black people have faced from and continue to face from the books. That's what they mean. They don't want white children to be disturbed by literal history, like literally what's gone on, literally what's happened, right? So that's anything that fits into that category, anything that might make somebody it's really making their parents queasy. Like, kids don't have trouble learning about this, right? Just tell the kids the truth, right? And I mean, if they do have an issue, like maybe that's some emotion that they should sit with a little bit, right? CRT is basically anything that, anything that is
whether the College Board
raising consciousness
came to these decisions 2 weeks ago or 2 months ago. This conversation has been going on for nearly 2 years, if not more. You don't become a billion-dollar corporation by not paying attention to the market. And the market indicators told the College Board that this new course that they were hoping to promote, and interestingly enough, the opportunity for the course came after the George Floyd activation drove so many people in the streets, and they were demanding more information about structural racism, more information about intersectionality, more information about implicit bias. The same motivation that made people demand it also sparked a backlash in this legislation. So of course the College Board knew about it. Of course the College Board had to take some kind of awareness, and we don't have to speculate about it. They've effectively told us that. When the course was announced, this summer, some of the advocates for the course went to great pains to say that this course was not CRT. The effort was to distinguish it as much as possible. In reality, what that was signaling was a softness in the resolve to step forward with the ideas that had been associated with CRT.
So, I mean, like, look, we hear, like, people like Chud Logic, you know, tell people like Will in his channel, just giga chat it. You know, you say something up and you get called out for it and you look bad. No. You need to double down. You need to triple down. You need to go harder. In this case, you have an example of, you know, a situation in which we would have been better served by people having stronger resolve. Like them easing up on this and be like, oh, no, don't worry. It's not CRT. It's not the bad CRT. When you do that, you're like agreeing with the right wing that there's something wrong with CRT. CRT is just a part of law that tries to bring some consciousness to things like implicit bias and a systemic nature of racism, right? And tries to show law students how this can be in the system without being like formally, literally codified in law. If you take a quote unquote neutral law and you have it implemented by a racist system, then you're going to have a racist implementation of a neutral law. And that's, you know, that's what that course is about. So there's nothing wrong with that, right? But the fact that, like, you know, when right-wingers say CRT, and lefties are like, oh, no, it's not CRT. We wouldn't do anything like that. No, we wouldn't do the horrible CRT. You're like, right, you're giving up, like I told you before, when I'm talking about postures, the right wing recognizes strength, the right wing recognizes weakness, the right wing is not looking for sound arguments, right? And when you adopt a weak posture of, let me explain this, oh, no, it's not CRT, right? You're losing that debate. And you know, I mean, like, I don't know if adopting a stronger posture would have prevented what happened in this case, but it's definitely not helping anybody to try to, you know, soften up on this stuff and reach a compromise with the right. There is no compromise with people whose mandate is like anti-black racism. There is no compromise with those people, right? That's not a tactic to use.
Racism, the movement for Black Lives, intersectionality. So there was the opportunity, there was the motivation, and there was ultimately the content elimination, or I would just say benching of some of these ideas. That's what we should be talking about.
I mean, like, now this might be controversial, but if I was arguing about this, I would say the cancellation of these ideas, the silencing of Kimberly Crenshaw, and I mean, like, I don't know how even, like, you know, like, I mean, I guess they did say that she was like involved in this, right? But like, I mean, like, you know, really, like, their narrative of cancel culture fits so much better with what they're trying to do. What they're trying to do with to an emerging consciousness than it does to anything that the left is doing, right? I would call that cancellation. I don't know. I mean, like, TGT did a stream about offense and harm with Vaush and Keffals in thumbnails. They annoy me so much. No one is offended. Wait, what happened? Hot take, Minecraft doesn't have an art style. I mean, obvious history can be upsetting, but part of teaching should be helping children deal with those emotions. Yeah. CRT. Yeah. Wait. What did I miss? I'm trying to see what you're pushing back on, Jules. Like, I don't see it in chat though. Am I missing part of chat? Zena and Poppee video might be worth looking at after all. Yeah. That is true. What's new, Pussycat? We got Kimberly Crenshaw talking about the recent cancellation of courses in Florida. The suppression of knowledge, the suppression of consciousness that's going on in the name of, I don't know what, right? There's this anti-CRT push. They have this belief that people are too sensitive or offended. Should we watch that? Is that a good thing to watch? Because this isn't, hey, what's up, Hilmandra? This is only like a 10-minute thing here, right? So we'll have time after this. Should we watch some some Zena and Poppee. At least we know that like hopefully there'll be like less slurs than there was with Keffals. MTG also claims that Jewish space laser started the California bushfires. That's amazing. People are not offended. I don't know. They make me angry. Vaush has no self-awareness, just called people who are pissed about Keffals using the R slur repeatedly sexual abusers. Oh my god. How did he hammer that square peg into that circular hole? After the Kimberly Crenshaw segment, for sure. I mean, if everybody's cool with that, I don't want to, like... I know we've watched some really disturbing content already, and I'm always wary of, you know, kind of, you know, messing with people's emotional state by concentrating, you know, too much on this negativity. So, I mean, if that's what chat wants to watch, though, I'm up to analyze some Zena and Poppee, and they are, you know, they are definitely members of this clout network, the same as anybody else. You're gonna throw up. Oh my god. I don't blame you. Vaush is gross, yeah. He's also been, yeah, he's been riding that red pill train pretty hard recently too. Are we still talking about Keffals? No, we're talking about Kimberly Crenshaw. We're talking about some politics here. We're talking about what Governor Ron DeSantis has done to try to out-Trump Trump, to try to ban you know, like curriculum that has nothing to do with actual critical race theory from being taught in Florida schools. And they're getting rid of, you know, some curriculum that was put in place, was supposed to be put in place after the uprising, and replacing it with a unit on black conservatism. So, you know, that's what's going on. It's kind of frustrating. This is Kimberly Crenshaw. If you've ever used the word intersectionality, if you appreciate intersectionality as a framework, right, then you have her to thank. She's the, you know, she's the originator of that term. We are at the book burning stage of fascism, for anyone keeping score. True.
So, Professor Crenshaw, I wanted to quote the Pulitzer Prize-winning Washington Post columnist Eugene Robinson, who wrote, "Educators must not allow the phrase critical race theory to be used to blacklist scholars, the same way the word communist was used in the McCarthy era. Black history is our collective history as Americans. It must be told in full." And I think it's very interesting also, in light of today, to talk about the new McCarthy era, given the House Speaker, Kevin McCarthy. But your thoughts?
Good point.
Well, I was delighted to see that someone noticed this. As you know, Amy, I've been talking about this since 2020. I've been saying that the whole anti-CRT, anti-woke approach to legislation is a very old idea. It's basically an idea that says greater attention to equity, greater attention to equality, effectively amounts to reverse discrimination. It's anti-white. Now, this is a far-right talking point that...
It's a far-right talking point, but it's not something that Vaush and his cohort are adverse to, right? It's the same thing. This is what I'm talking about when I say they're reactionary.
Often expressed in polite company.
They're bringing reactionary bullshit. They're bringing anti-black racism onto the left.
Was elected, and then President Trump,
and making it acceptable what should not be acceptable.
The way that it has been made mainstream is by stoking fears about a set of ideas that most people couldn't tell you one thing about, except for the fact that they've been told
they're against it. Yeah,
these ideas, that it's taking
that's all they know
away from them, and they should.
That's all they know.
It. That is a classic form of McCarthyism, and what makes it so disturbing is the fact that people who know better, people who know this history, were willing to sit it out, to think that it was going to go away.
Gutless.
When the conversation changed.
Gutless move.
That they could outrun the shadow by simply saying, we don't do critical race theory, without paying attention to what the critics said critical race theory was.
I love when people get mad at me when I say that Thomas Sowell is a fucking joke and not a real economist.
They were going after. all of these ideas.
Boo Death
but more
Santas.
importantly, Amy, they've said they're going after public education.
Oh yeah. There are like 5 black conservatives people love to pull out of the
going
hat.
after university. So nobody can be surprised when suddenly this
No one should take Sal seriously.
effort to stump out critical race theory turns out
And
to
like
be
I
an
don't
effort
know
to
if
make
they're,
anti-racism
you know,
unspeakable.
so they've said a unit on black conservatism. Like I'm guessing that's the kind of, you know, that's the kind of author that they're gonna bring in for that. I mean, who knows, right? But
make queer studies undoable, to make intersectionality one of the most widespread concepts across the disciplines, something that college-directed students cannot take or can only take if the states allow them to. Anybody who's concerned about our democracy, anyone who's concerned about authoritarianism has to wake up and pay attention to this, because this is how it happens.
I want to go to the Congressional Black Caucus chair, Nevada Congressman Stephen Horsford, speaking after their caucus meeting at the White House Thursday with President Biden and Vice President Harris.
We were here, as you know, to discuss the importance of public safety, policing, and justice. We are doing this in part in response to Tyre Nichols, a young man who should be alive today, a person who was a son and a father, who loved photography and skateboarding. We have agreement on how we will continue to work forward, both from a legislative standpoint as well as executive and community-based solutions, but the focus will always be on public safety. Public safety for all communities, because we understand that it is about the culture of policing and keeping all communities safe. And all of us should be able to agree that bad policing has no place in any American city or community.
So that's the Congressional Black Caucus chair, Stephen Horsford, with a group of CBC Congress members who just met with Harris and Biden. And of course, you had Vice President Harris speaking at Tyre Nichols' funeral, where she called for the passage of the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act. And I think Cory Booker yesterday, one of the key people pushing that, all but conceded that's not going to happen. Maybe smaller points will happen. For example, banning chokeholds except in life-threatening situations. When will police claim that their lives are threatened? Set federal standards for no-knock warrants. Limit transfer of some military equipment to local departments. But I'm bringing all this up in relation to this because Black Lives Matter, which grew up in response to the killing of young black men and women, is now not required in the curriculum.
Well, this is why we need to listen very carefully tomorrow to see if the president backs up his conversation with a clear directive to the American people that the question of police brutality is a vital concern, and that efforts to promote the value of Black lives cannot be silenced and cannot be sidelined. Look, the movement for Black lives, the mobilization that took place in 2020 was the largest mobilization in American history. We all know that there is no chance of pushing forward any.
The Zena and Poppee video was going over the Vaush tweet. Oh, yeah. So this is I haven't covered this yet, actually. The Vaush tweet claiming he knows about actual lesbians and the Keffals Keemstar stuff, and discuss. So they're trying to tie those two things together. Discuss the offense versus harm. It's so weird. Not intent versus impact, but offense versus harm, right? Like, I think they're gonna claim those were offensive but did not cause harm. Great. He's such an embarrassment that it's not even funny. He graduated in 68 from the University of Chicago. Chicago School of Economics. Do we know? Do we know about the Chicago boys in chat? Do we know about the Chicago School of Economics? This institution is fucking notorious, right? These are the people who went down to advise Pinochet. You do know of them. Yeah. These it's like the Chicago boys. These are like, if anybody's ever read Shock Doctrine, Naomi Klein, right? Yeah, talks about yeah, we know about Chicago economics. Okay, just making sure.
Fundamental change. Any kind of serious legislation to address our social
Has
power.
0 peer-reviewed econ journals, meaning he can't convince anyone in the field of what he is saying. So he's kind of a quack. He sounds like an economics quack.
Without an active social movement that
Milton Friedman, yep, that dude. Okay, so chat knows what I'm talking about. Chat knows.
That creates the notion that this is an important
This is
issue.
why I love this
What
chat.
can signal that the movement for Black Lives, that the problem of police brutality is less significant than it needs to be, then taking it out as a required reading in a course on African American studies. So it's up to the president.
So the University of Chicago's economics school is literally a lower ranked school than it's not a. So overall, your opinion is it is an overrated, quote unquote, intellectual powerhouse, right?
Up to leadership to step into this, to reverse.
They have done unparalleled damage to the world. Some of the clearest proof that the United States is the enemy of the third world. Also, the econ field is small. Everyone studies under everyone. I too have professors who are extremely famous.
Faction that has basically tried to make racism unspeakable.
The left has always had some racism. They didn't start that, but their excuse parade for that has been grody. Yeah.
To reverse the accommodationism
Very grody.
that is at play when profit motives come into tension with the basic imperative of African American studies, which is to understand the condition, not simply as an assortment of fun facts, but as the material interests that need to be understood in order to transform this country into the multiracial democracy that it truly claims to be.
You were just referring.
And that is what these people are afraid of, right?
President Biden tomorrow night, Tuesday night, of course, he's giving a State of the Union address. Then he'll be launching a 20-state post-State of the Union blitz with his cabinet to discuss the economic agenda. What do you think needs to be the message conveyed throughout this country right now?
Well, I think the message needs to be conveyed that we are about to go into a political period that is not unlike the political period in 1876. It's not unlike 1968, in which race is on the agenda, whether explicitly or implicitly. The Democrats have never really been effective since Lee Atwater made it clear that race was going to be used as a political cudgel. So this is the opportunity to prepare Americans to support the idea behind multiracial democracy, not allow race to get into the way, and say what they stand for once and for all.
It's another, opportunity to actually put their money where their mouth is, but the question is, are they even serious? Because so far they've been so reliant on this strategy. Anything is a little bit controversial and the Democrats run, right? And what they don't get is that running that they think is strategic is actually achieving the opposite of what they think it is. What you're showing is that the people that are the, heart and soul of your coalition aren't your priority. That you were just using them all along as political pawns. And that is not how you affect solidarity. Yeah, I mean, obviously, yeah. Like, so, oh, don't worry, that's in the hands of the Democrats. Oh, great, we're gonna be. I'm sure we're gonna be fine. Oh my God, that's some scary stuff. All right, so I guess let's take a look at this. Let's take a look at this Poppee and Zena thing. Zena and Poppee. Sorry, I think that's how they're. They're not called TGT anymore. They're called Wholesome Degenerates. Oh. What is this? They called it harm and offense. Sure. That's what we'll call it. So it looks like they 10 months ago started a series. Excuse me. Now I'm pulling a Demon Mama here. And I didn't even have a Sody Pop. So there's a series. There's a series that they've started 10 months ago. Offense versus harm. How many videos do they have on this yet? So they're trying to make this look academic, right? And like, I don't know, their academic approach from what I've seen so far is pretty laughable. But yeah, they've got a few videos on this series. It looks like they have not placed the Vaush, like this video, Keffals and Vaush. A case study of offense versus harm to map out a problem on the left, in the left, over the left, at the left, near the left. Something like that. Alright, here we go. We're gonna speed this up.
Hey Poppee, you know what we should tell chat about? The best way to cheer ourselves up? When I'm sad, what do?
Lay your head on my tits?
Absolutely. It works really, really well. 10 out of 10. Do recommend squishing boobs.
There's not my boobs. I don't think I could fit all of you. Oxide Lounge, thank you for the $5.
That's the teaser. Okay.
That really bad bit was due to the fact that something happened and we need to talk about it, and then sadly it made us do some work. So
was that my favorite copyright free? That sounds kind of like Kevin MacLeod. Was that Kevin MacLeod? Can anybody tell me? That sounds like a Kevin MacLeod joint right there.
Here we fucking go.
I really do like squishing my head into Poppy's boobs, by the way. That is a thing. It does in fact cheer me up when I'm crying.
So here we go. Two content creators, both alike in dignity, where in Verona where we lay our scene.
Okay, I gotta slow them down because they are not understandable at 1.5, which is good because it means they talk kind of fast, which is...
Have both gotten canceled recently for dumb reasons.
Canceled?
And normally...
They got canceled? Vaush and Keffals got canceled? Oh no! Oh no! Zena and Poppee, what are we gonna do? Can we save them? Oh my god!
We would try to ignore this, but of course people had...
Am I using caping correctly? Yeah, I think so. Caping for like lying for the benefit of, in order to... There is another trans woman who is going to debate Buck Angel. It's supposed to happen later tonight. So we'll possibly have some good React content. Nice. And I might have a stream to make up to y'all. I think I didn't stream on Friday, so that intro seemed pretty I don't know. No comment. I'm gonna try to be nice here. I've been trying to watch the Vaush stream today, but it's boring, huh? A lot of people have said that Vaush is boring lately. The Keffals segment was interesting to just see how much Oh, you Vaush's Keffals segment? He loves the R slur. He has been using it. They weren't canceled. Buck Angel is boring. He is not smart. I agree. Got canceled previously. I don't think I can deal with watching that dude, but hopefully he incriminates himself as a grifter. Buck, you mean?
To constantly bring it up. Natalie Minks, thank you so much for the $2 in Super Chat. Poppee, your outfit is slaying tonight. Not gonna lie. Thanks, appreciate it. I tried to give maximum cleavage. Here's the thing.
Best boobs.
Need more of them. Anyway.
Lesbians.
So we're gonna start. This one's funny.
Just in case you missed that, okay?
But let's look at the first one.
In case
so
you
this
missed
is the first one. So for those who don't know, about 2 week ago, Keffals had on Keemstar. Keemstar had been trolling online saying something to the effect that he was a trans ally and that trans men were men, and he was basically being a shitlord. Everyone knew he was being a shitlord. It is what Keemstar does. Keemstar is, let's face it, not a great guy.
Okay, so not fans of Keemstar.
Keffals had him on to kind of call him on this meminess and also call him out for the death of another streamer because he was directly a part of that harassment campaign. And essentially what happened is trans Twitter decided to fucking cancel her for no fucking reason.
No
a lot of very
reason
big accounts, some people that I used to follow, they're now blocked. Those people decided to go after her. And knowing what I know about human psychology, I was not happy about this because this woman is still recovering from very real PTSD from being hunted by kiwi farms. This is the...
Are we going to use this to defend Keffals? You're not allowed to disagree with this woman. A content creator, a political commentator. You're not allowed to have that opinion because this woman has been through a lot of PTSD. Oh my god. Now, like, granted, like, I don't think anybody should get harassed. And if we're talking about is harassment or anything like that, like, obviously, but I think we're talking about people disagreeing on Twitter, on Keffals' main platform, Twitter, right? Keffals' biggest platform, Twitter, disagreeing with a huge account. Nope, can't do it. Hitler was just recovering from PTSD. Can't fuck with Hitler either, right? Is she actually verified on YouTube? Or, oh, whoa, I have no idea. I don't know anything about, this is Poppee. I don't know anything about Poppee's qualifications, so I can't speak to that. Does anybody know in chat? List a couple of reasons why bringing Keemstar is bad. Is bad. No fucking reason whatsoever. If she's that bad off, she probably, I mean...
disgusting behavior from the trans community.
Yep.
Now, their argument was that she was platforming Keemstar, despite the fact that Keemstar is 100 times her size.
Keemstar.
Drama Alert is a massive channel.
It's a big channel.
Not to mention the fact they then got on her for saying that, oh, she did something wrong by having him on there.
And like I said before, I'm not going to go over this again because Zera says that I should try not to repeat myself as much. I repeat myself a lot, but I will point out that I said before, this is a reductive take on platforming. This is like a Dictionary Dan bullshit take, right? This is reductive, right? It's taking a complex issue and just flattening it right out. It's not helpful.
She was, in some way helping him, which again is just a platforming argument with extra steps. She got to make fun of the dude, the quartering, which is quite nice. And what ended up happening was, during this, she posted this banger of a tweet that says, guys, I talked to Keemstar on stream. I'm starting to think he's not an actual trans ally. This was responded to in some of the dumbest ways humanly possible. Such things as, I'm shocked. Shocked, well, not that shocked. Which, Dreamleaf, funny. But some other people, dude, come on. And basically this kept going where you started seeing occasionally trans...
Yeah, just so anybody, they're saying Keemstar. It does sound a lot like Homestar. But we're talking about Keemstar here. Not Homestuck, not Homestar, but Keemstar, right? Okay, just... The dumbest way humanly possible? Really? Seriously, if she's so traumatized that she can't handle criticism, then she shouldn't be shoving herself right into the middle of drama and conflict. Yeah, especially about like an issue where, you know, trans people are going to have some pretty strong feelings about it, right? What about our trauma? What about what about the community's trauma? What about the trauma of other trans people, right? Are we supposed to, like, this is the problem with content creators, right? Chat, would you like your trauma, you know, your struggle to be sublimated under mine? Would I be a good streamer? Would I be a good person if I let that happen? If it was all about me and you had to shut the fuck up because like we only care about Irene? That's the feeling I get with Keffals. That's the feeling I get from our audience. Right? Nobody else matters. No other trans women matter. Only Keffals. Yeah, see, no, you don't, like, right? No, nobody needs to be sublimated under anybody else, right? If I'm gonna be a streamer for this community, it's because I'm you know, doing something for you, not doing something to you. Like, right? Not turning you into an extension of me. That's not, I don't think that's what anybody's here for. Homestar Runner. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I know, right? No, yeah, it's Keemstar. It's Keemstar Runner.
Although most of them seems like they got pushed to the bottom. They were higher in this. Is this just a bad joke, or were you actually under the impression he was going to change? So
don't be silly, Irene. Chatters aren't real people. Hey, I'm not sure if I'm a real person half of the time.
Automatically, this is idiocy. No one was under the idea that he was changing. We were all just memeing about it. People purposely not getting the bit. Love that. This person, I genuinely don't understand how there's a bit at all. Everyone's free to do as they please with their time, but I think actually trying to help the community might be a little bit more respectful than grifting for likes and views. We're literally dying right now. Okay, so this is we can do both. We can meme and also stop people from dying.
Is that not an understandable take? Keemstar Runner sounds like kind of cursed. It would be very cursed, but not as cursed as like Keemstuck. What, can we agree on that, chat? Nobody wants to see Keemstuck, right?
Yep. No fun in the trans community. None. It's not allowed. Nope. Just gonna like that. There we go. Whether you're generally naive into thinking this, or and he wasn't trolling, or you did this for clout, this is just truly disappointing. And it goes on. There are so many trans content creators, especially very large, prominent trans creators who are trans women who are white, who basically started going to bat, yelling that she had done this and it was bad somehow, but no one could say how. They tried the platforming argument, that failed. Then they deferred into the J argument of like, she's somehow racist.
I'm glad you didn't like illustrate or tell us what the argument was. You just told us that it failed. That's all we really need to know. They tried the platforming argument, chat, but it failed. According to Poppee and the intellectual powerhouses that are standing before us right now. Zena and Poppee.
Because she made a comment about noodles. Because someone had tried to make a really dumb argument that like a white woman writing a cookbook about noodles is somehow
oh my god, this is like speed running. This is speed running like reductive discourse. This is speed running like a reductive description of a very complicated discourse, right? This is
cultural appropriation, despite the fact that noodles exist in several different other countries. And all Keffals said in response was, I like noodles.
They're trying to take noodles from Keffals. What were they thinking?
And because she didn't like the updated progressive
the moment you realize that Strong Bad is actually the good guy, Strong Good. Wait, was there a Strong Good? I feel like there was a Strong Good. The people, sure they did explain why, but these two are known liars on behalf of Keffals. These are, oh my god, we're getting comparisons to Diamond and Silk.
Which was made by a black woman. But a lot of people got upset about that because...
But like, no, but you don't understand, V. It was all white. It was all white people who got upset. Because we're going to erase the Asian people that were upset. Because the Asian people who were upset, that's inconvenient for Keffals. So we got to just erase them right out and like be like, no, it was all white people. It was all white people. Only white people were upset. It was only white people, right? That's what happened. Yeah.
They're performatively progressive and don't actually care about their own aesthetics or their own views. They just want to side with groups because they want to look good.
Wait, there was Strong Sad. I vaguely remember that. I remember Homestar. I remember Homestuck better than I remember Homestar Runner, though. Keffals was making the same defense this weekend. She was like saying the GOP is trying to G-side trans people right now. Yeah, that was exactly what she was saying. People are worried about saying the R slur a few times. The biggest issue with Keemstar, in my opinion, is the actual credible accusations of him being a G rumor. Yeah. I mean, like, Keemstar's just, I don't know, of all the people to talk with.
Progressive flag is too busy.
Yeah.
Do I care? No. Do I like the trans colors around it? And there's inclusion of black and brown people? Yes. I don't know how you do it. I don't know how you do that and keep it all together. But again, whatever. This is aesthetics versus like intention. Whatever. But
like that would be true if there was no reason, right? If the queer community, if the trans community was super inclusive and had no problem with racism. In other words, if we didn't live in a racist society, sure, right? But that's why that flag exists, right? The diversity flag wasn't just like a random thing that somebody was like, ooh, more diversity equals better. Let's put more colors. No, it's not about that. It was addressing a problem of people who did not feel included in that flag. God. Okay, let's go.
So the issue is that Keffals got torn down over this in one of the dumbest ways humanly possible. I know for a fucking fact that this...
Look, are you two speedrunning demonetization too? Could you please leave me out of that? Like, please. Like, I'm trying to stay monetized.
Wouldn't have happened.
I'm a nice lady, Zena. I'm a nice lady, Poppee. I wanna stay monetized.
To every trans...
I'm family friendly. Don't you understand? It's the new family friendly NCC.
Person who decided to go out here and act like this, I genuinely think this does
strong
more harm.
Oh, there was strong mad. There's strong bad, strong mad, and strong sad.
Than xenogenders. Fight me.
I'm a nice kitty, right?
When you guys act humorless and don't get the bit.
Look, you all are making it harder for me to earn enough money to buy like coffee and oatmeal and important things that I need to do the show, okay? So please stop trying to speedrun demonetization. If they were one person, they'd be Zena, the opium prince. Wait, what's the opium connection? I don't know about this. Keffals pulling the Italian card. Whenever she calls out about racism is annoying as fuck. She thinks it's hilarious. It gets old, doesn't it? Yeah, it gets old. Xenogenders do not harm Poppee. What the fuck? What the fuck?
Because I guarantee you, most 20-somethings and teenagers, fucking Zoomers, got this joke and were fine with it because they know who both these people are. But every fucking 30-something and up lost their fucking minds. Except for, of course, yours truly, because I'm based. Zeta's 29, so they're not 30 yet, so just saying.
Thank you.
But the reality is that this is insanity. And I say this very clearly because this is clearly a joke. Now, you can argue as to whether Keffals, actually went hard enough on him. I think personally she did fine. But we're really not here to talk just about Keffals.
I think personally she did fine, but that's because I live up her butt.
I think Keffals is racist. No, we've talked about this on stream. Zena and I don't think Keffals is racist. I think
I've been all the way up her butt and I did not find one iota of racism. Keffals is not racist. I've inspected.
Keffals is a good progressive and a good leftist. I think she's had some cringe takes in the past that were tanky vibes, and she's worked well past them. I don't care.
That was her problem. She used to be kind of a tanky, but now she's better. Now she's a nice rat. Oh my god. No.
She's nice to me. I think she's a good person, and she didn't deserve the
She's nice to me.
Shit that she got.
Yep.
And the fact that a bunch of the trans
you should try kissing her ass like I do. She'd be a lot nicer to you too, right? If the audience is to blame, not that I'm not trying to just to understand, like if there's any damage being done here, I'm not trying to go hard. They're just it's kind of like this, right? I'm ready to step up to the plate to bat, right? And I'm expecting a nice overhand fastball or something like that, a curveball, something like that. And instead, Jess and Zena are okay, here you go, we're gonna pitch. And it's like an underhanded pitch, and I'm like, really? It's not just a home run; it's in the parking lot, and I'm like, oh shit, I'm sorry. I'm not trying to embarrass you. I swear to God, just try pitching for real from now on, if you could, because I know how to hit.
Because of Jay and a bunch of other bitchy fucking people that wanted money in their goddamn GoFundMes, tore her down because she wanted to help with a legal fund. No, every single one of those people can fucking eat it, because the simple fact of the matter is, we as a community should have backed her 100%. You
should have been right up her ass with me.
Like that fucking take, leave this community now, because you won't like future ones. I assure you. So let's
because we're gonna climb even further up her ass in the future. Okay.
Another case study. A very unknown streamer. This person's very small, very tiny on YouTube's, I think it is, on the tubes.
Wait, who are we talking about?
Vaush is, I think, what he goes by.
Oh my god. When you said small streamer, I thought you were talking about me. Okay. I'm not the only small streamer, Chad. I'm not. Vaush is also.
He's a gamer, streamer, was the first to beat Bloodborne. The thing is that he made this quote.
There's the bitchy people who wanted money in their GoFundMe. Yeah, bitchy people who wanted like things like rent and like, yeah, no, not like nice people like us who want to pay for like expensive cameras and like better apart. Oh my god. Not people who have white Nervosa websites where they get to make like, double the money because they kiss Keffals and Vaush's ass twice as hard, right? Not like people like that. Okay.
Tweet that had 1.2 million views.
You better not talk shit about my streamer.
So here's the original post.
You better not.
From the based Dreamleaf. This bitch has some boyfriend or something. Clearly a turf.
Wait. Who is Dreamleaf? I feel like I've run into them on Twitter before. I don't know why all the racist jokes are also very dumb. Like, I think there are some that actually... Like, I think someone can be smart and viciously anti-black, but these mofos always go for the lowest smashed up fruit on the ground, right? They're gonna make some hooch. They're gonna ferment it, I guess. I don't know. It's already fermenting on the ground, right? If you don't like the smell of Keffals' arse, then you should unsubscribe because that shit ain't washing out of us anytime soon. Dreamleaf is, if I recall correctly, a Vaush orbiter, like a Vaush, like a streamer or just like a Twitter personality.
They're using the genderqueer colors because TERF stole that for reasons. Men are hateful, porn-sick, degenerate barbarians who commit 98% of all violent crimes. They don't deserve to be collared or kissed on the head or whatever this vile garbage expects of women. They are not lost puppies. We should help men be better in society and try to pull them away from the right. And these are the responses we get. This is insanity. I'm not even a guy, and I immediately want to do the Ralph Wiggum meme. I'm in danger. This is psychosis. This is. You cannot tell me this is not psychosis.
Listen, I want to leave your credentials out of it, Zena. I've heard people talk about them before, and frankly, that's none of my business, okay? But if part of your expertise is relying on your credentials, and you do indeed have credentials, especially diagnostic credentials, then why are you using clinical language here? Even if you love that edgy shit, you love calling people psychotic, you love calling people, whatever, right? You love that shit. You love it so much. You kind of have to step back and let other streamers do that. I don't know, right? This is kind of the only colors I know TERFs claimed were the ones associated with old-timey suffragettes because they're trying to co-opt the movement's legitimacy. It's a violation of therapist rules. Now, they're not, I'm 99% sure that Poppee is not trying to say people who believe this are all clinically psychotic or exhibiting psychosis or anything like that. But it's just if you really, right, because, so they changed their name. It's no longer called Trans Girl Therapist, right? So, I guess... that's slightly better, but this, oh my god, that is not psychosis, it's bigotry. Watching them getting sucked down the right pipeline is scary, and how fast it happens.
So Vaush, this very unknown streamer, actual lesbians just ignore men. They're too busy sharing clothes and squishing their boobs together and so on. And
website is still Trans Girl Therapist, right? So wait, this is a credentialed person, right? This is somebody who works in that industry. And it's problematic. I don't like the use of clinical language. I'm not a fan of the use of clinical language to own people in debates, right? But what I'm really not a fan of is the idea of somebody that's credentialed doing something like that. Now, I wanted to leave I wanted to leave all that out of there because that's kind of your own personal life, and I really don't I'm a little uncomfortable talking about people's personal life, but if you're gonna make it the issue, then we're gonna have to talk about it. They sound like they don't even know what the words mean.
So on. The loudest, angriest,
This
most
is getting
vitriolic man-haters are
uncomfortable.
bitterly heterosexual women.
Jeez.
Followed by help, the bitterly heterosexual women found this.
Okay, but like seriously, y'all could stand to like squish some more boobs together. Trust me, it's pretty great. Okay.
I'm just saying that this is.
We keep on going back to that well, right?
As two lesbians, I want to be clear. Every lesbian I've talked about this is absolutely true.
Mm-hmm.
Not a truer statement was spoken.
Okay, so they're talking about the Vaush tweet. The Vaush tweet said that like lesbians like to squish their boobs together. Less professional therapist than Jordan Peterson. I mean, that's what this is giving. Yeah, so funny sarcasm.
Mask lesbian, right? And I still like squishing boobs together. It's pretty great.
So, of course, people had some fun takes. I like this one that I posted. Vaush to all the heterosexual women talking over actual lesbians. You have Alucard punching that one chick, Rip Van Winkles.
Yes, because all the lesbians loved Vaush talking about them, I'm sure.
Check your privilege. Also me posting, because again, I'm a shitlord. As a lesbian, I agree with this. Return to tradition. Most people rejected his message. Actual lesbians just ignore men. Shut up. They hated Vaush because he told the truth. Posting his praxis. But this is the thread that really got me.
That fucking laugh! Oh my god, should I like look, I'm not trying to misrepresent anybody's laugh here. I do have them a little bit speeded up, and I don't wanna let's hear the laugh that really was, right? I'm not trying to make you think that anybody's laugh is any funnier than it actually is, right? So let's hear what the real laugh sounds like, right? I'm just gonna be fair. I'm gonna be even-handed. I'm gonna be good faith here. I'm not trying to use speeding up the video to make you sound or look funny or silly, right? That's not where
Mask
I'm at.
lesbian, right? And I still like
just want to hear
squishing
this.
boobs together. It's pretty
Yeah,
great.
I'm not trying to mock people's
of course,
laughs.
people had some fun takes. I like this one that I
Let's hear what the
posted.
real laugh sounds like, okay?
Vaush to all the heterosexual women talking over actual lesbians. You have Alucard punching that one chick, Rip Van Winkles, screaming, check your privilege. Also me posting, because again, I'm a shitlord. As a lesbian, I agree with this. Return to tradition. Most people rejected his message. Actual lesbians just ignore men. Shut up. They hated Vaush because he told the truth.
Okay.
Posting his praxis. But this is the thread that really got me, and I just want to make this abundantly clear.
Just wanted to make sure that I'm not making assumptions based on the sped up playback.
This is a personal. Dreamleaf responded to this person who said, the particular flavor of misogyny you leftist men perpetuate is unlike anything I've ever seen, to be honest. Maybe that's because it isn't misogyny. Based Dreamleaf. Have I mentioned that you are in fact based Dreamleaf? Got yourself some Chad vibes here. Very nice. Much more importantly, isn't a leftist. Again, citation needed. Male moment, lol. Where is the person? Oh, this was deleted by the author. Where is the one? I'm trying to find it. There was one. Oh, did that silly bitch just hide her shit? This is not related to the larger topic. I just wanted to show people this because it was very funny to me. Oh yeah, here it is. Hey, look, that chick that
Like, did somebody just this doesn't feel like, this feels like we're dealing with characters on a TV show and they rewrote her character. And they were like, could we make this like, I don't know, 75% more edgy? Just turn up the edgy on this one, you know, like, right? This feels like...
Agreed with the turf, got called out because for agreeing with the turf. I didn't think my actions would have consequences. So this is what I was referring to. And I'm just showing you this because it makes me laugh. So, turf responds to Dreamleaf.
Of course.
Damn, why'd you become a woman if you hate them? Lol. This person, Sarah Alice, goes, can't believe I'm siding with the turf here. My response. And that is why no one should be listening to pick-me-ass hoes. If your so-called principles lead you to agreeing with our fucking enemy...
Pick-me-ass hoes? Wait. What's going on here? This is a very different... It's a very different streamer than like I said, I haven't watched them that much, right? But I don't feel like I've ever heard them call people hoes before.
The people that want us dead, you have sold out your people, keep reaching for that acceptance, and then you do the Gimli Legolas meme. Woke Gold, never thought I'd fight alongside a turf. Turf, yes you did. Also, this turf in regards is anti-pan, bisexual. I mean, this really makes this chick look bad. So because she's a TERF, I have to disagree with everything literally she says on principle and agree with the ignorant points of some neckbeard because of his porn history. Lol, there's bending out of shape happening here. Certainly not for me. You guys are a cult. That is not an argument. Vaush has plenty of silly takes, but this is clearly a joke. One you people...
That is not an argument, okay? I'm not going to disagree with the fact that we're a cult, but that is not an argument.
People are overreacting to. So much so that you have chose to agree with people who want us dead. Please examine your parasocial relationship with Vaush and stop sucking up to our enemies. So...
Sounds about right.
What is the point? The point is that...
The point is that only we can have a parasocial relationship with Vaush, and that relationship includes being up his ass as far as we can possibly go. We're exploring the depths. This is like, to extend the Lord of the Rings metaphor a little bit more, you know, they dug too deep and too greedily, right? This is how this kind of thing, you know, this is how you get attacked by a troll, right? They have to do a little trolling. Yeah, they do a little trolling like Vaush and Keffals do to be accepted. Then telling people that this is some, like, I'm not going to say this is gaslighting, okay? Because that's a little bit of a psychological term right there. But I will say that they are... There's a little bit of reversal going on here. Let's just say, can we say that? There's a little bit of reversal going on there. There's a little bit of... a little something. We won't call it gaslighting, but I think you see what I see, right?
These are two examples, again, both alike in dignity, that are centered around a particular...
Both alike in dignity? What is that? Is that some...
notion? There is a part of the left...
These are two examples, both alike in dignity.
...that seems to need...
I think I sound bookish sometimes, but like I'm not a nerd like this.
People have tried before. And Zena and I are taking our shot at it because I don't like the terms that exist. These terms include things such as woke scold, tenderqueer, etc. And the reason I don't like these terms is because tenderqueer feels like I'm doing a homophobia or something. I don't know. I don't like it.
Yeah.
Woke scold I don't like because that seems to trigger people. Again, the term we came up.
That's the reason? Not because it's a Ben Shapiro invented right-wing term and I'm literally not changing the meaning of it from what Ben Shapiro means when he says it? Yeah? No, because it tends to trigger people, and I don't want to trigger oh my god. Do they not see what's happening here? Do they not see what's happening?
It's probably going to trigger people. So
true.
Trigger
the term that we came up with is as follows.
Trigger the soy cuts? No, never.
Puritanical
not me.
Progressivists. I gotta move chat for a second.
Puritanical regressivists. Yo, this is some IDW shit. This is like the regressive left. Like, right? So much for the tolerant left. These leftists are puritanical and regressive. Wow. Did they spend some time at Doobie's like does Doobie have like a summer camp or a winter camp or a like, right? You know, like I feel like this is really giving me Twitch politics here, right?
I can see it.
It's giving me strong Twitch politics.
What we're doing
vibes.
today is we're going to outline the first half of our characteristics of puritanical progressivists, a la
these puritanical progressivists.
Echo and his 13...
Two examples, both alike in dignity.
14 characteristics of fascism?
Yes.
Let's break this down. Gotta move the mouse. Number 1.
Okay, are they on too much coffee or am I on too little coffee? I can't tell. Speedrunning the right from the past 10 plus years, Gamergate, IDW, and Groypers. Okay, they're the Diamond and Silk crossed with Brett Weinstein and his wife. Oh wow.
Crybully. The people that we are identifying have certain tendencies of behavior. There are ways in which they...
I love this stuff. They're like, let's talk about Umberto Eco. No, wait, let me tell you about crybullies. Right? We're not going to say tenderqueer. It's kind of homophobic. That's like low-key homophobic. We're not going to say woke skull because that seems to trigger people and I don't want to hurt your precious VPs, okay? But I will call you a crybully. You're a crybully. You're a crybully. Okay.
Act that seem to go directly against
smoking. Exactly, V. Exactly.
Yes. It goes against actual progressive principles, and this is the first one and one of the most important. Uses victimhood as a weapon. Example: Vaush posts a thing joking about lesbians squishing their boobs together, and a bunch of people freak out and start claiming all sorts of crazy shit. that it is lesbian
Did
fetishism.
somebody say that this was like a contortionist trick or something like that? That there was like a lot of mental gymnastics going on here? Because I'm seeing that. I'm getting strong mental gymnastics from this. I watched Jess and Zena for a while, but I unsubbed a little while ago because their Vaush standing was getting a little overboard, and they have also started to have some weird takes on top of that. I don't know much about them and their community. I've heard different things, but I guess they're not from super reliable sources, so I don't really feel like I should share those, right? But like combined with what I'm seeing here, it's a little bit disturbing. I gotta say, I'm a little bit scared here. I think they just made this up out of their own heads, like Lisa Littman. Yeah, they're like circus performers. Yeah, that's the thing is I'm like, do I need to drink more coffee? Maybe I've got them sped up to 1.25, but like, I mean, they are speed running this. Like, I cannot exaggerate how much they're speed running this. I stopped watching around when Poppee said she was pro rainbow imperialism. Was that like with criticizing Luna Oy maybe?
That it is some sort of
oh my god, whoever suggested
harm to women,
this.
when in reality what it's pointing out is the fact that we have a lot of really dumb fucking heterosexual women who speak up for lesbians. And again, let's be really clear. Straight women came up with political lesbians. Can we be clear?
The other thing that's ironic about this is that like a lot of times you'll get from Vaush a complaint. And that complaint is that it shouldn't matter who's speaking as long as it's true, right? And so when you tell Vaush, like, that is a trans issue, that is a black issue, that is a black discourse, right? That, you at the very least need to listen to black people. You at the very least need to listen to trans people. His comeback for that is that you're being soy and, it's like the right opinion, man. And it doesn't matter what his identity is. Right? But then on the other hand, and like granted, like citation fucking needed, citation not found on like that they have established this by saying this, by making a claim that the people who are disagreeing with Vaush are straight women. The people who are disagreeing with Vaush are not lesbians, and real lesbians, just like real Scotsmen, maybe, agree with Vaush. And if you don't agree with Vaush, then obviously you're not a real lesbian. And if you say this logic is circular, then you're definitely not a real lesbian, because real lesbians are apparently Poppee and Zena fans too. Who knew? Who knew?
So,
thank you for educating me.
The reason why this goes against progressive values is because victimhood is a thing that is a sign of not only some personal or interpersonal harm, but the idea that to some degree, this is something that should be weaponized.
What?
Look at what the responses to Keffals were. Keffals' responses were people basically trying to make the argument that because trans people are victims of...
So wait, victimhood being like what, a claim of harm? Like any sort of claim of harm? Is that what victimhood is? Like to these two? Is that what they're... I'm trying to understand. I'm trying to pick up what they're putting down. Right, am I picking this up okay? I saw lots of non-straight people disagreeing. Bi and pan people don't count, I guess. What the fucks is she saying right now? She's saying it so fast that I don't think her audience is able to really... Like, they're little baby birds, like, and she's just putting the food in, or like, blah, 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 vomiting the food into their mouth. And it's happening too fast for them to be like, is this food that I want to eat? Is this good food? Are these sound arguments? It doesn't matter, because mommy bird is feeding you, and you just need to open your mouth, I guess. I don't know.
Really horrible shit, which we are. That Keffals shouldn't have done this.
Yeah, this is Poppee and with the red hair, and Zena has the green hair.
For reasons. And they cited everything from her making money about it to her platforming a person 100 times her size. None of it came out to it. They wanted to use their supposed victimhood, and not supposed in the sense that trans people aren't harmed. They are. But somehow they were hurt by what she did, not by who they are. And as such, they used that victimhood to lash out.
One of the examples I remember was... Keffals was going to donate money to a charity organization, right, to help trans people, and a lot of the complaints were, oh, you should go find other individual people's GoFundMes and put money there instead of going with a large charity that would, help trans people.
Yeah,
instead.
you're right. V's identifying that this is a right-wing argument that sees marginalizations as magic cards, as weaponized, right?
Let's kill 6 million.
No, Peter, no. Oh my God.
So that's one of the examples of this.
Another example of this is Crybully. Great example.
That was obviously the Keffals video that we just watched. Oh
this
my
is Essence of Thought.
Oh, yes!
And by the way, this will be going...
Listen. Okay, I'm going to tell you this as a friend, okay? As a fellow trans person, you do not want beef with Essence of Thought, okay? Yeah, you want to fucking call Essence of Thought out? That is going to be the last mistake you make on social media, okay? Yeah. Ethel's got this. I have full faith in if there's a conflict between these two and Ethel, I don't think Ethel needs my help at all, right? I think Ethel's gonna bring receipts. Ethel is gonna eat them both and leave no crumbs. Okay, that's gonna be brutal. Like, they do not want to call out Essence of Thought. Yeah, that's right. Essence of Thought is not to be underestimated, right? She is good at what she does. She is very, very good at what she does. Yeah.
In the Harm versus Offense series, just to let you know. Essence of Thought is actually a master at this. Because not only do they...
That's so cool, Cat. Essence of Thought made a video about something I told her about. Like, the only interaction I've ever had with Essence of Thought before is when a troll tried to get us to fight each other. And I DM'd her, and we actually worked things out. And, we were coming from a really different place. And understandably, at the time, she didn't necessarily trust me. She didn't really know who I was. But she heard me out, and she was actually really kind. And I got to see, kind of a side of Essence of Thought that maybe she doesn't, show so much in her videos. She's a really warm person, is what I'm trying to say. She's... wait, let me make sure. Essence of Thought, she, they pronouns, am I right? The one about Jeff Youngest and with Matt Walsh in the title. Oh, Jeff Younger. Yeah. We're going to cover that soon. Jeff Younger was just on Tim Pool, right? I like EOT overall. Yeah, Jeff Younger was just on Tim Pool. This is that grifter I was telling you about. This is that dad that like lies about his trans daughter, right? And says that his wife is trying to make her trans when it's like... But just let me make sure I'm getting Ethel's pronouns right. She, they are Ethel's pronouns. She's working on a PhD. Makes sense. Yeah, do not mess with her. Absolutely do not mess with her. She's good at what she does. They, she. Okay, that's they. It's they. She. They first. She. Okay, I just wanted to make sure. Yeah, that I'm not. When I introduce somebody, that I want to make sure that I give the right the pronouns that they use to so that I'm not giving anybody else the wrong pronouns.
Actually weaponize their own victimhood, but they weaponize their supposed victimhood in some cases. But they weaponize other people's as well. Go watch Essence of Thought series on Movie Orchard.
Cat. Yeah, if you want to send me any resources that you've got, I do want to do like a stream and maybe a video on that. It's an interesting case study in right-wing grifting, and unfortunately, trans person is at the center of it, and is kind of a trans kid is getting used as a political football in that case, right? Supposed victimhood in some cases. Which cases, Poppee?
It's a lot of allegations that literally follow the same structure as what ContraPoints laid out in her canceling video, which we'll be going over in its entirety.
Wait, so ContraPoints is now required reading for this class. Okay, good that we're going with the real intellectual.
Essence of Thought essentially does the same movement. The shorthand being presumption of guilt.
Look, it's like if ContraPoints, I feel like ContraPoints has, done some really good videos, has done some really great work, right? I'm not knocking that at all. But if you're gonna quote ContraPoints verse and chapter, like she's the Bible, I don't think Natalie would even want you doing that, right? I don't think Natalie wants to be used as that, because ContraPoints said that cancellation is bad, okay? God. Yeah, I don't think Natalie wants that. I don't think Natalie's looking for that. No, luckily, Contra hasn't made a video in like a year, so we don't have that much to watch.
Abstraction and essentialization. And we'll be pointing out how in just a little bit. But this is what it is. This is a perfect example of a crybully.
Unhealthily parasocial.
Number 2. Totalitarian
I didn't realize the doctrine was so intense, right?
tendencies.
Right? Tankies! Tankies! Wait. Da 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 da.
Wait, spell that right? Don't care. All right. So, totalitarian tendencies, threats of violence, but not as self-defense. Now, this is not so relevant to, say, Keffals, because Keffals gets threats basically saying she's being a bad tran, which really, can we be honest, really sucks coming from the trans community. I've actually started blocking large-scale trans accounts. Your Mia Moores, your other people like that. Like,
I just some Mike from PA emotes in chat. Totalitarian tendencies rolling right in. Yes.
Don't care anymore.
Yes.
When I see someone just touting the same shitty memes from like literally a kiwi farmer, I don't care. So
wait, what? Who's touting kiwi farm memes? Like, right? We did watch Keffals stream and she was using some kiwi farms tactics, but like, I don't see who's touting Kiwi Farms memes.
Really broke this term down for me and Zena was, remember when we watched Lily's most recent video? She described herself as a totalitarian.
We're talking about Lily Orchard. Okay, so just to get us clear here, we're not talking about Lily Simpson or any other Lily. This is Lily Orchard that they're talking about. They did a video replying to Lily Orchard recently.
Gender
there goes the accusations without evidence.
Yeah, what does that mean? Because when I hear that, what I hear is that you are willing to engage in authoritarianism over your views. And here's what I have a problem with here. Well, I absolutely want my views.
Like, look, these two make me want to like, and I've done that. I did this when oh god, what was their name? Lore Master or something was here, right? The SDL person was trying to get in my voice chat to debate me on SDL. I started memeing of being like a Lily Orchard fan. I'm not a Lily Orchard fan. I don't know that much about Lily Orchard. And, as much as I appreciate some of her thoughts on Steven Universe, there's some really disturbing stuff that Essence of Thought brought up. So I'm not a Lily Orchard fan by any memeing, because I was like memeing. I was memeing about like being like, tight with Lily Orchard just because these Clout Network people like piss me off, and I gotta not do that. Like, right? I don't want to be like Keffals. I don't want to be Schrodinger's douchebag. I don't want you all to be unsure of where I really stand because I'm memeing on 46 different levels. Okay, I'm trying to be clear.
Used to become the norm, and I absolutely want society to change for the better. I don't believe in authoritarianism. The issue I have is that what totalitarian tendencies comes down to is not only does it have an authoritarian feel to it.
Oh yeah, good point. A lot of the anti-black harassment was written off as Kiwi farmers trying to take Keffals down.
Also gets into threats of violence, but not as self-defense. This is something that was done against Vaush quite a bit during the whole masculinity debate, where people were literally giving him death threats because he said something. We have people like Ben Shapiro, Steven Crowder, and all these other fucks out here who say some of the most god-awful things possible.
I'm sorry, but welcome to my world, okay? Welcome to my world. Like, I've gotten... Like, any creator getting death threats is bad, okay? But if I was to use the fact that I've gotten the same as, like, a justification for anything, wouldn't you think I was full of shit? Wouldn't you think I was full of shit? Like, if that was my sole argument, not anything about platforming, not anything about the nature of the Gish Gallop in the hands of a transphobe, but if my whole argument against Dylan and that stuff was that, like, one of Dylan's fans gave me, that kind of a threat and actually threatened, my sexual autonomy as well, right? That's not actually an argument. That's one absolute piece of shit, abusive, harassing, garbage person. But that's not an argument against Dylan. Understand?
You don't really hear about death threats against them. I assume they get them, but you don't really ever hear about them. But you genuinely find death threats over like stuff that Vaush says anytime. And again, They were doing it over a boob squishing joke. These totalitarian tendencies are problematic because they lead to some really interesting issues of self-reflection. Namely, in the case of the Vaush issue, I think that there is unresolved and unreflected issues within some of the ways people look at him as a content creator because of his more spicy bullshit in the past. And what ends up happening is, because of their parasocial anti-fan...
It's not just in the past, though. It's absolutely not just in the past. And please, don't be talking to me about parasocialism towards Vaush when you're living up the guy's colon, okay?
Relationship, there is nothing the man can ever do to improve.
Mm-hmm. It's just creep apologia. They love
so
it.
Obvious joke is obvious.
Oh my god, I checked Keffals' social blade, and she's lost almost 19k followers since her Thursday night stream with the Twitter space. Damn. Okay, so wait. Somebody was telling me, is she losing subs on YouTube too, or is there some other platform she's like losing followers on?
Flat out leads to this type of behavior. This is a fucking problem because this is not in line with progressive values, right? Number 3. Go, I guess.
Some of this might fall into canceling, but the totalitarian stuff may also, in my estimation, spread out, to people in that same community as the person doing it. Right? Like if you have like a particular YouTuber, making these kinds of comments and then...
I'm sorry, but not in line with progressive values. That's like some lib shit, right? If I don't know.
That kind of attitude, spreads down through.
Which is to say that I'm not sure that these two know the difference between like progressive values and liberal values, right? And they're citing that as like like you're going against the orthodoxy of my holy book here. Didn't they just call people like Puritan? What was their word? Puritanical. What was the word? Puritanical something or other, right? Anybody remember? She's lost 1.5 to 2.5 followers. Subs on YouTube. Yeah. So yeah, subs on YouTube for anybody on Twitch. It's just the same as followers on YouTube. It doesn't mean like people that are paying her. It just means people that are following her channel. They're called subs on YouTube. And then subs, what we call subs on Twitch, are more like members on YouTube. So far I have learned that death threats are bad, stunning, brave, cutting edge critique. I know, right? I feel like I'm really learning some. I feel like I'm in a 300 level ethics course or something. Yeah. They don't get to decide when other people can decide if he's improved or if he's forgiven without an apology. Yeah, without a real apology, right? He wrote a joke apology. We read it, right? We looked at this on stream. If they accept that he's faced any accountability. True. Why do they care so much about Twitter criticism? Puritanical progressives? Is that what they said? Oh, regressives. Yeah. That's right, Adadak. Yeah, puritanical regressives. I had forgotten it too. Like all my mutes on Twitter stopped following her after Friday. Yeah, I've seen a lot of people drop Keffals, just like they dropped Kiwi Farms before, right? I could absolutely be wrong. No, I think you're right. I think it was puritanical regressives. I just couldn't remember. Maybe she said regressives, literally the same characterization. Yeah, it sounds like Dave Rubin. Thank you, Paul. Thank you. So, chat, you really are my memory. When I can't remember something, I was trying to remember that. But yeah, it was Dave Rubin. I was like, I think I said this is like some IDW stuff because I couldn't remember who exactly on the IDW had said this. But you're right. It was Dave Rubin. All criticism must be met with scorched earth. Of course, right?
The community or... they've got certain rules in their Discord server.
It is kind of hard to listen to, and we do have them at 1.25 to kind of speed through this. We're speed running this too, right?
Takes on a more totalitarian way of things. I think that's the other way that I see that going on,
Well,
too.
for example, we'll get to this in a moment, but like there are examples of this being like, there's an I guess what we're pointing at is a sort of absolutist way of engagement. And there'll be more of this when we get to canceling, but what Zena's pointing out is an app. There's a very weird way that these people sort of engage in what feels like, well...
There's oftentimes like lists of things that...
Is there a name for presenting a pseudo-intellectual idea as being like more... dressing it up with like more pomp and circumstance by putting it into an outline form? Right? Like using an academic technique to present something that's not really that deep at all. It's just like, yeah, because ContraPoints. Remember how ContraPoints said, okay, that's... I mean, yeah, Natalie was a philosophy student at some point, so Sophistry. There we go. RGRification. Oh my God. Chat is on fire today. Chat is on fire. Yes, RGRification. It's a form of bullshitting. They're doing a little Jordan P. Yeah, Peterson too. Yeah. And this has definitely got all the hallmarks of sophistry. So
people aren't allowed to talk about or aren't allowed to bring up that aren't just not safe for work or not
Irene, you would block me if I engaged in this kind of structured apologia and spin.
safe for life kind of things. But more like you can't talk about this, and that streamer, or you can't talk about this, and that topic. So
I went back through Natalie Wynn's canceling video because it's good shit. And here's the reason I bring it up. Canceling. One of the major ways
canceling is bad
that the the puritanical progressivist attacks is through
the puritanical progressivist. I feel like we're on one of these like woo-woo videos about the narcissist. You will spot the narcissist by their 4 characteristics of a narcissist. If the person that you're having a conflict with right now has these 4 characteristics, you might be dealing with a narcissist too, and hence you might be an empath. And this we're giving you techniques to help an empath deal with a narcissist. This is like, I mean, this just, oh my God, this just reeks of bullshit, doesn't it?
Mob mentality, retributive justice. And the way they do it is through a type of propaganda that is really, really problematic. Let's go back through these because they're fucking important.
Not like a good kind of propaganda like what Vaush does, but a problematic type of propaganda. Like
cancel culture trope 1, presumption of guilt. So notice the shift that happens in these discussions. Keffals is accused of being racist.
Hypocrisizing
Keffals is racist.
And self-reporting.
See the shift?
Wait, but didn't you just make the same sort of thing? Like, okay, here's the shift, all right? Vaush is getting criticism on his tweet. His criticism is coming from straight women and not lesbians. Real lesbians support Vaush. Like, based on what? Source? I made it the fuck up.
There's a way in which, when these discussions are made,
yes, chat, these people sometimes can be hoisted on their own petards.
No checking receipts. There is no way in which to understand where the person was coming from or give them the best, in any way try to understand where they're coming from.
Or give them benefit of the doubt or anything.
What you do is you immediately assume guilt. We've talked about this before with trans women. Transmisogyny leads people to immediately assume guilt in ways that are incredibly harmful. And one of the major problems is when you end up looking at this clearly, you start to understand something really, really obvious. The reason they do this is to lead through these steps as a form of propaganda.
Here's what's weird, okay? Like this, so these are the same kind of people that will talk about the weaponization of identity. Like this is a really bad thing, right? But what we're doing here is like, how is this any different, right? It's true. Trans women are seen as disposable. Trans women are often thought of, like, if you make an accusation against trans people, especially if it follows the lines of a trope, it's going to be more likely to be taken. So something like calling a trans woman, violent, is going to be like, it's going to be an easier sell than calling a non-trans person violent, or you know what I mean? If there's a trope about a marginalized group, then there's like kind of a downhill slope towards getting people to believe that. That's true. But what they're trying to do here is use that fact as a use that fact as a shield, right? So we got weaponization. This is like what, armorification? Like, I don't know, right? And it's, I don't know. If you have a problem with one, why don't you have a problem with the other?
I don't think these are just shifts that happen. I think I don't know if they're intentional in some people's cases.
Wait, what is this? Oh my God, what is that music? It sounds a little bit like snake jazz. Let's not do snake jazz, though. Because we don't know who wrote that joke. Okay, let me watch this. Okay. Oh my god, chat is on fire today. Chat is on fire. Yes, RGRification. It's a form of bullshitting. They're doing a little Jordan P. Yeah, Peterson too. Yeah. And this has definitely got all the hallmarks of sophistry. So
people aren't allowed to talk about or until
sophistry. There we go. RGRification.
But they happen. Culture trope 2, abstraction. So now it becomes, instead of Keffals critiqued the flag, now it becomes abstracted into Keffals said something racist. Spell that right, maybe? Essentialism.
That's pretty amazing.
Trope 3, essentialism. So now it's that Keffals critiqued the flag and did a racism. Keffals is a racist. Keffals is not a leftist. Do you see how that moves the essentialist thing? You slowly but surely boil them down to their smallest thing.
Shouldn't the burden of proof be on you to show us how Keffals is a leftist? Right? I don't know. There's some backwards logic going on here, right? Keffals did say something racist. What the fuck? Keffals saying racist stuff leads to her being called a racist. Surprise, surprise, right? Oh my gosh, is that the consequences of my own actions?
Hear how unfair this is. And I can go through a number of examples. Zena and I covered a bunch of them.
Well, and this also reminds me of Newspeak, right, from 1984, right? The removal of more and more and more words. Keeps...
Wait. What are we talking about? The removal of more and more words? Are we talking about like the removal of slurs? Is that 1984 to you? Does that have 1980? Is that Big Brother? Not being able to say your edgy fucking slurs is your gamer words? Keffals saying racist. Yeah, exactly. 1984. Got it. Bingo. Yes, you got it. Bingo. It's abominable. I almost read that abdominal, but you said abominable. Some of the anti-black crusades they're defending include accusing black trans people of being abusers and predators. Trans women specifically, like if it's not happening to black, trans, and cis people. What the Foxy? I dropped in at the 6-hour mark, and we're still unpacking. Are we? No, we're not still. You do know that we've done several topics, right? So you missed the Keffals Picrew Invasion. I mean, I guess they are talking about Keffals. Yeah, I can see why you'd see that. I can see why you'd say that, Foxy. It makes sense. So we're watching TGT now. They're talking about Vaush and Keffals. It's on a different matter, though. I think the Vaush thing is about... The lesbians smushing their boobs together. Tweet. And then the Keffals thing, I think they're just talking about Keffals being canceled for being an ableist racist. I don't know that that's necessarily related to the Twitter space with Alejandra and Aaron in the Morn and the subsequent fallout. So yeah, this is a little bit of a different topic, but yeah, it does involve Keffals. So yeah.
Changing it until you basically have a concept that doesn't really mean anything and one that's not really useful for communicating anymore. And in this case, yeah, all the nuance is lost.
He says we're also critiquing these two grifters. Do they realize they are making Tim Pool level of argumentation? This does sound very much like a oh my god, even the cadence sounds like Tim Pool. Wow, who have they been watching? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's not Vaush. Maybe it's...
There's not really
it's Tim Pool.
Any way to go backwards and figure... It's really hard to go backwards through these steps and figure out all of what happened. You kind of have to hope that you find the right person who was...
There was a former Trump guy in that space, just for FYI.
Was there for all of these different moments in order to go back through them.
Wait.
And you may know...
A former Trump admin guy? People are being mean to Keffals. Don't cancel Keffals. Boo-boo. One of them needs a beanie.
Find that person.
Well, like you know what the beanie is for, right? It's because the head has a second mouth on it with Tim Pool, and the second mouth eats hot dogs. So he's always having to grab a hot dog out and like drop it down in the second mouth on top of the head. Meow, meow. Oh my god.
Cancel culture trope number 4: pseudo-intellectualism or moralism. We literally saw this with the Keffals example, right? In the Keffals example, there was literally a thing of, I don't understand why you did this. I don't understand the bit when we're out here dying.
Mm-hmm.
Bitch, no one was talking about that. These are unrelated things. These are false equivalencies. People can have...
But it's not going to be a false equivalency. If they cover the thing that I just covered, and they see Keffals do the exact same thing, you better believe that they're not going to cover... They're not going to say that's a false equivalency, bitch. They're going to be like, based Keffals. Oh, we are pseudo-intellectuals, aren't we?
Fun and do meme shit, and also be activists. In their minds, there is only one thing you should be doing. It should be always going towards the cause. If you're not always going towards the cause, you're against the cause. Come back to that.
That is a pretty old meme, though. Am I right about that? Can I... That's a that boy meme, isn't it? That meme... That's like a 7-year-old meme, isn't it? And it's not Doge. It's not one of these, like, you know... It's not one of these evergreen memes. They're doing part 2 on the Keffals Picrew right now.
Totalitarian tendency. Or they'll just go into intellectualism. But again, it's the moral thing.
Meow, meow.
Rather than just saying, hey, can you
Meow,
please
meow,
put some money in
meow.
my GoFundMe? We had people like Jay and other freaking, like, bad faith actors go into this huge issue. Yeah, pseudo-electionism is like literally the DJ...
I feel like we should watch some boxes after this.
Mule video on Zan. Which is also a canceling video. Presumption of guilt, abstract... No, literally, you want to see an example of these in action? The DJ Mule video is a perfect example.
Oh, yeah.
Cancel culture trope number 5. Can't talk. Cancel culture trope number 5. No forgiveness. Do you remember when Lindsay Ellis got canceled for the whole...
I feel like we've been over this. There were people on Twitter looking for a reason to forgive Keffals. I don't know what you're talking about, no forgiveness, right? There's some people that if you break their trust, they're not going to trust you again. That's true, right? But, you know, opportunities is lost. Ship has sailed, right? True. Some people, you know, have been hurt a lot and they're not going to trust you again. Sure, that's absolutely true. But that's not what I was seeing. That's not the preponderance of what I was seeing on Twitter in reference to Keffals. I was seeing people like who really believed in Keffals before, wanting a reason to believe in her again, wanting to see her, you know, do the right thing and take some accountability. This is not, like, I don't feel like there's any dearth of forgiveness here. I mean, Vaush will tell you that, but that's because Vaush wants you on his side. If you all, like, knew that you can be forgiven for a lot, right? And there's examples of that. There's examples of people who've done some pretty bad things and taken accountability and been forgiven, right? This is just a myth that Vaush makes up and everybody just accepts it. Oh no, you can't apologize ever because the woke mob will eat you alive. They'll just dig their teeth right into you, right? And there'll be nothing left of you.
Whole Raya the Last Dragon bullshit. Do you remember how no one would let go her doing the rape song or any other crazy shit like that? And I'm not saying these things were good.
Wait, what was the rape song? What was the rape song?
Like, at what point is someone forgiven for things?
Watching foxes should be a national pastime, true.
At what point can someone apologize enough? Because in this particular ideology, you can't.
I feel like all you're doing is preying on people's fears, right? Like, people have fears of not being forgiven. People have fears of being, you know, cut off. And I feel like you're, instead of helping them work through those fears, you're making them dwell on those fears. You're making them, and I hate to use the clinical language, but if you're going to do it, here I go, catastrophizing. You're helping people catastrophize on things that aren't as intractable as you make them out to be. Yeah?
Or like the noodle things really happened with Keffals.
Clinical language,
that comment happened a couple years ago. That's not even anything.
Wait, okay, so Lindsay, I think I saw that. Was it like a rap or something? A rape song video? This was from like way back, right? It was coping with her own essay, but somehow wound up online.
Or having to do with anything recent.
Well, it wasn't super long ago, but it was obviously months and months ago, and obviously there was nothing particularly problematic with it.
Yeah, no, I think it was at least a long ass time ago.
Which one? Which one?
The noodles.
The noodles thing was only like a year ago.
Yeah, but still, like it's still not really anything. Last February, yeah, still not really much to do with anything current going on right now.
Now there are more of these, but we're just covering the basics. Cancel culture trope number 6, transitive property of cancellation. So you ever notice that there's this thing when people talk on the left about...
Okay, so this is what they're doing. They're making an outline to dress up their pseudo-intellectual, disorganized thought pattern into something that you can't disagree with. This is very much like RGR. If you don't know, RGR used to do this type of thing. RGR used to do like a like a word processing stream, right, where she would kind of like go through this and be like, okay, this is true. Okay, I'm gonna write it down. Like, everybody agrees to this, right? And eventually it became a document that if you wanted to stay in the RGR Discord, you had to sign that document. You had to sign the document that RGR had written on stream and say, yes, I sign off on this. I agree with every single thing. You will never hear a peep of disagreement from me. And if you didn't, I think that you had to go and argue with her about it on stream, right? But this is the same kind of thing. And all it is, like this whole section of it is just like, these are the things that ContraPoints laid out in a video essay a while ago. So because ContraPoints did the video essay, these things are right. We all agree with them, and we all accept them, and we all think they apply here. Right? You better sign off or you can't stay in the This is the RG... Chat, you were right. This is RGRification. This isn't like logic. This is like bulldozing people down a logic tree RGR style, right? And it didn't work on Demon Mama, and it didn't work on RGR's community. RGR's community abandoned her. People didn't want to be in that community. She lost her entire Discord, right? And it was replaced by, I guess some Destiny fans who just hated Demon Mama's guts, but they weren't really her community. They never really were her community. They liked her for what she stood against rather than what she stood for. Chapter 8, the philosophy of pulling an argument out of your ass. Contra's video was wrong. I mean, like, we gotta accept the possibility that our patron goddess ContraPoints can sometimes be wrong. I know that's hard, but I think that Natalie herself would tell you the same, right? I don't think she wants to be cited chapter and verse like she's the Bible.
Debaters, it's debate bros. Last I checked, Demon Mama's not a guy.
I believe it's debate bozos, okay? And bozos can be either sex, all right? There are plenty of bozos on yeah.
Riverboat Jack is not a guy.
The debate bozos can be any sex, right? Debate bozos can be any sex.
But these people debate. They have discussions on stream.
Mm-hmm.
There's a way in which when people discuss this, they have to boil people down to the...
That is a colloquialism. And, if you feel like you're in danger of like erasing like a trans person's gender, then fine, don't call them debate bros. I'm not wedded to the term. And like, there's several reasons that I'm not a super fan of the term debate bros. I am trying to move it to debate bozos, okay? Which, then that's part of the reason. But I mean, there's other reasons too. That and the fact that it's such a cliche at this point to say debate bros. There's a point to be made that there is like that this is a very male-centered culture, but that terminology is speaking about the culture, not the people within the culture, right? It is the Hillary Bernie Bros thing, yeah.
Smallest possible thing. Yeah, there's also a presumption of being white when Shark exists. God damn.
Shark. I'm sorry you're getting used like this. This sucks. This sucks. This fucking sucks. Oh, I didn't hear. Did Shark say that? Did Shark say that? I mean, I'll take your word for it. This is fucked up.
There's a way in which, because Destiny exists, or Vaush exists, this then gets translated into the, like, because Vaush gets essentialized, then everybody who is also a debater gets essentialized.
Damn.
It becomes social contagion. We're unironically reacting to people by putting them in an outgroup that is not real. Everybody does debates, whether it's through essay or direct debating online.
It's an in-group. It's an in-group. It's a clout network, okay? That's what we're talking about. If you want me to be more specific, I'll say members of the clout network, all right? It's not an out group, okay? It's the in group that pushes other people out, right? It's the in group that silences and cancels and attacks other people. It's not an out group. Please don't say that it is, right? These are, you know.
And sometimes this is blood sports and sometimes it's not. Yeah, Philosophy Tube got shit on during Contra's canceling, which is worse because she was still closeted at the time. Yeah, because she made the video afterwards where she was talking about, like, she did that layered video that we and Zena saw where basically, like, it went into the eventual thing saying, like, my friend got fucking canceled and I didn't know what to do. There was nothing I could say that would make
I
anyone...
didn't even think of that. Yeah. Social contagion. Isn't that TERF terminology? Isn't that TERF terminology? Why do you think... Wait, let me read this. Why do you think we have so many people who claim to be leftists who think it's totally fine to normalize using slurs again? Because they are not leftists, but they're alienated by Trump. And their answer to that is to come over to a pre-existing space, use their privilege to take it over, and then make it more comfortable for themselves. And it's more comfortable for themselves if they can use slurs, right? It's just them. Oh, what's up? And let's check out this if you haven't seen it already. FBI arrests 2, including neo-Nazi leader plot attack in Baltimore. Oh my god, they're still attacking the grid. Thanks, Endless. Good to see you. I'm not quoting directly, and I'm being a little snarky about it. Yeah, the social contagion thing is kind of... It's a TERF thing that kids become trans because their friends do. And it's very wrong, obviously. But were they saying social... Did I miss something? Were they saying social contagion, like, unironically? I just mentioned the time you talked to Shark. Oh my god, thank you for reminding me. Yes, I did talk to Shark, and I think I remember him saying that. Oh, no, wait. Not me talk to Shark. This was when Endless talked to Shark? It's Atomwaffen. Oh god, I should... Bye-bye monetization. But yeah, that's who we're dealing with. When Endless talked to Shark. That's what I thought you were saying. I mean, I figured it out after a couple seconds. Here, let me, let's take a look at this article. And then we'll get back to, Poppee and Zena. Okay, that's scary. Okay, so this is like a kind of a slideshow. Oh, here, but let me just read the article. I mean, I guess there's like pictures. This is the leader. Look, this is an individual resembling and believed by the FBI to be suspect Sarah Daniel from Maryland, holding a rifle clad in tactical gear, is seen in this undated image released on February 6, 2023, after the FBI arrested 2 people, including Daniel, before they could attack Baltimore's power grid. Woman who resembles and believed to be Sarah Daniel and Maryland stands with what appears to be a minor holding a rifle. Undated image released by the U.S. Department of Justice after the FBI arrested the alleged neo-Nazi leader Brandon Russell of Florida and Daniel of Maryland before what officials say was a planned attack on Baltimore's power grid. Yeah, so if you haven't been paying attention, there's been a number of attacks on power grids. There was one in North Carolina that was successful enough that it knocked down power for at least a couple of days. And it was believed to be an attempt to stop a drag show. The drag show went on, but they did knock the power out for everybody. And in that case, they think that they used a sniper to knock out the power. It actually shot the a power installation. An image of a hand holding firearm ammunition obtained by the FBI in a search warrant targeting Clinton Daniel of Maryland is seen after the FBI released the undated image. Okay, one more. It's just like a FBI logo is pictured on an agent's. That's a pretty close up, right? We only get like part of the F and like all of the B. But anyway, let's read this article. The U.S. Department has charged a neo-Nazi leader and his associate with plotting an attack on Baltimore's power grid, a plan the FBI thwarted with the help of a confidential informant. Brandon Russell of Orlando, Florida, and Sarah Clendaniel of Maryland were arrested last week. Officials said on a briefing on Monday they have been charged with conspiring to damage an energy facility. Russell is a convicted felon and founder of neo-Nazi group called Atomwaffen. That is a very scary, violent group that works towards ushering the collapse of civilization, according to the Southern Poverty Law Center, a civil rights organization that tracks U.S. hate groups. Russell previously was sentenced to 5 years in prison after pleading guilty of possession of unregistered destruction device and the improper storage of explosive material. At the time of the arrest, he was still on supervised release, according to the FBI. The FBI on Monday alleged the plot was racially motivated but did not provide details. About 62 of Baltimore City residents are black, according to U.S. Census data. Representatives for Clendaniel and Russell could not immediately be reached for comment. Clendaniel and Russell conspired and took steps to shoot multiple electrical substations. And so this is the MO. This is how they're attacking substations in the Baltimore area, aiming to quote unquote completely destroy this whole city. But these plans were stopped. Eric Barron, the U.S. District Attorney for Maryland, said in a press briefing, Russell first came under suspicion in 2017 when his former roommate Devin Arthurs was arrested for murder. During his interview with the FBI, Arthurs said his fellow roommates were plotting to attack U.S. infrastructure, including power lines in Florida. The information led to Russell's arrest and subsequent conviction. Then, starting in at least June 2022, the FBI confidential informant started to receive encrypted messages from a user known as Homunculus, who encouraged the informant to attack electrical substations, the complaint says. In those communications over the next few months, Homunculus urged an attack where there is the greatest strain on the grid. Noted that follow-up attacks could further lead to a cascading failure costing billions of dollars. In January of 2023, as their communication continued, a third user known as Callie889 joined the conversation. She said she had compiled a list of potential targets, including Baltimore, noting the location was literally like a life artery. According to the complaint, the account it's 1889, was traced to Clendaniel. This is the Clendaniel from Maryland, right? Who also has an extensive criminal record, including prior conviction for armed robbery. Homunculus, meanwhile, was traced back to Russell, the FBI said. Baltimore Gas and Electric, a subsidiary of Exelon Corporation, which owns the targeted substations, said there was no damage to any of the equipment or outages. The arrest followed recent vandalization of electrical substations that left thousands of people, this is what I was talking about earlier, without power in other states, including North Carolina, South Carolina, and Washington. That's Washington State, I believe. These motives, the motives for those attacks were not known. Thomas Sobosensky, the special agent in charge of the FBI's Baltimore office, said the FBI was not aware of any links between the two people arrested in the alleged Baltimore plot and attacks elsewhere on electrical infrastructure. In Tacoma, Washington, 4 electrical substations were vandalized around Christmas, leaving 14,000 customers without power. 2 men were arrested in connection with those attacks. Also in December, a utility in North Carolina reported outages from what local authorities said were orchestrated shootings investigated by federal law enforcement. Duke Energy Company, which provided power to the area, said at the time that a total of 45,000 people had lost power. The FBI also investigated shots fired near a power facility in South Carolina days later. So yeah, scary stuff. I mean, I guess, you know, the plot has been disrupted, so, you know, Baltimore is safe for now. But I mean, there's like, I mean, this is a tactic that seems to be spreading in the far right.
I'm like,
damn. Thanks for bringing that to me, Endless. It's Adam Waffen, yeah. They're super bad news. Yeah, there was no irony in her statement. They're utilizing genocidal language. Oh, we're talking about the social contagion thing. Quietly nudging people towards the idea that people they oppose should be removed from the community. Yeah, I was going to say because calling yourself a libertarian stopped being cool in 2016 when Trump got elected, and calling yourself a conservative stopped being cool after Obama got elected. Also, just watching this turf shit from the sidelines is truly fucking wild. So basically, this woman who got busted back in 2016 for robbing a convenience store with a machete, ouch, got busted with the organizer of the AWD, that's the terrorist group that we were talking about earlier from Florida. I'm going to try not to say that name as much as I can. From Florida, plotting to take down the city's power grid. Motivated by anti-trans and anti-drag sentiment, Baltimore is super queer and obviously black city. Racially motivated. So they're going after black people and black trans people, yeah. Black people, trans people, black trans people, yeah. Racially motivated as well as transphobic and queerphobic. Just stay safe out there, y'all. Ain't a single one of us safe out there. I mean, we're the only ones who can, you know, who can save each other. Half the time, it's only us that cares. A reminder that everyone should double check what their plan is if they lose power in any season, hot, cold, wet, or dry. Yeah, it's especially worrying in a cold season. Make sure that anything you are lacking, you have a plan to fill that gap. Check, see if your neighbors have plans too. Yeah, good luck, Endless. Thanks for coming by. AW has cells all over, and they are coordinating these attacks all over. Just be safe out there. For all that they're complaining about purity testing, that's exactly what they're doing. They always snitch on each other, true, yeah. Well, hopefully, I mean, like, I don't know, that's a scary situation, like Baltimore being without power. Like in a hurricane zone, so, oh, you always are ready for a no power situation. Yeah, I feel like I need to get to know some neighbors that have a backup generator or something like that, right?
Be okay, but like I also didn't want to leave my friend hanging.
Yeah.
No, I'm not saying that these people are perfect, but there's a way in which you take something Like, let's say Essence of Thought. Essence of Thought said, you know, Essence of Thought accused Lily Orchard of sexual harassment.
Oh, did they
That
talk
becomes
about
an abstraction of Lily Orchard sexual harassed me. That gets essentialized into Lily is now is somehow a sexual harasser. And then turns into a moralism of she's a bad person, or we just even go right to the whole sexual predator thing. Now, I'm not saying that there isn't some weird fucking skeletons in her closet or allegations, but they are just that, allegations. There's a way that people in this particular camp of the left speak where they go through these steps and boil things down to be true when they are simply assertions. Do you understand that? Is this clicking for you guys? Does this make sense? Because these things
doesn't make sense because y'all do that too. Y'all did that to Professor Flowers, right? Like, I mean, it doesn't make sense because you don't have no consistency whatsoever. I'm not saying that these people are perfect, but I am saying that for your criticisms to be legitimate, they have to be done in a way that makes me comfortable. Otherwise, fuck you.
The things that lead to
yeah, me too, Keemstars, me too.
These types of cancellations on the left. We're going to get through the rest of these, and then we'll explain them as we go on. Conflation of, you knew it, offense
versus harm.
Harm.
Mm-hmm. In this, we notice a tendency between, or we notice slightly different tendencies between, particularly the right and the left. The right tends to claim everything is offense, right? You're just a special snowflake, you're just this, you're just that. The left, though, tends to claim that everything is harm. Okay, somebody said something and this led to harm. Somebody said this or they tweeted that and it led to harm. When really that might not have happened. So when we're talking about offense, we're talking about like a personal offense. You can be personally offended by something, and that's totally valid. It doesn't mean that it's invalid. It just means that you're offended. That's your ownership of that experience. Versus harm.
That's like your feelings.
Where this is something that should be at least be able to be like identifiable in some way. Something that is
now,
like
they're going to say it should be identifiable in some way, but we've been over this enough to understand that they want a one-to-one relationship. This action causes this harm, right? And harm hardly ever works like that. So that lets them off the hook in so many situations where it's pretty obvious that like the harm that's caused aggregates and you know, like with other harm, and that the harm occurs down the line in a way that you don't directly see the one-to-one relationship that you seem to be looking for, right? It's about respecting other people, not offense or harm necessarily. I don't know. They just got they're on this they're on this like
harm, right?
They're on this tangent, and they're gonna work back. You know, they're gonna use their inductive logic to like prove the weird theory
and see where you know, poverty is affected by different things. You know, going on in the socioeconomics of that area, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so that's kind of how we get the offense versus harm. And with us, our belief is that you need to be able to differentiate between these two, because otherwise our reactions to things are not really in order with what's actually happening,
Mm-hmm.
right? They can be massively large in comparison to something that's relatively small, or something that's interpersonal gets taken as a massive systemic harm instead. And that doesn't really make sense because one person isn't responsible for systemic harm, right? Vaush isn't responsible for the patriarchy, right? But sure enough, when he said something spicy to Rawling, suddenly a lot of people made him out to be responsible for the patriarchy and misogyny.
That's not the point. Okay, so wait, what you're saying is that like oh my god, misogyny's not wrong unless it causes harm. And since Vaush isn't responsible for the patriarchy and the harm that misogyny causes is through the patriarchy, oh my god, you're hurting my brain. You're doing harm. Like this isn't, you know, this is an offense. I'm not just taking offense. You're doing harm to my brain, and I don't appreciate it.
And everything.
Yeah, so when we get into this, like, I want you guys to look at this. So look back up here, past all my spicy comments. Where is the harm? Show me on the dial where this actually harmed anyone.
Show me exactly where the
this
harm is.
This made a cute joke that I know.
It's a fucking Ben Shapiro type argument.
Every lesbian I talked to thought was funny as fuck. And made a serious point about the fact that the loudest, most angry people that are against men are often heterosexual women. And the joke of this is it's not untrue. It was second wave feminists that came up with like political lesbians. Real lesbians don't need to be political. They like fucking girls.
Yep. Now, I do want to mention something in here because there is a weird question.
What kind of shit is that? Real lesbians don't need to be political. That's true. They I mean, like, lesbians have a pretty strong political tradition, but like, not every lesbian is political. And I mean, like, what is your point? Show me on the doll. Yeah, show me on the doll where the harm took place, right? If someone says, I don't like this, what does it say about you that you say, you need to prove that it harmed you? Otherwise, I don't care. Unless they're ace or don't like sex or don't want to fuck with people who call themselves girls. This is so gross. No lesbian ever faced any harm from men ever. Absolutely ridiculous. That, like I said, like a lot of what they rely on is reductive arguments, right? They want to flatten things out rather than deal with the entire the dimensionality of the what's at play.
About like data or being able to talk about things. Okay, we know that there are times where there might not be a hard data, like there might not be a statistic in a study. Okay, that doesn't mean that something isn't true or isn't there, but it does mean that you need to do the work to demonstrate what is going on or what that phenomena is. And you do need to back that up the best you can. All right. So if you are noticing some phenomena, going, okay, here's what I'm observing, here's the effect from that I'm observing, and here's where that I see that leading to, right? You need concrete examples to do that. Mm-hmm. All right. This is not an attempt like the right does, where they just go, oh, well, you don't have a study on that, so that's not true, it's not real. And we're like, no, racism is a thing. Like, we know that it's a systemic thing in the United States. Come on now.
Well, and it comes down to this, like, Andrea, I don't know, I don't remember those names off the top of my head. So, Dharma, you need to be more specific, dear. So the thing is that, like, yeah, so the issue is that when you're talking about this, if you're going to assert one, then you need to demonstrate that one. That would be what I would say about this. So the thing is that a lot of the claims on this tweet by Vaush and also by this tweet of Keffals is that they do harm, either by ignoring larger issues, or by somehow sexualizing lesbians in a negative way. But the problem is that the people who don't like this tweet are offended. This went against their personal issues. Now, this could be because they're offended because they take it as an issue, or more likely, they took offense to it because Vaush said it. Because the issue is that there is a very real anti-fan
because they've essentialized Vaush.
Sociality against Vaush in a lot of ways that does seem to crop up every time he makes a spicy tweet. I'm not saying that he didn't in any way, necessarily say something cute. But you know what? There's no way this does any real harm. Keffals meeting with Keemstar? She literally took on someone 100 times her size and did the best she could. How is there harm? When we act like this, when we act like these people, you end up in a situation where you make the left so amazingly unappealing.
How is there harm? Because you took somebody that is like unambiguously bad, that is unambiguously harmful, presented him to an audience that wasn't necessarily super familiar with him in a way that made him look cuddly and like, that was confusing. Now, like, I grant that maybe Keffals knows the harm that Keemstar has caused, right? But her assertion that she made Keemstar look bad, like, ignores the starting point that we're dealing with here, right? And that's like a relative, term also, like right, that this is like
feeling. Because the argument from these fucks will be something to the effect of,
no human would make that tweet, only
we're the
Vaush.
ones that are right, that should bring them over. You have to seduce people, you have to bring them over. You have to actually convince them. This is why rhetoric that actually invites men over and helps them is going to be way better, because we can combat shit.
Well, and people actually want, like, human connection, right? And if you're not ever going to, like, try and level with them,
like,
yeah.
This is the reason. This is one of the reasons I would actually say the behaviors we see from some of the people responding to Keffals and Vaush are the reason why we will never win.
No, your reductive thinking is the reason that we'll never win, right? You flattening out this discourse and just bulldozing and just steamrolling over, the nuance is why we're never going to win. You're ignoring audience bifurcation. You're looking at it as one big audience when it's not. There's two audiences there. There's the audience that Keffals brings to the table. Like, there's a chance of minimizing, underplaying, underselling the harm that Keemstar does in Keffals' attempts to be cutesy, right? And there's a, you know, there's a, like, you know, I guess what Keffals is trying to do is take some of the people who Keemstar brings to the table and make them reconsider that, right? And we've discussed why this generally doesn't work, because the right and the left grok arguments in a fundamentally different manner. For the right, it is not about like facts and logic as much as they want to say it is, as much as they want to hang their hat on that. It's about posture. It's about stance. It's about strength, right? And for the left, you know, hopefully, if you're not a Vaushite, then it's about like there's some logic in there too, right? But like, I don't know, with Vaush and him having the aesthetics of the right, which I don't think are just aesthetics. I think that he brings more over with him from the right than just aesthetics. I think that those aesthetics have, they carry something with them. They carry a way of thinking with them. Those aesthetics, even you could say, oh my God, thank you. Thank you, Yukio. Meow. Yeah, they embody a certain way of thinking, which, you know, Vaush is basically transplanting from the right to the left, and that is his attempt to make the left stronger. He thinks that we're stronger when all we care about is power. But I think that just makes us the right. That just, like, it undermines us, right? What Vaush doesn't get, what Poppee and Zena don't get, is that the left is, our strength is in our solidarity. Our strength is not from this weird, like, you know, Superman complex of strength. Our strength is coming from each other, coming from our ability to rely on each other, from our ability to form bonds of solidarity. You don't get there when you've got people with privilege, like, able to flagrantly ignore the knowledge, the needs, the understanding of people that are marginalized, right? You never get there. You never form those bonds of solidarity. What you will get is a very white left. That's what you have. That's what Vaush's community is, right? It's an extremely white semblance of the left with like right-wing aesthetics. I don't see how you think that's helpful. Right? It's not even accessible to people that are marginalized. It's something that pushes. You have to be as much of a bootlicker as these two, right, to find a place on that left. And in that case, you're sublimating your own needs to the understanding, to the needs, to the priorities of somebody like Vaush. That is not going to work. That is not ever going to work. What you have to do is you have to take people like Vaush and make them listen and make them understand. And if they can't, then maybe they should find someplace else, because they're not really doing leftism. And I think after watching Vaush's Thought Slime stream, we realize exactly what Vaush is doing. We realize exactly what his praxis is, and it's not anything that's useful at all to us. It feels strong to you because you don't understand the strength that is inherent in solidarity. You don't understand that for us, strength is about like working together. It's not about like accepting obeisance under one, you know, great, like, right? Do you not see what like, please, I hope at some point some of these debate bros are going to start to recognize the hallmarks of reactionary politics within their own political structure. I hope so. Like, whisper of a dream, right? Whisper of a dream. Let me read some chat here. This feels like grifty territory where they want to pretend they're just trying to convince toxic people to their side, when these guys rarely do that. They just want fun. They just want the fun that they get from edgy drama. We're trying to build solidarity, not win some kind of strength contest. And like the fucked up thing about like Vaush's strength contest is like his strength comes from his privilege. Right? The idea of truth gets manufactured in places of privilege. The idea of conventional wisdom gets manufactured in places of privilege. People with privilege are the ones whose worldviews shape this idea. And that's all he's selling, right? If you really want the truth, you're gonna need to get beyond that. Like this is like somebody with a rocket pack, like being like, I am the greatest long jumper. Like, and everybody else has you know, weights and chains and like balls and chains on their ankles, right? And they win the contest of the long jump because they've got a fucking jetpack. And that jetpack is just... Well, meanwhile, people are trying to jump and they've got chains and balls on their legs and they can't jump very far. And look at Vaush saying, I am the greatest among you. Look at you. No one can jump as far as I do, right? That's a meaningless contest, and you're kind of pathetic for lording that over people, right? That's a weird flex, buddy. That's a weird fucking flex. Untrustworthy people like that will stab you in the back.
I'm not saying that to be doomer. These people who fall into this camp of puritanical progressivists are often harmful as shit because their absolute inability to deal with things, their projection of their trauma.
Didn't work for Stardust, who tries it as well.
If I go by what Lexandra said, Lexandra says that a lot of their shit comes from trauma. So be it. But the point of this actual write-up is not to give a shit about their origin. I don't give a fuck about their origin. I'm not acting as a therapist right now. But the reality is, you have to realize...
That's for damn sure. When you're calling people psychotic as like a fucking slam, yeah, I should hope you're not acting as a therapist right now. You gotta take your therapist hat off and put on your shitlord hat. No, she literally said she was a shitlord. She literally called herself a shitlord. Like, maybe she meant something else. Maybe she meant like an edgelord. I want to hope that she meant edgelord. But she did call herself a shitlord earlier.
That this turns people off. And if you think that's a good thing, that keeps people away, you do not care about this as a political thing. No, Luxander didn't post cringe at all. Luxander made the argument that genderqueer stuff comes from trauma, which I tend to agree with. I just don't care about their origins at the moment. I have a pretty good relationship with Luxander, like Luxander a lot.
Yeah, that's the thing.
So again, this idea of conflation of offense versus harm is...
Anything is moral in service of the cause. Trans girl checks notes. Therapist says people with trauma should fuck off.
Is really an important part because watch Essence of Thought.
Mm-hmm.
Watch Lily. Everything is harm. Everything. Look at the person that responded to Keffals and was like, there's people out here dying. Everything is harm. There's only harm and not...
But then when Keffals makes that same argument, right? Uses the fact that there's people dying, that there's people trying to G-side us, right? You're gonna take that as valid. That's the thing, is all you said, you have a good relationship with Luxander. You have a good relationship with Xanderhal. You have a good relationship with Vaush. You have a good relationship with Keffals, right? That's all this shit is about. Vaush said that, famously says the left is not your friend group. And that's right, because it's his. And that's where these bonds are formed. And that's what you're really talking about, right? This is a group formed around a person with clout, reinforcing all of his bullshit, right? Making him comfortable. Taking a very privileged guy like Vaush and making him really, really comfortable so that you can be part of that clout network, so that you can get at the end of that clout human centipede and suck the sweet nectar out of the behind of the person in front of you, right? That's that is the nature of this beast. 100%. Yeah, there's a lot of harm in the world. Are you saying that everyone should just ignore it? We shouldn't try to make it better? I don't know. This is like I'm trying to understand where Poppee's coming from here. Like I said, I don't always get, I don't always get where she's coming from.
There's only these two binaries. There's never
these guys don't care about actually trying to change society or bring voices to smaller people, bring a voice to smaller people anymore. They just want to entertain themselves with Keemstar, and they aren't easy to, as if they aren't easy to, oh yeah, exactly.
There's never a spectrum. No, everyone gets bored with Essence of Thought. Her presentation style is god-awful. Do you want to talk about this a little bit in regards to the men discourse?
I'm trying to think about where we were going.
We were going to talk about the idea that one of the reasons so many people are so against the idea that we should try to bring men over from the right is partially because because they think men are essentially fascistic, which falls into this idea that like, there's no point in saving them. Again, the redemption is impossible or so hard as not to be worth it.
Okay. I've not heard anybody say that. I have lots of comrades who are men, okay? There's plenty of men who get this. I don't have an essentialized version of men. I haven't given up on men. I will say, though, that every bit of privilege you have insulates you. Insulates you from what is wrong with our current current hierarchy. What is wrong with our current system, right? So the more privilege you have, the less you see what's going on. So it's probably harder for somebody like that to understand what we're up against, right? They don't have anything that's going to force them to listen to us. Everything in society forces us to not just listen to them, but internalize the consciousness of people with more privilege than us. Because they are like I said, they are the ones whose sensibilities are forming what's thought of as truth. Right? And if we want to exist in that world, you know, where the common truth is formed by the most privileged people out there, then we have to kind of think through their minds. So if you're marginalized, you know, you probably have some degree of like, you know, a certain kind of alienated consciousness that causes you to like think things through the eyes of somebody more privileged than you. That's how you can be like trans and be kind of transphobic, or be you know, looking at the world through the sensibilities of a cis person. I know I've caught myself doing that a lot. That's, you know, like, right, so that happens. But the converse isn't true. Vaush never has to internalize like my worldview, my experience, right? The only people with privilege who do that are the ones that actually unpack, you know, their privilege, check their privilege, unpack their privilege, examine their privilege, and ask themselves, how can I leverage this for people less fortunate? How can I use this for, you know, I agree, I get that it's not a positive thing that this stuff comes so easily to me and is withheld from other people, but how can I weaponize this on their behalf? That's what has to happen. That doesn't happen with people like Vaush, who never get held accountable. That's the last person you want running things, and that's who's running things on the online left. That's a problem. That's a problem. You only convince people with content deconstructing right-wing narratives, not trying to bring them over for beers and giggles with no pushback. And, you know, like half of the time when you do that, you end up being the one that changes your perspective, that changes your viewpoint, right? You end up the one who becomes more accepting of the right-wing, you know, mode of thought rather than the other way around, right? You're spending time, you know, with people who, you know, have ill intentions for those of us who aren't so lucky to have that privilege. Why are you trying to meet right-wingers on their bad positions instead of reaching them on class consciousness? Good idea. Yeah, best Vaush breakdown yet. When Keffals said she changed her mind on Debate Bros before this, I just figured something was coming.
Yeah, redemption is impossible. This is a weird one for me because it does get put on people in a lot of ways. It assumes people cannot change, or they have.
I don't think people should focus on recruiting. Focus on recruiting should be. I don't think the people you focus on recruiting should be incels, reactionaries, or MRA types, which is exactly what Vaush is doing right now. And he only believes people believe that because he intentionally dumbs. He's reductionist in his understanding of what people are actually saying. True. Because if you actually engaged with their arguments, it wouldn't be an easy dunk, win, and move on.
No,
True.
like ability to choose, right? And so it takes something that's probably more of a systemic thing going on, or otherwise, and conflates it with, you know, something else happening. So a lot of the men discourse involves going, no, these men are so ingrained in patriarchy or misogyny and everything else that they are just going to be threatening predators all the time, no matter what. And this hurts everyone.
I haven't heard that kind of rhetoric, on the left, right? I haven't heard that.
Everyone, right? This keeps men from breaking out of bad habits because there's not really any other teaching going on to show them what else to do, right? They're probably they probably don't have a whole lot of connections. And it's also transphobic because this stuff gets put onto trans men too. And there's a weird way this stuff spreads to trans women. But this is one of those things where, like, when we say, like, the internet memory just never stops, like, Lindsay Ellis didn't come back from her canceling. Like, she just quit YouTube altogether because that was that bad.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And I don't think anyone ever really, like, let it go. There's things from, like, Vaush's history that have been clipped out and constantly brought up, despite him, like, openly talking about it several times since, the incidents, and has cleared it up, or at least done some work, at least done as much work as possible to clear up those issues.
How are you going to clear up, like, taking advantage of a vulnerable teenager on Destiny's Discord who doesn't want to talk about sex and constantly turning back the conversation to being about sex? To the point where you are describing, like, acts of zoophilia to her, right? And then, like, and it's not just that. It's not just like that. Okay, so he did this bad thing. He was kind of a sex pest in the DMs once, but then he was like, oh shit, better not do that again. Oh my gosh, was I a sex pest? Oh geez, that was really bad. I'm so sorry. That was fucked up, right? That's not what happened. He and White Nervosa and the rest of the VIA, if that's not a bit of a oxymoron, the Vaush Intelligence Association, whatever, right? If they're Vaush Association Agency, like they tried to shut this person down. They tried to shut Vaush's victim down. They were unsuccessful in doing that, so Vaush gave like a half apology. What are you talking about? You're unwilling to deal with what actually happened because it destroys your argument and it makes you realize that you are using your questionable logic on behalf of a really bad person who's hurt people and is unrepentant. And there's no reason that he won't do it again. And there's no reason to think that he's not doing it right now, right? He got away with this shit. This is kind of frustrating. This is like talking to somebody in a cult. I'm not saying that Vaush is a cult, although there's many similarities. There's many similarities, but it's different. It's different. It's not quite the same thing. That's not exactly the argument that I'm trying to make. I just got out of my 3rd hour of class. What did I miss? Well, now we're talking about these two, Zena and Poppee, formerly known as TGT, and they've done a video where they're talking about harm versus offense. That's their hobby horse, I guess. And in the context of the Vaush lesbians smushing their boobs together tweet and Keffals platforming of Keemstar. So that's where we're at now.
Yeah, like, for example, he's supposedly a serial harasser, even though there was only one incident in Destiny's community. He's supposedly a pedophile.
Supposedly, there was 2 incidents in Destiny's community that we know about. And given how those 2 incidents shook out, and given that Vaush has more power than he ever did, would you be surprised if other people didn't speak up? Would you be surprised? Or would that just kind of be what you'd expect? Oh my god. Oh my, what a fantastic hair to split, right?
Despite the fact that these are literally him making an argument about the fact that we're okay with some types of victimization and exploitation of children, but not others.
Mm-hmm.
And saying that who among us has not gotten through with a hearty FAP session, just to roll your browser history back and find some loli in that amongst those pornographic images that you right. Like, please, like, I know this shit backwards and forwards. You don't, because your cult won't let you, right?
There are claims that he is somehow not really a socialist, despite everything he does arguing for socialism. If you go by Lily Orchard, he's some kind of white supremacist because he argued with a black woman. A black woman, might I add, who could not just come out and simply say that...
He destroyed a black woman's life right? He shoved a viewpoint down her throat that she didn't actually hold, and told everybody that she's like some kind of black, you know, fascist or something like that. Yeah.
Genocide is bad, MK. Like, she couldn't even pull the fucking, like, Mel.
Hell, we had somebody leave one of our Discord servers one time because
the only problem with Professor Flowers in that debate with Vaush is that she was way too good faith, right? She didn't think that he was the monster that he is. She didn't think that he'd be that inhuman. Like, I mean, she knew he was a piece of shit, but I don't think she understood what kind of a piece of shit he really was.
This was a few years ago. We were going to discuss a ContraPoints video, and this person came in and went, well, okay, but what's your take? And Poppee, you know, was like, hey, this is my take, but also, like, this is really going to be a discussion with everybody. And because it was a pro-Contra take, this person just bounced out of the server and just left.
Yeah, lashed out?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Carl C., I disagree with your idea. As long as professional counselors be the ones that meet with these men, I'm all for it. I think that's a bad take. Let me be abundantly clear, that is a bad take. There needs to be people in the movement who are going to be the ones that are going to be points of contact for them. You cannot just put it on mental health professionals.
One, that system's already really slammed.
You don't need to apologize, but if you're going to have the take, you got to defend it. Like, in some ways, the issue is that if you just have it be professional counselors, like, yes, in some cases, absolutely, I'm the person to send into that. I am a professional counselor. But the reality is that there are other points of contact you need.
Why do they care that someone left the server? Yeah, almost every stream, and yeah, Zara, I know it was persistent. It was for a persistent amount of time. Actually, when was the last time he shit on her? I'm sure in 2022, if not 2023. He still acts, yeah.
I say this, though, when I say that we need to reach out to men, what people hear me say is, I need to send, like, genderqueer 5'2" twinks to go do this. No, what? You send men. You send people who can handle this situation.
Talk about an essentialized idea of masculinity. Jesus Christ. Cheese and rice, Mooney.
And you give them people they can look up to. You give them role models. You give them individuals who can make it look good. This is why the left needs to redo the idea of masculinity, because we need to find people who can do that. I'm not
people
saying
who can actually, like.
Do you see how deep you've throated the cock of masculinity through Vaush? Do you see what's going on here? Do you see how deep you've taken that? Oh my God! Really? Yo, the Vaush community does bad things to people. Like these, I swear to God, I don't think these two used to be like this. What was that? What the fuck was that? Like this idea that like a man is not a 5'2" twink. A man is a man. Rah! You know, like what is that? What the hell is that? Oh my God. That homophobia and anti-trans masculinity. It's been a swift pipeline and decline. What? Wait, I guess so. I guess tweaks can't talk to men about other dudes. Yeah, I guess not. Yo, and you also have a really essential. You're like essentializing like men, like as being like weird like homophobes and like I don't know, like right. But who are you trying to recruit? What kind of monsters do you want to bring onto the left, right? People that are like, that see a 5'2" twink and say, that's not a real man. You know? I could snap you in two. Like, this is me performing masculinity for you. I hope you appreciate it, Chad. I don't do it very often, okay?
Relate to them on some of this stuff, right?
Oh my God.
Like, we had a number of people speak up in the,
God.
Talking to the Discord folks, talking to the community folks, who are like, no, like I've been through shit with really toxic masculinity. Like I know,
literally channeling Andrew Tate.
What this stuff is like. No, these are perfect people to go in and talk about their experiences, right? They absolutely are. And the thing is that it takes time and effort to get to a counselor, right? If that's what a person needs, that takes a lot of work. Usually the counselor is like the first point of contact. It's other people going like, hey, no, you're worth it. It's okay to explore your emotions. It's okay to need help. They need that idea first a lot of times before you even make it to the counselor, because there's a stupid society.
How are these two so lacking of self-awareness? I don't get it.
Demonizes getting help, right? How many times do we make fun of people for like not reading the IKEA directions?
Yeah, Carl C., I don't disagree with that inherently. The only concern I have is they don't want to
Yeah,
talk
good point. Not all twinks are men, but those who are should not even attempt to communicate with other men, apparently.
men. Tough. If you want to be an actual political movement and not
Poppee was just going on about the left isn't good for men, then saying things like this.
just fucking social groups, you have to. You just do.
Carl, see, that's a really big, like, swath of...
No, I do think this just fits into the whole genderqueer trauma thing. I want to be clear, even if I accept that generalization.
Yeah, that's where I was going, is that is a generalization.
Yeah.
And we are saying that the people who are able to, we do need them to speak up. And the more we talk about this, the more that we say they need that. No, we are actually finding people in our community that are happy to have these talks with people. They are happy to be around and, to be there. And it doesn't have to always be complicated. It can just be as simple as like, hey, you know what? Have people around the Discord server just to be available, right? Like, just be there.
Mm-hmm.
There's a reason we don't try to segregate our Discord servers super hard by any like particular gender's role, be that trans or not or anything else.
It is true. So next, and we're going to go back through these, don't worry, but we want to get through this last one. This is the last one of part 1. Weaponization of selective identity politics. So Zena and I both have things to say on this, but I want to outline it. This particular aspect of the puritanical progressivist is that they believe that anyone speaking on an issue that is not 100% part of that group does not get to speak on it. That is, they will weaponize parts of identity.
Like you just did about lesbians, right? And no, I don't think that's necessarily wrong, right? I think that lesbians probably should speak on lesbian issues, right? But or at least I'm not somebody that's saying that this isn't like a absolute rule of no one else can speak on an issue except for the people with that identity. But what you don't want is somebody coming out just completely ignorant and kind of offering like a domineering take and pushing everybody out of the way without even listening to the people in question, right? That's what we want to avoid. And you all are just you're in your road roller paving over it, right? Like Dio Brando here, just trying to crush the discourse, right? And not in a good way. I hate how they're making Tinderqueer their new ID poll bad. Weaponization of selective identity politics isn't a conservative dog whistle. It's just out and out bigotry.
By saying you're either not gay enough or not trans enough or not this enough, or they'll either move the goalpost to another identity. I see that you're an indigenous person and trans. Oh, but this is a black issue, so we can't talk about that. Or they will remove your status as
It's not about who can speak on an issue. It's that marginalized people should lead conversations and movements further. And like I just said, they're about to say, they'll remove your identity or something like that. I want us to be able to hold a place for understanding that having a marginalized identity doesn't mean that you don't get mind fucked by the privileged perspective. In fact, that's generally a lot of our starting points. Yeah. Women internalize misogyny, trans people internalize transphobia, gay people internalize homophobia. We know that this happens, right? But what I think that they're interpreting as somebody's identity being ripped away from them is somebody pointing out that you are kind of thinking with a consciousness that's a little bit alienated, right? That's not the same. That's not the same. And if I'm thinking with that alienated consciousness, right? If I'm thinking things through and giving a take from the point of view of a cis person, as like I've said, I have caught myself doing, I want people to call me on that. I don't feel like anybody's saying that I'm not trans because of that. I think what they're saying is that you need to look at this again and ask yourself if this is really you speaking from your perspective, or if this is something that's kind of been shoved down your throat. There's not anything wrong with that. That's helpful. That's useful. That is solidarity. One form that it can take. It's not about non-black, indigenous, and trans people shouldn't be leading the conversation on black liberation. True. It's also that marginalized people have been dealing with these issues for centuries. If you're not in that group and you are new and you usually need to learn, you don't just step in there like you're an authority, like Vaush does. Yeah. And sex workers say and have said nothing about us without us.
A marginalized person if you don't agree with the so-called monolith. My case in point is, and Zena can talk more about this, but our friend Rain, Lady Raincloud, literally happens all the time.
Oh yeah, people go, you're not
the person that stabbed Polly in the back during the Finster thing.
indigenous enough, or you're not this enough, or you're not that enough. I think basically just about every single variation has been said at this point.
Yeah, I mean,
or you were a veteran, so you're not a lefty anymore. I've heard that one a few times.
Yeah, there's a way in which, like, oh, you're a veteran, so you're not a lefty.
I've only heard people I haven't heard people like try to disqualify veterans, but I have heard people that are veterans like try to claim that gives them some special like leadership, place on the left, and everybody needs to shut the fuck up and listen to them. And that is indeed a weird flex, but that's all it is, a weird flex, right? That, doesn't mean that you're not valid. Right? If you're a veteran, you need to first and foremost understand that you were made a part of the military industrial complex used for imperialist purposes, right? But if you get that, I don't see the problem, right? I've not heard any people say that.
There's the, oh, well, you don't think this video or this tweet was a problem, so you must not be a real trans person, or some weird shit about like, because she doesn't agree with certain things, then it becomes an issue of like, suddenly you're not person of color enough. Like, you'll see this happen, especially in, I'll give you an example, is the Lindsay Ellis cancellation with Raya the Last Dragon. There was this idea that you're hurting the Asian community. But there were people in that original thread that were literally Asian Americans saying, no, you're not. This is just a story structure issue. I've been accused of faking being trans for watching Vaush. Yeah, every Vaush fan morphs into a teenage cishet boy for some reason. Lol.
Even though there's a lot of trans people in his audience, yeah.
So many bullets online essentializing Rain. Fucking true. No, Rain gets an amazing amount of shit. Please tell Rain anytime you see Rain on the server or on Twitter that Rain is wonderful, because Rain is really, really wonderful. But like literally, there's this thing where like you have this idea,
and I'm not even gonna tell you about like the abusive things that LRC said about me, right? Because I honestly, like, LRC had issues with me not wanting to do content with her every day. That's where her hate for me comes from, and I don't entirely understand, what's at work there. But I don't want to blame LRC for, some things about some aspects of of what she's dealing with that's legitimately hard to navigate, right? I don't want to get into this too much, right? But like that's a weird example. It's in
order to do this type of harm that these people are doing, they have to treat marginalized groups as monoliths. And the way that works is by definitely pushing this notion that the whole group is a monolith. They all believe the same thing, except for the fact that there are people that go against it. Yeah, I'm a black female. I can't like Vaush. Yeah, like literally it's the like, there's literally that meme like that.
Yeah, you could say there's people that go against the trans community. There's Blair White. There's Blair White. Do we need to be careful not to... Sometimes what you're calling going against the monolith and characterizing it as being brave and admirable is just false consciousness.
Superimpose Professor Flower's face. I'm like, I'm trans and I like Vaush, and it's literally like them draining the color out. Like, you're not black anymore. Like people will steal your race for liking a particular content creator. And you know what? I don't care if you like Steven Crowder. If you like Steven Crowder, you're a bad person. But if you're black, you're still black. Like, this is not how this works. your identities are not like this is like misgendering a trans person because
this is like strawmanning the fuck out of everybody you're talking about. Like nobody's saying that a black person that likes Steven Crowder isn't black. I've not, at least not on the left. Like
a bad tran. A good example of this is something Zena heard about a particular Discord server.
Oh yeah, no, there was a Discord server that went on a lovely banning spree, and apparently in their roles, what they had was, it was
what you are,
what you are not, right? You are not a survivor of SA or CSA. You are not a person of color. You are not this. You are not that. And so it basically cuts you off from like being able to talk about any of these issues that you're apparently not part of, or maybe not part of, and just kind of drew a lot of really strange lines.
Yeah, so if you're not part of one of these groups, you can't speak to these particular issues, or someone can just call you out for it, which is immediately somehow goes against your
Discord server
arguments
we're like
somehow.
Talking about here.
Like, I get the idea of exalting voices of marginalized people because their experiences matter, but their experiences matter because we need to hear them, not because they're always factually correct. There's some dumb shit that comes out of trans people's mouth. There's some dumb shit that comes out of some black people's mouth. There's some dumb shit that comes out of white people's mouth. Like, this is just the thing. Yeah, the absolute shock of me not automatically siding with Professor Flowers. Oh yeah, no, I've been told I'm a white supremacist because I immediately listened to what she said.
Oh yeah, no. Or you need to watch more of her content and you'll understand. Watch more of
Bitch, have a better fucking
Flowers.
debate. A better debate than next time. Jesus.
No. Say what.
Like,
say
this
what
is where it
you're
also
really
comes down to
saying.
like some of the allegation stuff too.
Say what you're really saying.
Is there's the idea of believe all
about
women or believe all victims.
Professor Flowers, right?
And here's the thing. I want to be really clear about this. The reason why we believe all victims is because one,
like, look,
it's a good thing to do. It's moral, but on top of it, it's because it's mathematically correct. Like, if you look in statistics, there's a thing called a false positive. When you're doing statistics for research, a false positive is.
I think that what she's saying is that Professor Flowers is practicing anti-white racism. If that's what you're saying, if you're making a claim of reverse racism, you're saying that there's like a legitimate danger of white people being victimized the same way that black people have been victimized in this country, and that we really have to like guard against that, like, as a, it's like, right, that there's that allowing like people too much self-determination is going to get the group in power genocided, then you can fuck straight off with that garbage analysis, right? And take your ass the fuck back to school, bitch.
When you, generally speaking, think you get a hit, but you don't really. And the issue is that if you look at sexual assault statistics, the likelihood of a false positive is somewhere between, depending on which study you look at, somewhere between 6 to 9%,
like,
maybe.
What if you made that argument with Candace Owens? It's the same, like, look, you debate bros are so obsessed with the idea of taking somebody's argument and putting it up to like this situation or that situation. Or usually it's hypothetical. So look, let's say that they're aliens land, right? That was the example with like Vaush and non-compete, right? Let's say that aliens land, right? EJ's just like, no, what are we talking? Can we talk about like the here and now? But like, no, like what if you put that argument up to Candace Owens? That excuses her bullshit too. Is that what you're trying to do? Are you okay with like, Candace Owens, like, that this is she represents an important part of the black experience. And if you tell me that this is, I just found out during I didn't get to the never log off thing. I haven't actually looked into that. Just found out during all the Keffals Vaush stuff that what was going on under the radar is the lefty content creator, the host of Never Log Off podcasts, Cole James Cash, was accused of R-wording his co-hosts, and Keffals recently had him on her stream. Yeah, there was a tweet about that, and I was thinking we would run into it. Oh my god. Yokio, did I thank you for the 500 bits? I feel like I didn't. Thank you for the 500 bits. Meow. 69% sounds like they're citing cases where the victim decided not to go forward, not proven perjury. Yeah. Like now I want to ask them what they think about Amber Heard. Right? I did thank you. Oh, good. That was very thoughtful of me. No, I don't. I totally don't remember. Like I'm telling you, goldfish of a memory. I mean, memory of a goldfish. Yes, that is what I have. And sometimes I'm relying on you, chat, to be my memory.
Now, if you look at the number of reports, that actually is halved. So then you get down to, quite possibly, somewhere between 4.5% to 3%.
Of course they do.
So 3-ish.
Wait, is that true? Do we have that confirmed, Jules? They cited, they were like the, Amber Heard is the...
People, victims, normally women, out of rape victims, are not telling the truth, but the other 97 are. This is why we believe victims. But what people forget is the other half of that. It's believe all victims and then verify.
They did a video on. Oh my god!
We've argued on this channel
that is some heavy grifting, right? If you wanna take a shot at Amber Heard, there's a whole industry out there that's just gonna make it rain for you, right? If you want to attack somebody like Amber Heard, that they make it super easy.
You can believe victims and also withhold judgment towards the accused. Now there are edge cases, for example, like say the Andrew Callahan stuff, where there is such a demonstrably huge amount of fucking allegations that it's safe to say some shit happened. But the reason why we have law, the reason why we have this idea of presumption of innocence before guilt, is that without it, you have retributive justice and mob law.
And both of these things either will not find the truth, don't care about the truth, or go utterly way too hard and then keep going. Right? We see a lot of like the internet mobs don't ever stop. No one ever stops to go, oh, wait a minute. I'm one of 100,000. What's the 100,000 doing? Like, there's no way that that's ever going to be, right, like, comparable.
The snowflake doesn't know it's part of an avalanche argument?
To any kind of consequence for a single person.
Yep. Yeah, and so the issue is that when you talk about these the weaponization of selective identity politics, what you really get into is the idea that it's just always either taking away someone's identity, using their identity as a way as a cudgel, or even so, a shield so the other person can't speak to this issue, or... it is, in some ways, a way to move the goalpost.
There is a vast lack of self-awareness here.
About this thing, and I don't like your argument. I can't defeat your argument. Fallacy. I'm going to move the goalpost. So now I'm talking about it, and now only this group can talk about this.
Or you're armchair diagnosing somebody.
Yeah, or in my case, according to Lily, I'm armchair diagnosing somebody.
Well, this one gets used against you and I a lot. A lot.
Oh, weaponization?
Yeah. Of the selective identity, though, right? Like...
You just said that the people that disagreed with you were psychotic, all right? Now, I am super charitable in not calling that armchair diagnosis. But when you start off as trans girl therapist, it is like, it's kind of understandable how somebody might think that. I want to think that you're just trying to be an edgelord like Vaush, and that's the context that you're, that you don't mean a clinical context, but like, I do think it's really problematic. And I don't mean problematic like, ooh, we're being problematic, I'm gonna have to cancel you. Like, I'm not being a woke scold. I'm not looking down my glasses at you or anything like that, all right? I'm saying it is problematic, as in it causes a problem, when somebody that has credentials that they brandish as part of their brand uses clinical language in such a casual manner, right? I don't like it when Vaush uses clinical language like that either. I don't like that when Hassan uses clinical language like that, right? But I definitely see a much bigger problem from somebody like you doing it, right? I don't understand why you'd be that irresponsible. Sounds like people who are afraid of not being able to speak with authority on other people's shit.
You are only a counselor and have expertise, right, and have a degree and everything.
You just complained about people saying they needed to understand the context of Professor Flowers, yet they always attack my criticism of Vaush out of context. Wait, do you run into these people on Twitter? Do you beef with these two on Twitter threads?
When it supports their point. When it doesn't, they're like, nah, those don't exist. Expertise doesn't mean shit.
Yeah, the contradictions simultaneously of...
Don't they have like a joint Twitter account? I think I remember seeing that.
Lily being like, you armchair diagnosed me, but you're also not a real counselor is amazing to me, because like that's the contradiction.
Or there's only one trans person sitting here on the screen.
I don't actually know, like, what is the deal? What are her credentials? Like, what are we dealing with here? Right? I know I know that they used to call themselves collectively Trans Girl Therapist. I know that was in reference to Poppee's credentials, but I don't really know much more than that.
Right now. Just one. It's not me. It's that one. There's a lot of people that like to just erase half of it and just be like, no, let's just keep the trans femme so we can just harass the trans femme on the channel.
Yeah, so they do transmask erasure, they do transfem hypervisibility and attack. Like it's literally two weaponizations for the price of one.
Yep. They select which things are going to be easier to attack or easier to identify, and go with that instead.
That sounds like a very clout.
And I guarantee you, some of the stuff I revealed earlier in the discussion about being someone with DID, that's going to get labeled against me. People are going to think my takes are less so because I'm mentally ill.
Yeah, we didn't.
Even though on this channel I've been 100% like clear that if you guys look at our
so I'm guessing that was part of the VOD. I'm guessing that was part of the I'm guessing that was like part of the stream that they did. It apparently got cut out of that. We didn't see that in the video, in other words, but I'll take their word for it that Poppee said that earlier in the stream.
Videos, I think I've demonstrated both my intelligence, my wit, my abilities, and yeah, I've also been very upfront about the fact that yeah, I have trauma, I have BPD, I have DID. People will question your expertise as a therapist because of your pronouns, gender, and diagnoses. Yeah, I've literally had clients. This is how this shit gets weird. It's like I've literally had parents of clients or like relatives of clients who have been literally like, well, you shouldn't listen to your therapist because your therapist is trans. Like, I have no objectivity in a situation. I'm just trying to force everyone to be trans. Do I want more confused kids being trans? I mean, if they're trans, yes, but like,
we want the trans kids
I want them to be people that are going to detransition.
Right, we want them to get help, not like force just random kids into something. Yeah.
So this is the first half. We have another list we're going to be starting, but the purpose of this I want to break down again is look for these traits: cry bullies, totalitarian tendencies, canceling, conflation of offense versus harm, redemption is impossible or so hard as not to be worth it, weaponization of selective identity politics. These are, by their nature...
So we have somebody who knows the credentials. I'll take you at your word there, Olivia. She has a master's in clinical social work and counseling, but not clinical psychology. Oh, in your opinion, are you saying just from what you remember? So don't lock this in super hard, right? But like this is kind of what you remember. Racism isn't offense, but go off, I guess. You can't co-host a channel and claim that when people address you, it's hypervisibility. If that's Poppee's take, find an issue with it. It's not erasure. People taking you less seriously because you have a mental illness can be a direct consequence of people using the R slur. So Vaush, Keffals, and Xanderhal are causing harm. There we go. But the problem is it's like almost the standard of proof that they're applying is like absurd. Like they need a direct relationship saying this thing that this person said caused this harm. Nothing else caused that harm, just what that person said. And like, you know, that's like they want that one-to-one correspondence. And that's just not real world shit. That's an oversimplified view of how things work. That is why you're so confused, is that you're thinking with this like bizarre reductionist kind of framework, right? And like, God, it's like welcome to Wonderland or something, like, right? Nothing makes sense. Meow.
The activities of people who claim they are progressive but are not. My argument, and Zena's as well, is that there are people within our movement who are more interested in either lashing out with their trauma or exacting power as a way by which to get over their own insecurities. A good example of this is someone like, for example, Lily Orchard. Lily, as much as I love her to death, Lily is by all rights claims to be progressive, but her behavior is reactionary. Essence of thought. Progressive in lots of ways, but also really reactionary. Seriously, go back through and look at some of the ways that Ethel interacts with people.
I feel like Ethel would if Ethel were here, she'd want to say that she is not a progressive, she is a leftist.
Online. It's about power and control. There's no real good faith or interaction. It's you will play her game or not. Notice the people that don't do this though. Because I can tell you, I guarantee you, chat, name a lefty content creator, and we can go through and break them down with these things real quick. Let's just do a couple, just so you can break this down real quick.
Cat? Is there a beef between these two? Wait, which three? Beef between Lily Orchard and Poppee and Zena? Who do they think are good?
Name someone. Anyone. Riverboat Jack.
I guess like Vaush.
I know not as much. Even Demon Mama. Let's do Demon Mama. Riverboat Jack I know less about, but I do like the stuff I've seen of Riverboat Jack, though.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So so here's how this works, okay? Poppee and Zena, like formerly known as TGT, have an issue with mainly with Lily Orchard, right? They don't like that Lily Orchard has criticized Vaush and probably some other debate bros in the past. They've done a lot of videos on Lily Orchard to the point where Lily Orchard, when she did her video on her stalkers, she included them as personified as like one person. Like, she doesn't go into details. She doesn't like literally be like, this is the person I'm talking about, but she shows little avatars, right? So yeah, there's definitely a fight between these two and Lily Orchard. There's a fight between Essence of Thought and Lily Orchard. Essence of Thought thinks that Lily Orchard, has presented evidence towards Lily Orchard, being abusive, giving minors like access to like sexual material of her and stuff. And just there's a whole series of videos. I can't really get into all of it now. So yeah, definitely an issue between Lily Orchard and TGT, and it sounds like they don't like Essence of Thought either, but I don't really know that much about the history between Poppee and Zena and Essence of Thought. So if that explains his things, right?
Her alerts are really loud, so they're hard to look at sometimes. The Twitch chat is not her. She's quite pretty. I like girls. We'll get to FD in a minute. So, I have never once heard Demon Mama ever cry bully. I've never once seen her use the way she's been harmed or attacked online as a way to weaponize anything. I have never seen her have totalitarian tendencies. In fact, it seems like her ideology is entirely opposed to that.
True.
I have never seen her engage...
Isn't that convenient? Isn't that convenient how everyone on our side are good, and everyone who opposes our side, they're bad. They're the authoritarian... What do they call them? Puritanical regressives. That was the name that they used, right?
Any of these types of essentializations or abstractions. In fact,
while
I do have disagreements with her on certain people or certain investigations she's done, I can say that in most cases, I haven't seen her engage in these.
Totalitarian, says Paul Squall. They keep using that word, but I don't think they know what it means.
Or say
I agree.
Some of the Bailey stuff.
I agree.
Generally speaking, no, I haven't seen her engage in this. Conflation of offense versus harm? No. She's a shitposter, same as the rest of us. I don't see it. Redemption is impossible? Fuck no. She's brought over people from the right. Weaponization of selective identity politics? When the fuck have you ever seen that? FD signifier. Crybully, maybe. Totalitarian tendencies? I don't see this one so much with him. The main one I see for him is canceling. Conflation versus harm.
This one shows up a little more in the people that he props up, I find.
I feel like FD signifier is incredibly generous. I feel like FD signifier extends a lot of charitability towards people. Maybe even people that there's no need to, right? They're actually mad at him for not canceling DJ Mule. Is that their big beef with FD signifier? Everyone who disagrees with us is ontologically evil.
Illinois, Professor Flowers, etc.
Yeah.
But I do see him doing the conflation of offense versus harm. Redemption is impossible. Absolutely. Everything I just said about FD is true about Sophie from Mars. Thank you. I don't even need to go through it. Like, it's just true. Xanderhal, I don't see Xanderhal doing any of this. Xanderhal's actively spoken against canceling. I rarely ever see him conflate for offense versus harm.
He spoke out. Cancellation is bad. Oh my god, what a fucking deep thought.
He's brought over people from the right.
I am so glad that we have access to these intellectuals. They have really shed light upon us today. Don't you feel edified? Are you not edified? I feel like we got edified. We got edified hard.
In fact, if you want to do a comparison, look at Xanderhal versus DJ Mule. Sophie from Mars, I know little about. I will say, if you guys want me to actually break her down, I think a lot of this...
I'm not super familiar with her, except for what people have told me.
I would say that there's a number of these. And remember, I want to be clear, these are like diagnosis criteria. Just like with Echo, it's not so much about having to meet all of them. It's about meeting enough of them that you get the vibe. Do you feel me? No, but what? He still does this weird generalization shit, and he still props up people like Luna fucking Oi, who's a goddamn Vietnamese nationalist.
Or like Professor Flowers. Just,
H-Bomber Guy is so fucking wholesome. There's nothing here that H-Bomber Guy does. But do you see my point? When you start breaking this down to the people you like and some of the people that you watch, like, I'll just bring up some people. Thoughts line?
Exactly.
I guarantee you know what
exactly. It's just a list of people in their clout network versus a list of people on the outs with their clout network, right? That's all this is, right? Vibes-based diagnosis.
Line falls. The point of this is not to condemn anybody, but the point of this is to make it clear that these are things that we need to look out for, because the issue is these particular traits hurt us as a community. And the reason I will say that, and I will defend this position, is because optically, they make us look unwilling to accept people who have done some shit. And they push people out of the community.
And like, let me throw that back on you. Your perspective makes it look like from the outside that we're unwilling to take into consideration marginalized people's experiences. We don't take them seriously. It's all get in line with Vaush. Don't say anything bad about my Vaush. Vaush. I said, now don't say anything bad about my Vaush. Vaush. That's what it is. It's a cult of like weird 80s music.
In ways that are not productive.
Would you edify
Keffals
me?
has a massive platform that could be useful for trans politics. And there are members of the community that will tear her down because she, made fun of Keemstar? Go fuck yourself.
Well, and the interesting part, too, is that we get to see a lot...
He needs to stop talking about people mentioning the using diagnostic criteria. It's professionally unethical. Yeah, I don't understand why she does it. It's like... And also, if you want to just talk about optics, it's probably... Like, and these people love to talk about optics. It's problematic there, too.
The people who have been on the receiving end of this, right?
Nationalism in Vietnamese revolutionary politics was nationalism of an oppressed, occupied, colonized multiple times, right? By multiple countries, right? People against their oppressors for self-determination and autonomy.
Somebody messaged us and was like, hey, there was some really, confusing situation that happened with another Discord server that we'd never even heard of. And they were afraid that would affect them here. And we're like, no, we have no idea about anything going on there. We don't know. But sure enough, though, the offense versus harm happened in their story, right? Where, yeah, they did something and they tried apologizing and it was a really confusing situation. But the amount of harm that was done was thought to be so massive that the people thought that they couldn't come back from it, right? And so you ended up in this place where redemption really wasn't feasibly possible. Because that harm was too great.
Well, I can't really speak to that. That's a situation that it sounds like you're uncomfortable totally divulging. So, I don't really have an opinion on that.
Okay, and so this person wasn't able to be in that community anymore. And we see a lot of other people coming from other communities as well that have been through similar things. Or this weird violence and hostility that gets assumed and put on autistic men. That one is a really weird one, all right? Because all sorts of things will just get projected onto this person, onto somebody of that demographic.
I basically have banished the word. Watts, you have a great... Thank you, Zena. And also, Watts, I honestly, the whole thing of just apologize, you need to be held to account. I never want to hear anyone say that ever again. Because every time someone says they need to be held to account, what they mean is we want to be able to abuse you in perpetuity.
Yeah. But at least at our server, things that we just take for what, they had an argument. Two people on the server had an argument, are things that
I find that so hard to believe. Do you think that the rule that they just said is applied equally and consistently? Do you think that's true? Or do you think that there's some things that are impossible to come? Do you think that there's a certain degree of woke scoldery, in other words, that would be impossible to come back from on their server? Yeah, nobody lives like this. Nobody lives like this. This is ridiculous, right? Weird definition for accountability.
Other people would take for no, this person was being massively hostile. What? This is kind of some of the disparities that we see the effects of this stuff from.
Mm-hmm. So, isn't accountability just admitting things? I mean, accountability is being willing to be responsible and hold yourself, I would say, to account of the things that you've done. It's not just admitting things, it's also taking responsibility for them, owning them, if you will. The problem is that...
particularly being willing to, look at it enough to make changes, right?
But if there's something you're saying I did that I didn't, then why the fuck would I take accountability for it? Someone literally said that, there was a problem with Keffals doing a bit when there's people dying out there. How the fuck is Keffals supposed to take accountability for that? Seriously, I cannot understand why we go after trans women the way we do. Keffals, ContraPoints, Demon Mama, fuck. I just don't understand it. There's just a way that we justify it, and
there's a certain degree of Jordan Peterson in her plaintive cry here. There's a little bit of why aren't we thinking about some of our finest creators out there?
So fucking painful to watch. I feel like the problem is a lot of people think it's far beyond just owning and making it right. To them, accountability is some nebulous, impossible concept. Yeah. And that's a fucking problem.
Well, and you got to take into account accountability to.
That's a fucking straw man, is what that is. That's a straw man. Thank you
in
for that.
In a lot of cases, especially with the internet, the most that we can hope for is that, like, every individual has their own personal sense of accountability, because that's really what you can do.
Exactly.
Right?
They didn't care for Mel or Cat Black or Salem. Exactly.
You can't necessarily guarantee that the other person will magically accept your apologies.
They are not serious about this at all. Up yours, woke moralists. We'll see who cancels who.
All right. Or if, like, Poppee and I, we've got
up yours
quite a few thousand subs. Okay, if something happens and somebody is offended by something that we say, one, we may not know, we may not be able to reach out or do anything personal with that person, right? Like, there's 6,000. Okay, there's no way that we could like take care of every single individual issue with 6,000 people. We just can't. But if there is a way that we can take an account and like make a correction, or address it next stream or something like that, yeah, cool. So accountability really does need to be more of a personal endeavor, because otherwise, if you're accountable to the mob, again, the mob doesn't have a scale. They don't go, oh, okay, well, this is like a level 1 offense and needs like a 5-minute timeout. No, they don't do that. They don't go, oh, this thing did a lot of actual real harm.
Let me tell you about
and we got to figure out how to fix that. Like, no, that the mob's not doing that shit. So like,
oh my god.
Well, and there's never accountability to the mob, and there's never accountability in the mob. There was a line used, I think it was in the ContraPoints video, which was, the snowflake doesn't know it's part of the avalanche. And I think that's really important for us to take into consideration.
Did I call it?
One of the ways that they weaponize this stuff is by spreading this abstracted, essentialized information through this moralization. What they'll do is
I feel like these are just buzzwords to them.
Pull people over and start to lash out. Every single person I saw go against Keffals was a high follower white trans woman who was just repeating fucking talking points from a Kiwi farmer. They were fucking dupes. Listen to black trans.
Is that Kiwi farmer in the room with us now? Is this Jai person in the room with us now? Yo, these people have got, I think this is the Jai person, right? This is Jai that they're talking about. This is a black trans woman. I don't know much about them, but oh my god, do the Keffalites have this weird like fear of Jai, and they don't have any proof or anything that they're claiming that Jai does. They will tell you that, like, I have just started looking into this, okay? They will tell you that this person wanted to eat someone's pig, made a credible threat to eat someone's pet pig. That's horrible if true. But Jai is a vegetarian. And this was legitimately a joke, right? This is not from a vegetarian person, and they acted like it was a real thing. They acted like this was like, oh my gosh, your pet is in danger because of there's so much, like, I don't even want to get into it because it's a whole ass rabbit hole, and I do not have time to go down it, and I do not have time to like adjudicate this whole thing. But a lot of Keffals' beef with like black Twitter and black trans Twitter comes from her dispute with Jai, comes from her overreaction to this person calling her out on the internet, right? This is what I've discovered in the last few days. That's the worst thing you could say. Wait, I've had somebody say that to me? That's, well, okay, no, I mean, you shouldn't say that, but like they were making this out to be like a real, like, oh my gosh,
trans women. I have several. Not all of them think
it didn't start with Jai.
Same. In fact, the way they
did it start with, like, it was like Vaush, right? Is a person not hating Vietnam actually a controversy? I don't know a single Vietnamese person who does.
You apparently think they do is kind of racist as fuck. So the point of this list, I want to be clear, is not to condemn members of the left. I assume that someone could try to take it out of context, and that's fine. You smack them down when you see that. But the point of this is to really understand very clearly that
these behaviors look like.
We have a fucking
This is just a black trans woman that they'll accuse of being a Kiwi farmer, and there's no evidence for that, right? The evidence is that Keffals was fighting KF, and Keffals was fighting Jai, right? And so therefore the transitive property of I don't know of I made it the fuck up, like, says that Jai must be involved with the harassment website too. even though there's absolutely no evidence of this. No, the reason Jai got demonized is just because of her interactions with Vaush. Okay, so it goes back to Vaush. Yeah, there was a thing with Merrick, there was a thing with Vaush, and then, you know, it became a thing with Keffals. What started Keffals on? Well, I mean, she does go after a lot of their enemies. I don't know.
In the left. It hurts us. It damages us. It causes problems for us.
And it splits up our communities and makes it impossible for people to actually, like, have healthy relationships. Because, yeah, you know what? We all want to do activism. We want to change things. But if we can't actually...
The Vaush thing happened first. The Merrick thing happened second, but around the same time.
Like, take care of our shit enough to work together. We're not getting anywhere.
Like, I'll give you an example. Is like, there's this weird thing that, like, Keffals gets treated the same way as Vaush does.
So
despite the fact that
Sarah,
Vaush...
Are you saying that you're telling me, right, that Keffals had a thing with black trans people before Jai? I got into an argument with Jai myself about something else, but as another black trans woman, I just wasn't trying to make it into much, just blocked and moved. Yeah, this is the thing. I don't really know anything about this person or their history or their beef with Keffals, but I do know that, like, Keffals stands seem to blame everything on this person, right? And to the point where I want to ask, like, is this Jai person in the room with us now? Like, right, it really feels like this person, like, occupies some real estate in their mind, right? In a really unhealthy way. Hey, what's up, Chris Perez?
Is, like, way bigger than her in followers and things. She's well known online because of the Kiwi Farm shit. But beyond that...
She doesn't have all this, like...
But she doesn't have the same clout. She doesn't have the same follower count as large of a community. She's also a trans woman. Like, there's a bizarre way...
Tara has, Keffals has always been a narcissist.
People are treating her on the same level as him. And again, I don't think Vaush gets treated well either, but he seems to be a big boy and can handle it. Like, yeah, Vaush is 10 times her size on YouTube. Yeah, it's fucking insane. People ask why we defend these people. Like, we're some kind of simps or that we're trying to, like...
No, it's clear. Like, let me look at your sub count, okay? Now, you've watched their stream. You know what quality of discourse we're dealing with here, right? Why do we defend Vaush? That's why. That's why. Okay, continue.
Suck up. The answer is not that. Vaush apparently had a really cringe take on asexuality. We're going to watch the clip and see what we think about it. If it needs to be covered on stream, we will. I don't have a problem saying where I disagree with Vaush or Destiny or any other large content creator. But when I see them being mistreated, when I see people who I think are doing demonstrable good, fuck, Vaush did campaigning to do canvassing for the last election, and clearly...
That is what people say about Destiny, okay? That is literally what people say about Destiny.
Did demonstrable good, and none of these fuckers online care.
Oh, no one even mentioned it. No, that campaigning did huge things.
Like, also, you know who else probably supported campaigning for Democratic candidates? Hillary fucking Clinton. Okay? Do you want me to go down the line of people that are, you know, like that put their support behind, you know, get out the vote efforts? It's a pretty long list, and it includes some people I don't think, or at least I hope you don't support, right?
Every person that fucking condemns him. Lily made a video basically spending 15 minutes condemning the man and calling him a white supremacist. And guess what? I don't see her doing the fucking charities that he can. She has 130,000 subscribers and she hasn't done jack shit.
Mm-hmm.
He's raised probably close to $1 million or maybe like 750,000. Someone give me numbers. But he's raised a shit ton of money in charity. That was huge.
Keffals made fun of your mutual for having a kid and being on disability?
Well, and I think the other part too is, like, one take does not make an entire person. Yeah.
Yeah, I've canvassed for a Democrat before, says Paul Swall. Where's my medal? Why don't they care about me?
You know what? Maybe there are a couple cringe takes. There are. Vaush has had some cringe takes.
The Democrats would do fine without Vaush's 3 volunteers.
I assume Keffals has had some.
Probably. We'll probably have some at some point too.
Lily raises money for the rent of LGBT people openly. Are we talking about Lily Orchard?
Probably not. We're based.
I mean, yeah. Well, I was going to be a little humble, okay? But, you know, Poppy's like, nah, I'm just the best. I'm just, here we are. But, you know,
I love the lipstick color that Zena's rocking today.
Well, like, again, people are complex.
Lily Orchard.
Like, that's just how that is. Like, a lot of these people are honestly doing way more good to outweigh any potential, like, cringe takes that they've got.
Yeah, and that's basically, you may say my Fallout New Vegas takes are bad, but you know what? History will vindicate me. I mean, the reality is like, yeah, every content creator is going to have cringe takes. Not everyone is super knowledgeable. There's a reason why I don't really cover, like with Zena, we don't really cover any like international news. We suck at it. And there's a reason why we haven't talked about Andrew Tate, because I don't give a shit.
Yeah.
There's a reason why we haven't really gone into, you know, fuck, what else is another big, like the Andrew Callahan stuff. There were other streamers with much bigger platforms talking about consent and doing an admirable job of it. You guys know this stuff.
Like Vaush, like these sex, like the sexual harasser Vaush, right? The person who leaned on his victims in a way that was kind of similar to Andrew Callahan. The only difference being his proximity to those victims were not as close as Andrew Callahan's was, right? That's who you're talking about. Just to be clear, okay? That's the person that we want to talk about, like, you know, this kind of violation of consent. And
you don't, there's a fucking problem. But I'd rather look at these situations.
They do suck at international loons, especially when they start talking about land back. Vaush's leftism is literally the baseline for being politically engaged liberal. They don't want to say bad things about men.
And look at these cancellations.
Vaush funded a bunch of door knocking in Georgia, but who fucking cares? He makes so much money.
The whole point of discourse. Do you guys get what the point of this whole like fucking like this whole episode structure is? The reason why we do discourse is not just to pull in the algorithm. That's part of it, because I would like to get paid, but also because the reality is that these situations have lessons in them. They have things that let us be better or worse. There's a reason why we defended Demon Mama against the Riley Gracious Shang thing. There's a reason why we defended fucking Doe against Riley.
And those were pretty based, right? Those two defenses were pretty based. But today, I gotta say, you chose worse. All right, you chose worse. So you know.
Even though the Doe doesn't even fucking talk.
Unfortunately, we can't rest on our past laurels. Good takes on Demon Mama versus Riley. Good takes on Riley versus Doe, but not such a good take today.
To me anymore. Reason why? Because Doe was right. It's not about making fucking friends. At the end of the day, half of these people either don't like me or at least tolerate me online. But I want them as allies. I want them as part of a movement. I want the world to get better. Zena and I want to see things change. And as such, I don't care if they don't like me. I don't care if they pretend my partner doesn't exist. It pisses me off. I don't like that it hurts their feelings. But at the end of the day, what I want is them to use their platforms to do good and make things better. The conflation of this being a social group versus a political group needs to stop. And the problem is that all of the outcomes that are listed in this list are people trying to...
I'm a white dude, says Paul Squall, and I've learned to pick up on subtext that just happens to favor or center white dudes, and these two are doing a great job of it. Well, apparently, yeah, that's their target demographic, right? Riley had such bad takes, they didn't really risk a lot being against her. Yeah, even Destiny was against Riley.
Protect their social groups, and by definition, their own little tiny fiefdoms of power. At the end of the day, look at what these 6 traits do. They're ways to
I believe it's fiefdoms, but I'm not going to argue with you.
Power. They're the ways of an authoritarian. Just using progressive language.
And they end up breaking down communities and isolating people instead.
So yeah, this is part 1. Zena and I are going to go through and sit down at a coffee shop and probably...
let me propose a contrary viewpoint. These people that you're saying they're isolating, are choosing to isolate themselves, are refusing to listen to marginalized people, and those are the people breaking down the community, okay? When the community is not a welcoming place for people that are marginalized, you lose the access to the information that those people have. You lose the access to the leadership, frankly, that those people have, and you make the movement weaker. You can't function as a left without solidarity. And, you know, it doesn't matter how strong your parasocial daddy is, okay? It's not stronger than the bonds of solidarity between us. And if I gotta choose between that and, like, you know, these people that are just completely recalcitrant, I'll take solidarity. I'm sorry that you two haven't made the same decision. And hopefully one day you'll change your mind and you'll find out that no, I do not, in fact, you know, carry this no forgiveness policy, right? I'm very eager to forgive. I'm not looking to isolate people. I'm not looking to, you know, punish people, right? I just want people to get it, because I want our movement to be strong, and it's stronger without the weakness of like having to center the default viewpoint that's already privileged. Do people seriously think that streaming on the internet and canvassing for Joe Biden is a meaningful form of political organization? I mean, that is kind of what it comes down to for a lot of these clout network streamers.
To dig through the rest of these, there are definitely some ones in here that we need to talk about. The perfectionism one people brought up. There's also some other lists around. But I think that we need to break down more of this because I genuinely think we need to improve. I don't want to lose. Losing means death. We love you guys. We want you guys to be safe. And at the end of the day, like, if we need to hold anybody to account, we need to hold people to account who, genuinely speaking, do this shit. And I don't mean...
So there we go. Everything that they said was bullshit. Everything that they said that they don't want to do to people on the left, they want to do to marginalized people. They are sacrificing marginalized people. They are sacrificing, solidarity for their great man theory of history embodied in Vaush. Congratulations, you two fuck-ups. That's wonderful. Anyway, what's up, Alex Albin? The 2020 campaign for Biden was meaningful. I hate to say it. I mean, it's like not a Trump fan over here, if that's what you're asking. We'll just push Biden to the left. Yeah, there's not a lot of that going on. There's not a lot of accountability for Biden, right? And the Vaush's whole theory of riding with Biden was my problem with him, right? So he has this idea of riding with Biden, right? And like, let's think of this as a metaphor. Like, he's not literally saying that the Biden pulls up in a convertible and he's got his sunglasses and he's like, get in, and we jump in the front seat or jump in the back seat or something like that, right? He's not literally saying that. But let's say he is. Let's go along with this metaphor, okay? And he's saying you get in with Biden. Now, the problem with that is, okay, so here's my question. Are you going to the same place as Biden? If you're a leftist, the answer is no. You're not. Not even, okay? Are you going in the same direction as Biden? Maybe. Okay, right? But if you get in the car, he's going to close the door and he's going to drive to his destination. That's where you're going to end up. But my idea is this. Just like that guy in Back to the Future, the dude with the skateboard, you know what I'm talking about? Marty McFly. You're going to be a Marty McFly instead. And you're going to come behind Biden's car and you're going to grab that bumper and it's going to pull you along. Don't do this in real life, by the way. This seems really dangerous, right? But I guess some people do, right? You grab that under the bumper and you let the Biden convertible take you to the closest spot along his route to where you're actually going. And when you get there, you let go, you get off, right? Because what Vaush does is just this like weird, it's like he's bonding his parasociality to Biden's, right? And the problem with that is that after you elect Biden, that's only half of the job. Biden doesn't necessarily want to do what you want him to do, right? He gets paid in a lot of ways by people, by his donors, not to go there, not to do that. If you really want Biden to do the things that you want Biden to do, you're gonna have to push him. And you can't push him when you're in the car, okay? You can't push him when you're in the car with him. That's why you gotta kind of maintain that distance. Vaush fails to do that, right? I think that we can walk and chew gum at the same time. I think that we can do some harm reduction voting when it's needed, when you're trying to keep a monster like Trump or DeSantis out of office. I don't think that's too hard to do. But the problem is Vaush seems to think that you have to, you have to lick the ice cream. You have to lick both ice cream cones of Biden's to do that. And I don't really think it takes all that, right? I think once you get into that mode where you're just like sucking Biden's ice cream cone, that you're going to the wrong place. And I would encourage you to try not to get into the convertible with Biden. And if you're Vaush, you really shouldn't be trying to encourage your audience to do that. So yeah, your metaphor, Vaush, is all wrong. I'm disagreeing with your metaphor. Just so I'm being super clear, it's your metaphor that I'm disagreeing. But I think there's a fundamental truth that implies. The way that you see supporting Democratic candidates is way different than the way that I think of tactical voting for harm reduction, which is all you're really doing, right? I think we can walk and chew gum at the same time. I think we're going to be all right. All right, well, we've watched enough of these two. Let us go to the foxes. I promised you foxes. I promised you foxes, right? There would be foxes. Oh my god. There will be foxes.
Oh my gosh! Hi, foxes! You want me to come say hi? You want me to come say hi? Yes? Excuse me, excuse me, excuse me. Hi, Finnegan.
It's Finnegan Fox.
Hi, Dixie.
Famous Fox.
Oh my gosh, hi, Finn.
The famous Finnegan.
Dixie! Oh, Dixie. Finnegan. He wants to go for WALK.
No, you gotta spell it out. You gotta spell it out so that he doesn't hear. Wait, she's on her head? Foxes! Foxes, foxes, foxes. Alright, everybody. Get into that robot. We're gonna go say hi to my good friend Amy C3, okay? We did okay for ourselves on this stream tonight, despite the fact that... what's up with Woody Red? Good to see you. There's definitely a fox, yeah. I do have to go to bed.
Don't get cold.
But I had a fun stream. I had a really fun stream. We learned a lot despite it being really frustrating. And chat, you made this stream, right? Honestly, like the places where I couldn't think of what I was trying to say, like you thought of it for me, right? Like I'm okay, what is this? Met a friendly fox today? A friendly fox?
Hi.
There's the friendly fox. It's a friendly fox. Oh, you're
look
cute,
at that
though.
yawn on the pretty little fox.
Wait, no. Back. Come on.
Oh, look at that yawn on the pretty little fox. Hey, buddy. Hey, buddy. Hey, buddy. Oh, you itchy? Are you itchy?
Oh, the
you're
Tim
a cutie.
Pool video.
Yeah.
Send me any information you have on that. I'm going to be probably Thursday, I'm guessing.
Hi,
Thursday.
buddy.
Thursday is my best. Thursday of this week, 11 a.m. PST, 2 EST. See you then. Meow. All right, hello, Vadis. Welcome, welcome. Goodbye, I guess. You know, it's sad to say goodbye, but we do have to say goodbye, and I need to get some sleep, and I need to get some videos out for you. If you're on the YouTube, if you've noticed, like, right, I have two channels. You should be following them both. One of them is No Comment Clips. The other one is No Comment Chick. No Comment Clips, from now on, is going to contain more than just clips, right? That's right. We are adding VODs to that. So those VODs will go live as a video in hopes that more people will find me through that. Also, remember, if you are a member of on YouTube, right? So if you pay for that membership at whatever level, you're also getting the access to my library of VODs. So VODs from a long, long time ago. And you're going to see more and more of the VODs from like a month or two ago kind of disappear. And it'll eventually become that you have access, if you're not a member, to the VODs of that week. But then, you know, the other ones are going to be available as a member, and I'm going to try to be adding more benefits for members. So, if you want to join that membership, it also gets you early access to the videos that go up on my YouTube before they even go up. Same thing with the Patreon, although the Patreon members tend to get things a little bit earlier than even that. The Twitch memberships are really good and useful if you like to watch me on Twitch. It gets you out of the ads, right? If you don't like to get sucked out of the chat right when you're enjoying yourself and be force-fed an ad, then you can buy a gift sub. You can use your Amazon Prime to subscribe on Twitch. There are so many ways that you can support me, and going forward, I'm going to be looking for more and more benefits to be giving to the people who support me. So I'm going to make it worth your while. Anyway,